Chapter 967. Old Monster Motion's eyesight is not bad to have taken in such a disciple. Demon Emperor's soft voice rang out again. Martial Emperor De and the Corpse Emperor's eyes lit up. Even martial emperors were tempted by someone who could awaken an 8th-level divine bloodline. So what if you are an 8th-level divine bloodline? I can still kill you. Wang Fenshen launched a terrifying attack towards Fatty. Although Fatty's bloodline was of a high grade, his cultivation was slightly weaker. It looked like he had just broken through to the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, Fatty didn't want to make any mistakes. He was on the defensive the whole time. In the end, he took out a huge shield to isolate Wang Fenshen's flames. Wang Fenshen continued to attack. Fatty shouted, but he could not break through the shield. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, the 8 battlefields shook and the light shield shone brightly. All the people in the battlefields were teleported out. An hour was up. Haha, you want to deal with me? Dream on. Fatty found himself on the spectator stand. He laughed arrogantly and looked at Wang Fenshen provocatively. Wang Fenshen's eyes were about to spit fire. Fatty, you have awakened an 8th-level divine bloodline. Impressive. At this moment, a huge axe was floating above Fatty's head. 8 golden chakras were shining brightly. Bai Qi Shui widened her eyes and looked at Fatty in shock. Lu Ming was also surprised. He did not expect Fatty's 3rd bloodline to be so terrifying. It was actually an 8th-level divine bloodline. No wonder Fatty was so mysterious when they first met. When Lu Ming asked him, he did not say anything. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Fatty. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were jealous. Ha ha ha, excuse me. This is talent. It can't be helped. I was born with it. Fatty was extremely proud and laughed heartily. When he saw others looking at him, he felt extremely comfortable. He laughed so hard that he could not even open his eyes. God is so unfair. He actually let this damn Fatty awaken an 8th-level divine bloodline. Someone in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace gritted his teeth. That's right. What a waste. It's like a flower being stuck in cow dung. Someone said again. The Fatty's ears twitched a few times. When he heard these words, he was instantly displeased. He stared at these people with an unfriendly gaze and shouted, "You guys are the fucking cow dung. Every single one of you is just envious and jealous. I am a proud son of heaven. In the future, I am destined to dominate the world and trample all of you under my feet." Damn it, this damn Fatty is really arrogant. Those people almost vomited blood from anger. Di Shen, Shuejiani, Ao2, and the others also looked at Fatty solemnly. Fatty's cultivation was still low, but once he grew stronger, he would become their greatest enemy. At this time, many people looked at Lu Ming and were stunned. The dragon of luck above Lu Ming's head was too big and long. It was 1,000 feet long. It was too shocking. They had originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely be killed by Luo Tian, or the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley in Battlefield number 8. They had not expected him to still be alive. Moreover, the length of his Dragon of Providence had become even more terrifying. What? Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. When they found out the truth, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming could actually kill Luo Tian? How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Before the start of the battle, some people had thought that Luo Tian and the others were lucky to be assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming. Now their faces were pale and cold sweat was dripping down their backs. This was not good luck, it was bad luck. If they had been assigned to battlefield number 8, they might have suffered the same fate as Luo Tian. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Di Shun and the others looked at Lu Ming with surprise. At this time, the 8 battlefields on the fighting ring had all disappeared and returned to their original appearance. At the same time, 8 rays of light fell on the 8 people. They were Lu Ming, Di Shun, Ao2, Shuejiani, Shizhan, Fengxian, Dongfengyu, and Wang Fenshen. These 8 people were the 8 people with the highest providence value in the 8 battlefields. Among them, Lu Ming was the only one from the Talisman Puppet sect. Di Shun, Dongfengyu, and Wang Fenshen had the most people from Di Shun's palace. Shuejiani and Shizhan were the 2 from Heavenly Corpse sect. Ao2 and Fengxian were the 2 from Sky Monster Valley. Fengxian was an extremely beautiful woman, and a peerless genius from Sky Monster Valley. She had the phoenix bloodline in her body. Next, the 8 geniuses would compete for each other's providence. The rules were the same as before. If you were defeated, half of your providence would be taken away. If you admitted defeat, 90% of your providence would be taken away. If you were killed, all of your providence would belong to your opponent. Next was the final battle of the Providence Battle. It was also the most powerful battle. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Among them, Lu Ming was a dark horse. There was another dark horse, Feng Xian from Sky Monster Valley. Both of them were rising geniuses. The others were all famous geniuses in the Eastern Wilderness. AO2 was considered a genius who could compete with Di Shen. Some people thought that AO2 was stronger than Xue Jiani, who ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. Di Shen ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Most people thought that Di Shen was the top genius of the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness, and was invincible. Dongfang Yu ranked third on the list of top 1,000 talents. Shi Zhan ranked fourth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Wang Fenshen ranked fifth on the list of top 1,000 talents. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. After this battle, the list of top 1,000 talents would be rearranged. Buzz. Of the 8 rays of light, 6 had disappeared, leaving only 2 behind. One light shrouded Lu Ming, while the other shrouded Wang Fenshen. The first battle was between Lu Ming and Wang Fenshen. Everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Wang Fenshen looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "Fenshen, are you confident?" the Wang clan leader asked. "His providence is mine." Wang Fenshen licked his lips with a greedy look. He moved and landed on the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, if you can't beat him, you can admit defeat," Du Songjue warned in a low voice. "Haha, I believe that Lu Ming will win." Yin Kuangta laughed. "Fatty, you were burned by this guy. I'll avenge you now." Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them had a true dragon of providence above their heads. Right now, Wang Fenshen's true dragon of providence was a full 500 feet long. However, in front of Lu Ming's true dragon of providence, it looked like a tiny dot. Lu Ming's true dragon of providence looked down on it. "Lu Ming, I have to thank you for getting so much providence. It's all mine later." The greed in Wang Fenshen's eyes grew stronger. "You're very confident. Luo Tian was so confident before, but I killed him in the end." Lu Ming smiled, revealing a contemptuous expression. "Humph, don't compare me with Luo Tian. I can kill him if I fight with all my strength." Wang Fenshen said coldly. "Oh, really? Shall we have a life and death duel?" Chapter 968. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In the ancient battle platform of the ancient city of Providence, a life and death battle could be set. However, once it was set, both sides had to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, it would not end. They could not even admit defeat. Originally, the last battle would only last for half an hour. If the winner was not decided after half an hour, the winner would be automatically determined. However, once the life and death battle was set, there would be no time limit. It would only end when one side died in battle. Setting the life and death battle meant that there was no way out. One had to win. If one lost, one would die. Even sovereigns and rulers could not interfere. One had to be extremely confident in themselves to set the life and death battle. Would Wang Fenshen dare to agree? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Fenshen. At this moment, Wang Fenshen's eyes were uncertain. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Was Lu Ming bluffing, or was he really that strong? Did he dare to have a life and death battle with him? However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could not tell at all. Moreover, he did not see the specific situation in the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian. He was not sure about Lu Ming's strength. "Do you dare or not?" Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was calm but aggressive. "Why should I agree to the life and death battle? Anyway, I'm definitely going to win this battle." Wang Fenshen quibbled. "Ridiculous. Since you think you're going to win, why don't you agree to the life and death battle? Back in Nine Dragons City, your Wang family's patriarch was almost killed by me. You must hate me to the bone, right? You want to kill me 10,000 times. Since you want to kill me and have the confidence to do so, Why don't you agree to the life and death battle? There's only one reason. You're afraid. You're not confident in killing me. You're not confident in this battle. If you're not confident in yourself, how can you defeat me? Lu Ming's words hit Wang Fengxian's heart. Every word hit Wang Fengxian's vital point. If Wang Fengxian did not even have the confidence to win, how could he defeat Lu Ming? Damn you little bastard. The head of the Wang family growled as his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. That day in the Nine Dragons City, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. This was the shame of his life. Now Lu Ming actually brought up the old matter again, and even used it to pressure Wang Fengxian. This made the head of the Wang family furious. Haha, Lu Ming, you almost killed the old one. How could a young one dare to fight you to the death? I think that Wang something Tian should just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Wang clan is a bunch of cowards. The fatty laughed loudly, and his words were even more insulting. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Wang Fengxian almost exploded from anger. At this time, Wang Fengxian's face was flushed red. He was burning with anger, and his killing intent was blazing. All right, I promise you. Wang Fengxian roared. He had to win this battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, if he still did not win, his martial arts heart would be unstable. Moreover, the entire Wang family would become the laughingstock of Eastern wilderness. He wanted to grind Lu Ming's bones and turn him into ashes. All right, I will fight to the death with Wang Fengxian. Lu Ming said loudly. Fight to the death. Wang Fengxian replied. A blazing aura rushed into the sky. Buzz. At this moment, a faint blood light appeared on Lu Ming and Wang Fengxian's bodies. This meant that the fight to the death had been set. It was useless to admit defeat until one of them died. Raging flames burned the sky. Wang Fengxian's killing intent was cold, but his body was filled with raging flames. Wang Fengxian seemed to have turned into a man of fire. His muscles, bones, and even his hair were burning as if they had all turned into flames. 6 fingers burn the sky. Destroy with 1 finger. Wang Fengxian strode forward and pointed his finger. A finger was formed by flames. It was hundreds of meters long and had clear fingerprints on it. It was like the finger of a god. It pointed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying heat and killing intent burst out and surged towards Lu Ming. Wang Fengxian used a terrifying killing move as soon as he made his move. Since he had agreed to the fight to the death, Wang Fengxian let go of everything and fought with all his might. A dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming burst out with the dragon's power. His body was covered with scales and surrounded by 4 types of concepts. He punched out. Boom. The fist and Fengxian's finger collided. The fist and the flaming finger collided, and waves of energy burst out. One side of the 100-mile-long and wide battle stage was covered with purple flames, while the other side was covered with 4 colors. In the end, the flaming finger exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The fusion of the destruction concept and the fire concept, and the cultivation of the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough idea of Wang Fengxian's strength. Wang Fengxian had comprehended 2 concepts and successfully fused them. The destruction concept and the fire concept had reached the 3rd level of perfection. When they fused together, their destructive power was terrifying. If this was not the ancient city of fate's battle stage, it would have been destroyed and turned into lava. Moreover, Wang Fengxian's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's. He had reached the early stage of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. Wang Fengxian was indeed a peerless genius ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength was terrifying. 6 fingers burn the sky, suppress with 2 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 3 fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, destroy with 4 fingers. Wang Fengxian's flaming vital essence burst out as he pointed 3 fingers. The 3 huge fingers formed a triangle and slammed towards Lu Ming. Prison suppressing heaven skill. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body roared and boiled as he activated the prison suppressing heaven skill to 50% of its power. If he used the prison suppressing heaven skill at full strength, it would be equivalent to the power of a low-grade divine martial technique. A low-grade divine martial technique was equivalent to the 1st level of a low-grade divine martial technique. Only an expert of the spiritual god realm could unleash its full power. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm, he did not have enough vital essence to unleash its full power. However, 50% of its power was still terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched 3 times in a row as the power of the prison-suppressing steel erupted and suppressed everything. The 3 flaming fingers were immediately destroyed and dissipated into flames. Wang Fengxian's expression changed slightly as he waved his hands and pointed 2 more fingers. 6 fingers burn the sky, shatter 5 fingers, burn the sky with 6 fingers. The 2 finger forces struck out one after another, causing the space to tremble like a piece of cloth. Wherever the finger forces passed, the space turned into a vacuum. Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him. This power was incomparably hot, as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. 4 kinds of concepts revolved around him and formed a battle armor that covered his entire body. Lu Ming took a big step forward and punched out 2 more times in a row. 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out as if the entire ancient city of fate was violently shaking. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. However, when it reached the edge of the battle stage, it was blocked by an invisible energy and couldn't charge over at all. The 2 flaming fingers were destroyed by Lu Ming's attack and collapsed. Chapter 969. Wang Fengxian's expression became very grave. He did not show any mercy. His first move was a killer move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with powerful means. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying that he could defeat his attack and kill him. A purple flame floated above his head. As soon as this flame appeared, the space around it began to crackle. It was as if space itself was fuel that was being burned by this flame. The 7 golden chakras on this ball of flame also attracted everyone's attention. Level 7 Divine Class Bloodline. Wang Fengxian's bloodline had reached the terrifying level of Level 7 Divine Class. Wang Fengxian's body turned into light and merged with the bloodline. Then, the purple flame twisted and turned into a flame giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The flame giant held a flame sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The scorching flame made Lu Ming's 4-color intent realm tremble. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Level 6 Divine Class 9 Dragons Bloodline. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the 9 dragons' bloodline. It's the 9 dragons, the legendary 9 dragons. I didn't expect Lu Ming to awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. God, the 9 dragons are more powerful than the real dragons. I've never heard of anyone who could awaken the 9 dragons' bloodline. As soon as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, there were exclamations. Especially those from Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley. The 9 dragons' bloodline, it's the 9 dragons' bloodline. No wonder he can control the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It must be related to the 9 dragons' bloodline. The Wang family had muttered to himself. The 9 dragons' bloodline. I must get it. A flood dragon's supremacy from the demon clan stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. He could not wait to swallow Lu Ming. AO2, the flood dragon clan's sky prides, also had burning eyes. The 9 dragons' bloodline was a fatal temptation for the flood dragon clan's elders. Back then you personally attacked and wanted to capture Lu Ming. It seems that you already knew that he had the 9 dragons' bloodline. Your goal was the 9 dragons' bloodline, right? Said the Imperial Bestial Beast. 2 bright eyes fell on Imperial Bestial DE. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps that was really the case. Emperor DE snorted and didn't say anything. Roar. On the fighting ring, dragon roars shook the sky. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, and the 9 claws grabbed Wang Fengxian's battle sword. A rumbling sound rang out, and the battle sword collapsed. The dragon claw didn't stop, and it continued to attack. The flame giant roared angrily. Its terrifying fist blasted towards Lu Ming, but it was blocked by a dragon claw. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps were executed consecutively. 6 consecutive waves of power blasted towards the flame giant. At the same time, he opened his mouth and devouring power burst out, enveloping the flame giant. Immediately, the flames on the flame giant's body trembled non-stop. as if they were about to collapse. Whoosh! The divine dragon swings its tail. The 9 tails lashed out at the flame giant. This move contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. Bang! The flame giant was heavily hit by the dragon's tail. A large part of its huge body exploded, and a huge gap appeared on its body. The flame giant staggered back. The gap on its body quickly healed, and the flames once again filled the air. Raging flames, sky-burning sword. The flame giant roared angrily. The battle sword in his hand slashed out a blazing sword light, slashing towards the 9 dragons' heads. However, the 9 dragons' sharp claws blocked his sword. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Of course, during this process, Lu Ming only released a strand of dragon force. He didn't use his full strength. Wang Fenshen was only his first opponent. There would be stronger opponents later. His final opponent was Dishan. Wang Fenshen's strength was indeed terrifying. If he fought with Luo Tian at the same level, he would be stronger than Luo Tian. However, although Wang Fenshen was strong, Lu Ming was stronger. After dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Puff! Puff! The 9 dragons roared and grabbed the flame giant with their claws. They tore the flame giant apart, turning it into flames. However, the flames retreated and started to condense in the air again. The advantage of having a natural bloodline was that it had extremely tenacious vitality. However, Lu Ming wouldn't give him the chance. He stomped his dragon claws and unleashed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. A huge force bombarded the flames. The flames that were about to condense exploded again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Was Wang Fenshen going to be defeated? Was this peerless genius who had awakened a level 7 divine bloodline going to be killed by Lu Ming? No, damn it. The Wang family head's heart was in his mouth. He was the most nervous. Wang Fenshen was a rare peerless genius of the Wang family. He was even more talented than him when he was young. He was going to inherit his legacy in the future. However, he was in danger now. Because this was a life and death battle. Only when one side died would they stop. But now Wang Fenshen was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and a devouring force erupted from their mouths. They swallowed the flames that Wang Fenshen had exploded into. No! Wang Fenshen's horrified scream could be heard from the flames. The flames that were devoured by the 9 dragons were constantly being refined by the terrifying refining force of the 9 dragons. Don't you have strong vitality and can condense? Then I'll refine you. The remaining flames quickly flew backward and gathered together to form Wang Fenshen's appearance. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes revealed a strong sense of horror. Bam! Bam! The 9 dragons stepped forward and pressed towards Wang Fenshen. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Let me go. Wang Fenshen screamed in horror and retreated. He had no strength to fight anymore. Let you go? Have you forgotten that this is a life and death battle? Lu Ming sneered. You're the winner. You're the winner now. If the winner speaks, he can let the opponent go. Wang Fenshen shouted. A life and death battle was a battle of life and death. Usually, it would only end when one side died. Of course, there was another situation where the winner took the initiative to let the opponent go. However, since it was a life and death battle, how could the winner let the opponent go? Haha, Wang Fenshen, are you kidding me? Why should I let you go? Lu Ming laughed. Wang Fenshen was speechless. That's right. Why should Lu Ming let him go? They were mortal enemies. However, he really didn't want to die. With his peerless talent, he would have no problem becoming a supreme being in the future. He even wanted to become the supreme emperor and dominate the eastern wilderness. He had a boundless future. Why would he want to die? However, why should he ask Lu Ming to let him go? He couldn't help but look at the Wang family head. Lu Ming, let Fenshen go. I won't pursue the past. Chapter 970. Old man. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming glanced at the head of the Wang clan and continued. You still say you won't pursue the matter? You and those old men attacked me together. I should be the one to pursue the matter. Do I need you to not pursue the matter? Ridiculous. His calm voice was filled with contempt. It spread throughout the place, making some people stunned. Contempt, this was blatant contempt. Lu Ming was looking down on a prime. The head of the Wang clan said he would not pursue the matter, but Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Did he need the head of the Wang clan to not pursue the matter? The one who should pursue the matter was him, Lu Ming. What a big tone, what a big confidence. However, at this moment, no one thought that Lu Ming was arrogant. Wang Fenshen had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had the right to be arrogant. In the future, he would have a great chance to become a prime. At that time, why would he be afraid of the head of the Wang clan? The head of the Wang clan was red in the face. He was furious. How many years had it been? Since he had become a prime, no one had dared to talk to him like that. No one had dared to look down on him like that. Even the other primes were polite to him. Now he was being looked down on by a young man in his 20s. This was an insult to him. Lu Ming turned back into his human form. He sneered and said, "Old man, you said you won't pursue the matter. But can you represent the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace?" Then he looked at Martial Emperor De, the head of the Wang clan, and the others also looked at Martial Emperor De. That's right. The head of the Wang clan was not in charge of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, but Martial Emperor De. At this moment, Martial Emperor De looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked at Martial Emperor De with a hint of provocation. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He actually dared to look at Martial Emperor De in such a manner. However, Martial Emperor De did not say anything. The light in his eyes disappeared, and he became calm again. The head of the Wang clan looked terrible. Wang Fenshen was in despair. Martial Emperor De's attitude explained everything. Kill. Suddenly Lu Ming moved. His body moved like lightning as he rushed towards Wang Fenshen. No. Wang Fenshen roared, trying his best to resist. However, he was currently heavily injured and did not have much strength left. How could he be Lu Ming's match? In just a few moves, his bones and tendons were already snapped, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. He collapsed to the ground like a dying dog. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the fighting stage and condensed a long spear in his hand. He walked towards Wang Fenshen with a cold killing intent covering his whole body. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Wang Fenshen roared. His body kept twisting as he tried to escape. His eyes were filled with endless fear. In his entire life, he had killed countless geniuses. Who knew how many of them he had slain? But now that he was about to die in the hands of another genius, he could not help but feel fear. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the spear pierced through Wang Fenshen's heart. Powerful energy erupted and crushed Wang Fenshen's heart. Patriarch, avenge me! Wang Fenshen let out an unwilling roar. Then his life was extinguished. A genius of the generation had been killed by Lu Ming. The crowd sighed. If such a genius did not die, he would definitely become a figure who dominated the Eastern wilderness in the future. It would not be a problem for him to become a supreme being. Unfortunately, there were countless geniuses in the world, but how many of them could grow up? A dead genius was destined to be a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming, I will kill you. The Wang family had roared, emitting a cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. This time, the Wang family had suffered a great loss. The Wang family had a total of 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. However, 2 of them had died before this. Now even Wang Fenshen, who was the most talented, had died. Now the Wang family was left with only 1 genius. Originally, the Wang family had 4 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. It was as if the Wang family would rise quickly, surpass the other 5 ancient families, and become the leader of the ancient families in Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. But now everything was in vain. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. Old man, that's what I wanted to say as well. Right now it's just a little interest. In the future, I'll personally take your dog head. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Wang Yan and Wang Chen were also killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly with a cold smile on his face. You deserve to die. The Wang family had roared angrily. As a supreme being who had lived for thousands of years, he had a strong mind and had seen many storms. He would not get angry so easily. However, he could not remain calm in front of Lu Ming. In the Battle of Nine Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. Now many geniuses of the Wang family had died at the hands of Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was completely suppressed in the ancient city of fate, he would have turned Lu Ming into ashes immediately. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. At this moment, Lu Ming's Dragon of Fate had devoured Wang Fenshen's Dragon of Fate. Lu Ming's Dragon of Fate had grown to almost 200 feet. At the same time, the devouring power erupted and devoured Wang Fenshen into a mummy. Then he took his storage ring and kicked him off the fighting ring. The Wang family head was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming moved and returned to the spectator stand. Haha, amazing! Lu Ming, you've avenged me. That Wang Fenshen was so arrogant and dared to burn me with fire. Now he's a dead dog. The fat man laughed so excitedly that his mouth cracked. Also, Lu Ming, did you see that old man from the Wang family was so angry that his face turned red and smoke came out of his head? It was so exciting. The fat man continued to laugh. He did not lower his voice at all, and it spread throughout the arena. The Wang family head, who had just calmed down, was furious again. He was so angry that he trembled all over. These juniors deserve to die, he roared in his heart. Yan Kuangtu drank a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed heartily. The others were a little speechless. These people were simply lawless. They did not know how to write the word fear. Then the battle continued. 2 more beams of light fell on 2 figures. Ao2 from Heavenly Demon Valley, and Dongfangyu from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Many people's eyes suddenly shone with amazing light. It was another exciting battle. Dongfangyu ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Ao2 was said to be able to compete with Emperor Gods. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Without saying anything, the battle immediately broke out. Dongfangyu was extremely powerful. He had cultivated 2 divine-level cultivation techniques, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th tier of Spirit Embryo Realm. His bloodline was the same as Wang Fenshen's, a 7th divine-level bloodline. Dongfangyu's overall strength was slightly stronger than Wang Fenshen's. However, Ao2 was stronger. Ao2 had more than 70% of the bloodline of a real dragon, almost 80%. He transformed into a flood dragon and fought with Dongfangyu like a real dragon. The two fought fiercely for more than 50 moves. In the end, Dongfangyu was defeated and admitted defeat, losing 90% of his luck. Chapter 971. The battle continued. When Ao2 and Dongfangyu descended from the sky, 2 beams of light landed on the corpse battle from the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Arch-God. Dishan was going to fight. At this moment, everyone's attention was on him. Dishan was regarded as the #1 genius in the Eastern Wilderness. How strong was he? In the previous Battle of Providence, he had not encountered a decent opponent at all. Those who encountered him were all easily killed. His strength was simply unfathomable in the hearts of everyone. Now Shizhan, who was ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, could force Dishan to show his true strength? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Lu Ming was shocked. In his mind, Dishan was his ultimate opponent. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Shizhan looked dignified. Admit defeat. Dishan's indifferent voice rang out. His posture was ramrod straight, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Just by standing there casually, he exuded the aura of a king, as if he was invincible. Yes, Dishan had never been defeated by a younger generation. He was considered a rare genius who had the potential to become an emperor in the future. The last genius who had the potential to become an emperor was Yan Kuangtu, and that was 100 years ago. He was asking Shizhan to admit defeat. In my heart, there's no such thing as admitting defeat, not even to you, Dishan. Shizhan's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Dishan's indifferent voice rang out, full of strong confidence. Bam! He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. The terrifying sword power spread toward Shizhan. Roar! With a loud roar, Shizhan unleashed his bloodline. It was a skeleton, an incomparably huge skeleton, shaped like an incomparably huge elephant. The skeleton of an ancient war elephant. Someone said softly, recognizing the origins of this skeleton. It was a skeleton formed by a powerful divine beast, surrounded by 7 golden chakras. It was also a 7th-level divine bloodline. Shurjan performed bloodline fusion and turned into the skeleton of an ancient war elephant. It stomped on the ground and attacked Di Shun with great power. However, Di Shun's eyes were still calm. Clang! A sword cry rang out as a purple gold sword light soared into the sky. It was filled with a luxurious aura. Boom! The purple gold sword chi crossed dozens of miles of space and slashed at the ancient war elephant skeleton. A terrifying explosion resounded as sword chi shot out in all directions. The ancient war elephant skeleton was forced to retreat. Clang! 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 Sword cries resounded unceasingly as sword chi after sword chi burst out. Each sword chi was more terrifying than the last as they continuously slashed towards the ancient war elephant skeleton. The ancient war elephant roared and unleashed its full strength to resist the sword chi of the Emperor God. However, every time it received a strike, it would be forced back 5 miles. After receiving 9 consecutive strikes, the ancient war elephant had already retreated close to 50 miles. Then with a bang, the ancient war elephant exploded and turned back into Corpse Warrior. Corpse Warrior's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was trembling, and he could not even stand properly. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. I admit defeat. Corpse Warrior let out a long sigh. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Corpse Battle admitted defeat. At the same time, they looked at the Emperor God in shock. Too strong. The Emperor God was too strong. He said that he would defeat Corpse Warrior in 10 moves, and he really only used 10 strikes before Corpse Warrior admitted defeat. In fact, the Emperor God did not even use bloodline fusion. The Emperor God is too strong. No one can defeat him. Even Ao2 and Shuejiani are no match for him. That's right. Until now, we still don't know how much strength he has used. It's too terrifying and unfathomable. Many people were discussing in shock. Even the Supremes could not stay calm. Only the 3 sovereigns were still calm. In the stands, Shuejiani and Ao2's eyes were extremely solemn. Lu Ming's eyes were also solemn. Lu Ming, are you confident in defeating the Emperor God? Du Songjue asked Lu Ming in a low voice. I'm not confident. Lu Ming shook his head. He was indeed not confident. Even if he used all his strength, he was not confident. Corpse Warrior's battle strength was definitely not weaker than Wang Fenshin, but he was still easily defeated by the Emperor God. His battle strength was simply unfathomable. His cultivation should still be at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but he should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, I'm not too sure about his martial arts and bloodline level. Yin Kuangtu said. You've been in the Emperor God Palace for so many years, but you're not too sure? Du Songjue said. Yin Kuangtu shook his head and said, the Emperor God has always been secretly nurtured by DE. I know very little about him. Lu Ming, if you really can't defeat the Emperor God, just admit defeat. In the end, Yin Kuangtu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not answer. Really can't defeat him? What if I break through again? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. It's getting harder and harder to raise my cultivation. Lu Ming thought secretly. The 9 Dragons bloodline was refining Wang Fenshin's blood essence continuously. At this moment, it was almost done, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. According to Yin Kuangtu, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he would be confident. Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone at the same level. He had this confidence. Then let's start refining the origin stones. Thinking of this, a large amount of origin stones appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The power of devouring burst forth from his palm and swallowed the large amount of origin stones, starting to refine them. The Emperor God won and swallowed 90% of Corpse Battle's fate before returning to the spectator stand. The next battle was between Shuejian and Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley had the Phoenix bloodline and had also reached 70%. Her battle power was incomparably strong and her speed was extremely fast. She started a pinnacle battle with Xue Jianyi. This battle could be said to be the most intense of the 4 battles. The 2 of them fought for a total of 200 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, Xue Jianyi won by a little. At this point, the strongest 4 had appeared. They were Lu Ming, the Emperor God, Ao2 and Xue Jianyi. Next, it was the battle between the 4 of them. After these few battles, Lu Ming had a rough idea of everyone's strength. Dong Fengyu, corpse battle, and Wang Fengxian's strength were very close and on the same level. As for Feng Xian, she was slightly stronger than the 3 of them and not much weaker than Xue Jianyi. Xue Jianyi, Ao2 and Feng Xian should be on the same level. As for the Emperor God, he was unfathomable and hard to predict. Lu Ming's thoughts were similar to the majority of the people. In the hearts of others, Lu Ming's strength was placed on the same level as Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and Feng Xian. Lu Ming could kill Wang Fengxian, but if Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and the rest were to use their full strength, they could also kill Wang Fengxian. Chapter 972. Among the 4 of them, Di Shen, Xue Jianyi, and Ao2 were the strongest representatives of the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a dark horse. It was the battle in 9 Dragons that really made him famous. That battle involved too many experts. Yan Kuangtu, Supreme 9 Sons, and even Martial Emperor De from the 6 great ancient families of the Central Continent Ancient Saint Dynasty. After this battle, Lu Ming's name spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness. But the most famous one was Lu Ming's ability to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As for Lu Ming's talent, it was ignored. Many people thought that Lu Ming's talent and combat strength were not particularly top-notch. They thought that he was not even comparable to the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. But now Lu Ming overturned everyone's thoughts with his actions. Facts had proven that Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled and unparalleled. He was not weaker than anyone else. As a dark horse, he rushed into the top 4 and killed Luo Tian and Wang Fengxian. Now he was going to fight against the 3 most powerful geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. Although Lu Ming is talented, he is young and impetuous. He is too showy and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has offended the Wang family's master and other supreme martial artists, Martial Emperor De, and even the supreme martial artist from Sky Demon Valley. Such a genius is destined to not live long. That's right. In history, there were many peerless geniuses, but not many of them reached the end and became emperors. Why? Because they showed off too much and didn't know how to restrain themselves. In the end, they died tragically. That's true. In my opinion, Lu Ming will end up like this in the end. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the vortex in the talisman puppet sect flashed slightly, and a figure appeared. It was Bai Shijin. Seeing Bai Shijin, Lu Ming was overjoyed. "Senior, how is it?" Lu Ming asked. "Don't worry, everything is settled. They are now in Liangyi Mountain," Bai Shijin said. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming thanked him. At this moment, a beam of light fell on Lu Ming's body. He was going to fight. Lu Ming looked over and saw another beam of light landing on Ao Tuesday. This battle was between Lu Ming and Ao Tuesday. Ao 2's eyes flickered with a shocking battle intent. Boom. Ao 2's burly body fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body was filled with a violent aura. Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Facing Ao Tuesday, Bai Shijin was incomparably shocked. He did not know what was going on, and after understanding the situation, he was even more shocked. He never thought that Lu Ming would be able to reach this step, kill Wang Fengxian, and fight Ao Tuesday. Lu Ming, the 9 Dragons bloodline in your body is truly a waste of God's gift. Why don't you give the 9 Dragons bloodline to me? I will definitely make it flourish. Ao 2 licked his lips and revealed a greedy look. Sure, but De also has his eyes on the 9 Dragons bloodline. Aren't you afraid that he will target you if I give it to you? Lu Ming said with a smile. Ao 2's face fell and his eyes flickered. If he really obtained the 9 Dragons bloodline, and was targeted by Martial Royal De, he would not be able to live in peace. Even the Supremes of the Jiao Dragon tribe would not be able to protect him. Even the Monster Royal might not be able to protect him. His heart sank when he thought of this. Hee hee, looks like you don't dare to take it. What a coward. Come on, let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent, and the true origin in his body was boiling. Roar, roar. Two dragon roars were heard at the same time. One of them came from Ao Tuesday. He immediately turned into a Jiao dragon. The other dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. He unleashed a burst of dragon force. Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of purplish golden scales. He took a step forward and charged toward Ao Tuesday, Golden Storm Slash. As soon as Ao2 opened his mouth, a ray of dark golden light burst out from his mouth and slashed toward Lu Ming. The light was like a saber light, but it was sharper and more terrifying. Lu Ming threw out a punch and collided with the dark golden light. Boom! There was an explosion and Lu Ming's body trembled. He was pushed back 100 meters before he could regain his balance. There were still countless sharp forces on his arm that were cutting his scales, causing sparks to fly. What a powerful metal attribute will. He circulated his true essence, and with a jolt, the sharp force covering his arm was scattered. Ao2 had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He was born with the ability to control metal attribute will, and use it to a terrifying level. The saber light was the combination of metal attribute will and Ao2's demonic force. It was extremely terrifying. Golden Storm Slash. Ao2 roared again. This time, 9 beams of dark golden light burst out from his mouth, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming instantly unleashed 2 more streams of dragon energy. He had unleashed a total of 3 streams of dragon energy. His strength had greatly increased. Lu Ming was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He rushed toward Ao2 and threw out a series of punches. Bam! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the 9 dark golden lights were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to rush toward Ao Tuesday, Gilded Dragon Claw. One of Ao2's dragon claws turned dark golden, as if it was made of dark gold. Whoosh! He clawed at Lu Ming with his dark golden dragon claw. Clang! Lu Ming threw out a punch and clashed with the dark golden dragon claw. There was a terrifying explosion as if 2 hammers had collided. A strong storm swept out in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he was pushed back 100 meters. When he landed on the ground, he took another 9 steps back. Such terrifying strength and attack power. Is this the power of a flood dragon with 70% purity? Lu Ming was shocked. Ao2 should be in the middle stage of the 8th tier of the 7th grade, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm. His strength and attack power were terrifying. And this was only a flood dragon with 70% purity. If it was a pure-blooded true dragon, how terrifying would it be? It was rare to see pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent nowadays. According to legends, there were quite a few in ancient times. How could the prodigies of the human race compete with such pure-blooded divine beasts? The only known pure-blooded divine beast in the eastern wilderness was the demon emperor. I wonder if there are many pure-blooded mythological beasts in that mysterious overseas continent? Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Ao2 roared, interrupting Lu Ming's messy thoughts. Bam! Bam! The flood dragon stomped on the ground and charged toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. At the same time, another surge of dragon power erupted from his body. There were 4 surges of dragon power in total. A vast dragon might spread out and surge toward Ao Tuesday. Ao2's body trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, this was Ao2's instinct, his fear of those in a higher position. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, the hierarchy was very strict. Bloodline was the highest, and there were layers of suppression. Chapter 973. Roar. The 9 dragons roared as they charged at Ao2 with their claws. Ao2 roared as well. He overcame his fear and charged at Lu Ming. A flood dragon and a 9 dragon immediately clashed on the fighting ring. Ao2 had unleashed his metal will to the extreme. His metal will was definitely at the 4th level. His body was as hard as iron, and his claws were as hard as dark gold. They could break through anything. Each of his moves had terrifying power. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had 4 different wills around him. His power was equally terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed the power of 4 dragons and activated the suppressing hell skill. Every inch of his muscles could unleash the power of the suppressing hell skill. Every muscle on his body was terrifyingly powerful, and every claw had the power to suppress everything. Rumble. The 2 dragons tangled together and attacked continuously. It was extremely barbaric. It was as if they had been transported to the ancient times when divine beasts and true dragons fought. Pucci. The 9 dragons had 9 claws. Ao2 could not block all of them. His body was grabbed by the claws of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons tore off a large piece of his flesh. Blood flowed out. Ao2 was in pain. He fought back and tore off a piece of the 9 dragons. However, his claws were almost broken. Boom. The 9 dragons seemed to be extremely heavy. They pressed on Ao2 and sent him crashing into the fighting ring. His bones cracked. The 2 fought for dozens of moves. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. Ao2 was still affected by the 9 dragons. He was afraid. The more he fought, the stronger his fear became. How could he be Lu Ming's match when he was afraid? Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Ao2 screamed as his body was torn apart by the 9 dragons. He struggled and escaped, but he left a large piece of Jiao dragon meat behind. Jiao dragon meat with 70% of true dragon density. Good stuff. Keep it for barbecue. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. Then the piece of Jiao dragon meat disappeared. Lu Ming, that's good stuff. Save some for me later. Fatty shouted in the stands. He almost drooled. Ao2 was so angry that he almost exploded. He couldn't wait to swallow Lu Ming and Fatty whole. Fatty, it's too little. These are mine. Let me get some more. Lu Ming shouted as he lunged at Ao2's day. I admit defeat. Ao2 suddenly roared. He was extremely unwilling. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. He would most likely have to pay more flood dragon meat. He admitted defeat? Lu Ming was speechless. He turned back into his human form and looked at Ao2 with a pitiful face. Ao2 also turned back into his human form, his face extremely gloomy. He wasn't seriously injured, but his complexion looked worse than if he had been seriously injured. This battle he fought too sullenly. After devouring 90% of Ao2's Dragon of Providence, Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence continued to grow, surpassing 2,000 feet and nearing 3,000 feet. Such a huge fate dragon was rarely seen even since ancient times. Lu Ming flew up to the spectator stand. Fatty, it's a pity that this guy admitted defeat early. There's no share for you. Lu Ming sighed. Damn it. No, we'll split it equally. Fatty grumbled. Ao2, who was flying to the spectator stand, trembled and almost fell off the platform. Ao2's face was extremely gloomy as he flew back to the spectator stand. The Flood Dragon supremacy didn't look any better than Ao2's day. His face was as black as charcoal. Lu Ming won the battle in the end, which shocked many people. In that case, Lu Ming had entered the final battle. Next would be the battle between the Arch-God and Shuejiani. The winner would have the final battle with Lu Ming. Most people thought that Dishan would definitely win against Shuejiani. The final battle would be between Lu Ming and Dishan. This was going to be interesting. Light flashed and enveloped Dishan and Shuejiani. The two of them flew up to the platform. Do we still need to fight? Dishan said coldly. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could Dishan have fought with Shuejiani before? They had never heard of such a rumor. I was no match for you 3 years ago, but that might not be the case now. Shuejiani exuded a shocking blood qi, and his eyes turned red like blood diamonds. Everyone was shocked. Dishan and Shuejiani had fought 3 years ago, and it seemed that Shuejiani had lost. You were no match for me 3 years ago, and you'll never be my match from now on. Dishan's voice was filled with great confidence. You'll know after the battle. Shuejiani shouted and stepped out. Terrifying sword qi burst out from his body and filled the air. This was sword intent. Shuejiani stepped forward and sword intent filled the air. Clang. Dishan's body also emitted a sword cry, and in the next moment, a powerful sword qi burst out. It was also sword intent. Dishan and Shuejiani had both comprehended sword intent. Bam. Bam. Both of them stepped forward, and as they did, sword intent surged. Clang. Clang. Their sword intents crossed dozens of miles and clashed in the air. Explosions and sword cries kept erupting in the air between them, and sparks flew in all directions. Everyone's face turned serious. This sword intent was too terrifying. The two of them had yet to make a move, but the sword intent that leaked out could easily kill an expert of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Xiao! Xiao! Suddenly, both of them stepped forward, and their bodies turned into sword lights, cutting through the air and slashing at each other. Clang! The two sword lights clashed in the air, and sword chi shot out in all directions. The two sword lights retreated and clashed again. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even see the two of them, and could only see the two sword lights clashing in the air. A golden sword light and a blood-red sword light. But at this moment, the golden sword light surged, and the blood-red sword light was sent flying. Di Shen, peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and Xue Jiani, late stage of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he could see the cultivation of both of them. Furthermore, both of their sword intent had reached the 4th level. This was a clash of 4th level sword intents. However, it was obvious that Di Shen's cultivation was higher, and he repelled Xue Jiani. The blood-red sword light retreated, and Xue Jiani's figure appeared. At this moment, the blood-red glow on his body became brighter and brighter. Xue Jiani unsheathed. Xue Jiani waved his hand, and a blood-red battle sword flew out from the heart of his brows. The moment the battle sword flew out, it became dozens of meters long. What was shocking was that after the battle sword grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally 16 huge blood-red battle swords that danced around Xue Jiani. Kill! Xue Jiani shouted, and with a wave of his sword finger, the 16 battle swords danced, turning into 16 sword lights that pierced towards Di Shen. Chapter 974. 16 blood-red battle swords surrounded by boundless sword chi blasted towards the Varch god. At this moment, the Varch god's face flushed red as he felt the blood in his body boiling. That's the blood essence. Xue Jiani has merged the blood essence and sword essence into one. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. No wonder Xue Jiani ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was so powerful that he had not only comprehended two powerful essences, but also merged them together. Lu Ming could see that Xue Jiani's blood essence and sword essence had both reached level 4. How terrifying would it be to merge two level 4 essences? Swoosh. 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 The merging of the two essences created thousands of sword chi that enveloped Di Shen and blocked his escape route. Golden sword chi rushed out of Di Shen's body and slashed out continuously. Every time he slashed out, countless sword chi would be destroyed and replaced by more blood-red sword chi. For a moment, Di Shen was at a disadvantage. No way, Di Shen is actually at a disadvantage. Is Di Shen going to lose? Xue Jiani's two essences have both reached level 4 and merged successfully. He's indeed powerful, but Di Shen should have more tricks up his sleeve. Everyone was talking about it. Di Shen frowned slightly. He gave up blocking the sword chi, and let the sword chi pierce his body. Many people's hearts were in their mouths. They did not understand what Di Shen meant. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sword chi pierced through Di Shen's body and his figure collapsed. Then everyone saw that Di Shen's body had already appeared dozens of meters away. As soon as his figure appeared, sword chi pierced towards him from all directions. However, it was as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away. Just like that, his figure continued to flicker, and the endless sword chi from all directions could not do anything to him at all. Instantaneous step. It's the legendary instantaneous step. Someone exclaimed in shock. What? Instantaneous step? Legend has it that one needs to comprehend the space essence to perform the instantaneous step. How is that possible? Has Di Shen comprehended the space essence? Oh my god, it's definitely the space essence. Cries of alarm were heard one after another. Furthermore, the people that had spoken were all people of the older generation. It's the concept of space. By Shijing, Yin Kuangtu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. There were tens of thousands of concepts in the world. Of course, there were also distinctions between high and low. Among them, two extremely famous concepts were the concept of space and time. Time and space. Myriad concepts, space-time king. The concept of time and the concept of space were the kings of tens of thousands of concepts. One could see how terrifying they were. But Di Shun had actually comprehended the space will. I didn't expect the Emperor God to have comprehended the space essence and successfully integrated it with the sword essence. He's indeed a peerless figure ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. But judging from his space essence, he's probably only at the completion of level 3 and hasn't broken through to level 4. Otherwise he'd be invincible. Bai Shijin said with a solemn expression. Xue Jianyi's expression turned grave when the sovereign god used the intent of space. His sword fingers danced as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, the sovereign god's body flickered and the surrounding sword chi couldn't do anything to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, Di Shun slashed out with his sword. This sword was casually slashed at the air, and did not seem to be aimed at Xue Jianyi. However, Xue Jianyi's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated. Whoosh! Just as Xue Jianyi retreated, a sword light slashed at the spot where he had been standing. Di Shun's attack could pass through layers of the void and deal a terrifying blow to Xue Jianyi. It was strange and terrifying. If Di Shun became a killer, he would be the most terrifying killer in the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Di Shun's battle sword continued to slash out of thin air. Then sword light appeared around Xue Jianyi and slashed at him. Xue Jianyi retreated rapidly. Di Shun used the instantaneous step and chased after Xue Jianyi rapidly. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It seems that Di Shun's attack is limited by distance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he realized what was going on. Di Shun's space essence should be limited by distance. If the distance was too far, his sword chi would not be able to pass through space to attack others. This was normal. If there was no limit, he would be able to take someone's head from hundreds of millions of miles away. This was beyond terrifying. However, as Di Shun's cultivation and space essence improved, this distance would increase, and the further he progressed, the more terrifying it would be. It wasn't just a saying that time and space were king. As the distance between the two closed, Xue Jianyi was at a disadvantage and could lose at any moment. Wang. At this moment, Xue Jianyi's spine shone and a blood-red battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword had 7 golden chakras around it. This was Xue Jianyi's bloodline, a level 7 divine class bloodline. Xue Jianyi merged with his bloodline and turned into a huge blood-red battle sword. Sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed out. Di Shun's sword chi was shattered. Shua! The blood-red battle sword slashed at Di Shun. Defeat! Tiangang Emperor Sword. Di Shun took a big step forward and spat out a word coldly. He pointed his sword forward and slashed down. Voila! In that instant, the space above Xue Jianyi's head suddenly shattered, and boundless sword chi imbued with spatial slicing intent crashed down toward Xue Jianyi. That's a low-grade divine class martial skill and a low-grade divine class bloodline martial skill. A supreme being figure cried out, feeling incredibly shocked. Everyone present was also greatly shocked, and their pupils rapidly widened. A divine class martial skill, a low-grade divine class bloodline martial skill. Di Shun had actually comprehended such a terrifying martial skill from his bloodline. He wasn't even at the spirit god realm. Even if it was a terrifying expert at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, there were many that hadn't comprehended divine rank martial techniques. Clang! 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 Countless terrifying sword chi landed on Xue Jianyi's sword. The blood-red battle sword trembled violently, but in just a dozen breaths of time, it seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. A divine class martial skill was too powerful. Break! Xue Jianyi roared as blood-red sword chi shot up into the sky. The blood-red battle sword spun rapidly like a drill, and charged out of the area enveloped by the sword chi. With a flash of blood-red light, it transformed back into Xue Jianyi. At this moment, Xue Jianyi was in a sorry state. His aura was weak, his face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I've lost. Xue Jianyi sighed and admitted defeat to Di Shun. After Xue Jianyi admitted defeat, Di Shun withdrew his aura. At the same time, the Dragon of Providence above Dishun's head devoured 90% of Xue Jianyi's Dragon of Providence. Many people in the surroundings sighed as well. It wasn't that Xue Jianyi wasn't strong enough, but that Dishun was too strong. However, after this battle, everyone finally saw a portion of Dishun's strength. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, and had grasped the concept of space and sword. Moreover, he had comprehended a low-grade divine-class bloodline martial skill. Such strength was simply too shocking. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Yin Kuangtu, Bai Qi Shui, Fatty, and the others all had solemn expressions. Chapter 975. Lu Ming, if you can't beat him, just admit defeat. You have achieved enough. I believe no one will object to you becoming the official Zongzi. Bai Shijin whispered to Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming. Do what you can. Du Songjue also whispered a warning. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming knows what to do. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that no one thought that he could win. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue were tactful, but their meaning was obvious. They did not think that he could win. It did not feel good to be looked down upon. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. How would he know if he did not fight? At that moment, the Dishun looked at Lu Ming. Then he stepped out and landed on the spectator stand. There was only one battle left, but the light did not fall on Lu Ming and the Dishun. Obviously, the ancient city of Providence was very kind and gave the Dishun some time to rest and recover. The Dishun closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. Buzz, buzz. 2 rays of light fell on Lu Ming and the Dishun. The ultimate battle had begun. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming and the Dishun moved almost at the same time. In a flash, they landed on the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. A Providence dragon that was almost 300 feet long floated above Lu Ming's head. On the other hand, the Providence dragon above the Dishun's was more than 260 feet long. It was only a few hundred feet away from Lu Ming's Providence dragon. The 2 Providence dragons were facing each other. The Dishun's eyes were calm and indifferent. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have seen my strength. Do you still think that there is a need to fight? His voice was calm, but it was full of confidence. How do you know that you will win before the battle? Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right then, today, let me completely crush your confidence. The Dishun's eyes shone with a sharp light. He said, I wanted to kill you today, but His Majesty asked me not to. I will spare you today. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Emperor God's intention was very simple. Initially, he wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming and kill him. However, Martial Emperor De had asked him not to kill Lu Ming. Obviously, Martial Emperor De wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and take his 9 dragons bloodline. The Dishun, the number 1 of the list. There was determination in Lu Ming's eyes. No matter what, Lu Ming had to win today. If he couldn't even defeat Dishun and De, a junior, how could he fight against De? Lu Ming strode toward the Dishun. With every step he took, the aura on Lu Ming's body became more violent. 4 different wills surrounded him. His genuine core power and dragon power burst out. His skin was covered with a layer of dragon power. 1, 2, 3. Lu Ming burst out 3 streams of dragon power in one breath. Kill. The Dishun's sword essence filled his body, and a vast sword power burst out. He took a step forward and approached Lu Ming quickly. A combat sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The sword essence bloomed, and streaks of terrifying sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming threw out a dozen punches, and each time, a sword radiance was shattered. After a dozen punches, more than a dozen sword radiances were shattered. Dishun, use your full strength. You can't defeat me like this. Lu Ming shouted, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Dishun's indifferent voice rang out, and the aura on his body grew stronger. His cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo realm was revealed. Swoosh. He took a step forward, and his body seemed to travel through space. In the next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, his combat sword slashed at the air. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Swoosh. At this critical moment, Lu Ming stomped his foot and retreated quickly. Lu Ming had just retreated when a sword radiance slashed out from where he had been standing. It hit the fighting ring, causing sparks to fly. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp, but let's see how many moves you can take. The Dishan said coldly, and his combat sword slashed out continuously. In an instant he had slashed out dozens of times. Lu Ming's sense of danger grew stronger. Without hesitation, he ran wildly on the fighting ring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wherever Lu Ming ran, sword radiances would slash out continuously. Every slash almost landed on Lu Ming's body. Do you only know how to run? But in front of me, you don't even have the right to run. The Dishan snorted and took a few steps forward. His figure appeared on the fighting ring like a phantom, as if he was traveling through space. In a few breaths he was close to Lu Ming. He slashed out with his combat sword, and countless sword radiances appeared in all directions around Lu Ming, sealing off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Since I can't dodge, I'll just use my strength to explode. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ferocious look, and the last 3 strands of dragon energy in his body exploded. A total of 6 strands of dragon energy, and Lu Ming exploded all at once. His strength increased crazily, and Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sword radiances in the surroundings were all shattered. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to throw punches. Every punch was accompanied by a terrifying explosion of power, completely distorting and compressing the space. The sword radiances slashed out by the Dishan were crushed before they could slash out from the space. The Dishan's eyes turned cold, and he continued to slash out with his combat sword, while Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the air. Every attack shattered the Dishan's sword radiances. Haha, Lu Ming's move is not bad. Yan Kuangta laughed. Although the Dishan's sword can travel through the void and change unpredictably, when the sword radiances are about to be slashed out, there will be fluctuations in the space. As long as Lu Ming senses the fluctuations, he will bombard the space with his powerful fist force, causing the space to distort, and the Dishan's sword radiances will not be able to slash out. Supreme Nine Yang also nodded. Many big shots secretly nodded. They had seen through the trick, but they were also secretly shocked. It was not difficult to sense the fluctuations in space, but the key was to block them. That was the difficult part. Each of Lu Ming's punches was terrifyingly powerful. They discovered that the power that Lu Ming displayed at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting AO2 earlier. When Lu Ming fought with AO2 earlier, he had actually concealed his abilities. This shocked them. Humph! Your strength is not bad. Then I will defeat you directly. The Dishan snorted and stopped attacking. He took a step forward, and his body was like a flickering shadow. He was unbelievably fast, and he instantly closed in on Lu Ming. After comprehending the space essence, his speed was also terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming realized that even if he used the 9 Dragon's sky-stomping steps, he would still be a little slower. As he closed in on Lu Ming, the Dishan's body erupted with terrifying sword power. The mighty sword power pressed down on Lu Ming, and the terrifying sword radiance slashed down on Lu Ming. The void was distorted and even cracked open. The power of the sword was extremely terrifying. The fusion of the space essence and sword essence allowed the power of the sword to reach the peak. Even if Lu Ming wanted to retreat, there was nowhere for him to go. If he retreated, he would have to face the Dishan's even more violent attacks. Chapter 976. Lu Ming had a crazed look in his eyes as he channeled his true essence and pushed the power of the suppressing hell skill to 50%. He then threw a punch. Boom. The fist and the sword chi collided, causing a terrifying explosion. Boundless sword chi spread out in all directions, and so did the fist radiance. However, it was blocked by a layer of invisible force at the edge of the fighting ring, and disappeared into nothingness. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming took 3 steps back as his blood boiled. Not bad. Take another strike from me. Celestial Dipper Emperor Sword. The Emperor God roared and slashed down again. The moment the sword struck, endless sword gleams burst forth, slashing toward Lu Ming with the intention of slicing space. It was the Celestial Dipper Emperor Sword, an inferior divine bloodline martial technique. The Emperor God had just used this move to defeat Xuejiani. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, waiting to see how Lu Ming would block this move. The dragon roared and 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragons clawed and pushed the suppressing hell skill to 60%. The sound of explosions continued to ring out. Most of the sword lights were blocked, but there were still a few sword lights that weren't blocked. They landed on the 9 dragons' bodies, and immediately, their scales were cut open. Deep wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies, and blood flowed out. However, Lu Ming blocked it in the end. He can block the Emperor God's divine bloodline martial technique. Is Lu Ming also using a divine bloodline martial technique? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even Xuejiani was defeated by this move. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block it. It's definitely a divine bloodline martial technique, a supreme being said. Everyone was in disbelief. Lu Ming had also mastered a divine bloodline martial technique. It was too shocking. The situation is not good for Lu Ming. Although they have also mastered a divine bloodline martial technique, they can't unleash the full power of the divine bloodline martial technique with their cultivation. However, the Emperor God's cultivation is stronger, and the power of the divine bloodline martial technique is stronger. Yan Kuangtu said worriedly. The others didn't say anything, but their expressions were very solemn. On the fighting stage, Di Shun's eyes shone with a sharp and terrifying light. His voice was no longer indifferent, but filled with sharpness. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to take this move of mine. Not bad indeed. Let's see how you're going to take this next move. Big Dipper Emperor's Sword, one sword to conquer the world. Di Shun's entire body seemed to have turned golden, like a golden sun. The battle sword in his hand slashed out violently, twisting the space in all directions. Finally, the space was torn apart by Di Shun's sword light, wrapped together, and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was reasonable to say that only spiritual god experts could slash open space. However, Emperor gods were clearly still a distance away from spiritual god, yet they could slash open space. This didn't mean that their battle strength had reached the spiritual god level, but it was because of their space concept. Driven by the concept of space, it cut through space. With the power of space cutting, it attacked Lu Ming. Space was distorted, and sword light was everywhere. Lu Ming resisted with all his might. His dragon claws clawed out continuously, and his dragon tail lashed out like a divine whip. However, there were too many sword lights around him, and their power was too strong. With Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't block all of them. The incomparably sharp sword qi wandered around Lu Ming's body, cutting open wounds on his body. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and fought back with all his might, fighting with Di Shen. Refine for me. At the same time, Lu Ming was refining the energy of the origin stones continuously to break through to the next realm. He had secretly let the 9 dragons swallow more than 200,000 origin stones. He wanted to break through to the next realm while fighting. He felt that he was almost at the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. Di Shen was too strong. If Lu Ming didn't break through to the next realm, it would be hard for him to defeat Di Shen. Di Shen had 2 kinds of concepts. His sword concept was at the 4th level, and his space concept was at the 3rd level of perfection. The fusion of the 2 concepts wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's fusion of 4 concepts. Di Shen also controlled god-level martial skills and cultivated techniques. Needless to say, they were also god-level techniques. Moreover, they were extremely powerful god-level techniques, and the vital essence in their bodies was extremely dense. Lu Ming didn't have any advantage over Di Shen in these aspects. Lu Ming had the support of the dragon's power, but Lu Ming felt that Di Shen also had the support of a mysterious power that was incomparably strong and unstoppable. Lu Ming didn't have any advantage over Di Shen in any aspect. In terms of cultivation, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming gave it his all and fought with Di Shen for dozens of moves. At this moment, the scales on the 9 dragons cracked and fell off. They were covered with sword wounds, and fresh blood flowed out. It was a tragic sight. Lu Ming. Bai Qi Snow's small hands were tightly clenched together. There was a layer of mist in her big eyes, and she was extremely worried. Fatty, Wantingting, and the rest didn't say a word. They stared at the battle stage, and they were also extremely worried. On the other hand, those from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Sky Demon Valley, and Sky Corpse Sect were gloating. Lu Ming is definitely going to lose. He can't be a match for Di Shen. What is he waiting for? He's just fighting to the death. I already knew that he couldn't be a match for Di Shen. I think Lu Ming will be defeated in less than 10 moves. Voices could be heard coming from the surroundings. It's a pity that this isn't a life and death battle. Lu Ming can admit defeat at any time. However, since he has offended Martial Emperor De, he will die sooner or later. The Wang family had thought to himself. At this moment, Di Shen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Every time he slashed out, sword chi would shock the heavens. The space and sword intent combined to suppress Lu Ming. More and more wounds appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. Refine, refine. Break for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the vital essence in his body boiled. Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed out from the 9 dragons' bodies. What? Cultivation breakthrough? How is that possible? He actually broke through at this time. Impossible. Voices of disbelief rang out. The big shots on the spectator stand shouted in disbelief and stood up. Lu Ming actually broke through in the battle, and it was in the battle with Di Shen. How was that possible? Unbelievable? Haha, this kid, every time he exceeds my expectations. He has my style. The fatty grinned and was extremely excited. Yin Kuangtu by Shijin, and the others were also excited. Lu Ming's move was also beyond their expectations. Damn it. Di Shen's eyes were no longer calm. Anger and killing intent burst out from them. Lu Ming actually had a breakthrough in his cultivation level during the battle with him. This was simply a humiliation to him. He looked down on him, and wanted to use him to break through. At this moment, Di Shen's body burst out with an extremely strong killing intent. The 9 dragons' bloodline is indeed amazing. A faint voice rang out. The person who spoke was Martial Emperor De. The crowd was shocked and then came to a realization. It was not that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying, but the 9 dragons' bloodline. That was why he was able to break through in the battle. Di Shen's heart calmed down, but the light in his eyes was even colder. Yin Kuangtu, by Shijin, and the others secretly cursed De for being so cunning. With a single sentence, he blamed the shock caused by Lu Ming on the 9 dragons' bloodline, which calmed Di Shen's heart. Chapter 977. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky as the 9 dragons clawed at Di Shen's sword radiance. Now the real battle begins. The 9 dragons' eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit and ferociousness. The scales on his body that had fallen off from the sword chi, as well as the bloody wounds on his body, were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A ferocious and powerful aura emanated from the 9 dragons. Slowly the aura overpowered Di Shen. Clang. The sound of a sword rang through the ancient city as a golden battle sword appeared above Di Shen's head. The moment the battle sword appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The golden battle sword was filled with a noble aura. A golden dragon circled around the hilt of the sword, looking majestic. It was like the Emperor of the Sword, overpowering the universe. The Emperor's sword was a bloodline that could only be passed down from Emperor De. This was the second time that Lu Ming had seen the Emperor's sword bloodline. He had seen it on Di Feng, and now it was on Di Shen. Di Feng was only a level 4 divine grade back then. However, Di Shen's 8 golden chakras made everyone's eyes pop out. A level 8 divine grade. Another level 8 divine grade bloodline. Previously it was Fatty Kongjin. Now it was Di Shen. Gosh, this guy's bloodline is at the same level as mine. How is that possible? I'm 10,000 times more handsome than this guy. Fatty shouted in annoyance. This guy was the only one who could still yell out. The others all looked very serious. Di Shen's body flashed as he entered the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword vibrated and a vast sword force erupted, pressing down on Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming waved his claws and broke the vast sword force. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they held their breaths and stared at the fighting ring. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. It was out of everyone's expectations that the battle would reach this stage. Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and his combat strength had increased tremendously during the battle. He had even forced Di Shun to use bloodline fusion. The outcome of this battle was starting to be filled with suspense. Sword of execution. A cold voice came from the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword vibrated, and a vast amount of golden light was emitted. The golden light was actually sword chi. Endless sword chi appeared around the Emperor's sword like a pair of sword chi wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, endless sword chi shot toward the 9 dragons. Every sword chi was terrifying and covered every inch of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared and stomped on the ground with their claws, performing the 9 dragons' heaven stomp. The void trembled as violent energy erupted, destroying all of the sword chi. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced towards the Emperor's sword in the air. The Emperor's sword vibrated and slashed towards the 9 dragons with a terrifying sword will. The dragon and the sword. The Emperor's sword and the dragon. And dragon sword. And the dragons, and the Emperor. The battle was sword dragon and the dragon blood. More than 20 minutes had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. According to the rules, once the battle went on for 30 minutes, if there was still no winner, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine the winner. But now they seemed to be in a tie. Everyone held their breath and stared at the battle stage. They did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the battle stage. Even the elders, spiritual gods and sovereigns, who had lived for thousands of years, had never seen such a battle, let alone the younger generation. Every one of them had the potential to become a martial royal realm expert in the future. They were rarely seen in 100 years or even 1,000 years. If they appeared, they would be the conquerors of an era. It was rare for 2 of them to appear in the same era. 100 years ago, Yin Kuang-tu appeared. He was invincible among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. He defeated all the experts and reached the peak. Thousands of years ago, Supreme 9 Sons appeared. It was the same. He defeated all his opponents and was invincible. But this generation was different. There were many geniuses and experts. Even the Emperor God had a rival. The 2 fought fiercely. After a fierce collision in the air, they both retreated. Clang. The Emperor's sword vibrated and dissipated. It returned to its human form. Everyone was shocked. Was the Emperor God going to lose? But then the 9 dragons shone and dissipated. They turned back into Lu Ming. Their bloodline power seemed to have been exhausted at the same time. Lu Ming, I have to admit that you're strong. You're the first person to force me to this point. But this is it. It's time to end it. The Emperor God's eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Golden flames spread out from his body. The Emperor God's aura became more terrifying than before. It was another kind of intent. It was very similar to the fire intent. It was called the Golden Flames intent. The Emperor God had comprehended 3 intents. It seemed that the Golden Flames intent had reached the 4th level, and had successfully merged with the other 2 intents. It was unbelievable that the Emperor God was still hiding his strength after such a long battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh no! Yin Kuang-tu by Shi Jin, and the others were shocked. They never expected the Emperor God to have such a move. It seems that the Emperor God won in the end. Someone sighed. Lu Ming is just a stepping stone for the Emperor God. The Wang family head snorted. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more unhappy he was. Lu Ming, I wanted to save some strength to compete with the Middle Continent and the other 3 regions in the future. Now I'll let you have a taste of it. Whoosh! The Emperor God turned into a golden sword and slashed at Lu Ming. The Archgod's ambition was higher than the sky. His vision was no longer limited to the Eastern Barren Territory. He wanted to compete with the geniuses of the Southern Underworld, the Northern Plains, the Western Desert, and even the Central Continent. Do you think I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? At this moment, Lu Ming did not panic. Instead, he appeared very calm. There was even a trace of a smile at the corners of his lips. Buzz. Inscriptions began to appear on his body. Inscriptions began to appear one after another. All of them were support-type formations. Some increased speed, some increased defense, some increased true essence, and so on. A total of a dozen arrays made Lu Ming's aura soar. Bang! At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward. Endless inscriptions appeared on the entire fighting ring, and even in the air. A huge array emerged. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming had been secretly inscribing inscriptions during the previous battle. During the 20-minute battle, Lu Ming had carved a huge array. This was a secret that no one was able to see. Chapter 978. At this moment, Lu Ming's sudden outburst reminded the others that Lu Ming not only practiced martial arts but also inscriptions. Di Shen, you're the one who's going to lose this time. Lu Ming roared. He took a step forward and charged at Di Shen like a gust of wind. At the same time, the array on the battle platform shone brightly. Long spears were formed and emitted a terrifying aura as they pierced towards Di Shen. Although he couldn't focus on carving the array during the battle with Di Shen, he had spent more than 20 minutes carving the array. How could he be weak? Moreover, with all kinds of auxiliary arrays, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. Di Shen's eyes were gloomy. He kept slashing with his battle sword, and collided with the long spears formed by the array. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and struck Di Shen's battle sword with his palm. Di Shen's body trembled and he kept retreating. Lu Ming strode forward and kept attacking. At the same time, the array glowed and formed spears to attack Di Shen. Di Shen couldn't win and kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage. He unleashed 3 different intents and his attack power was unparalleled, but he was still no match for Lu Ming. Most importantly, his space intent was still at the perfected level 3, while his other 2 intents were at level 4. He couldn't unleash the full power of his intents. He roared and fought with all his might, but he was still at a disadvantage. I'll let you have a taste of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed Di Shen. The power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was exhausted, but the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline power was still there. Everyone was numb. Many people knew that Lu Ming had 2 types of divine bloodline, so they weren't too shocked. Bam! Di Shen was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. His body shook violently and he kept retreating. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! The prison-suppressing steel shone and continued to suppress Di Shen. Di Shen's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and disappeared, reappearing 100 meters away. The prison-suppressing steel vibrated and continued to suppress the Monarch god. Di Shen did not dare to take it head-on. He could only continue to use the transient step, constantly changing his body to dodge Lu Ming's attacks. This scene caused the faces of the people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to turn ugly. In this way, the Imperial God was at a disadvantage. If half an hour passed, the ancient city of Providence would automatically determine that the Imperial God had failed. Of course, this was still better than admitting defeat. If he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his luck points. If he lost, he would only lose half of his luck points. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face darkened. The luck obtained from each battle of luck was extremely important to him. However, it seemed like he was going to fail this time. The first place would most likely fall into the hands of Lu Ming and the Talisman Puppet Sect. Emperor God, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Is this the number 1 on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming sneered and mocked. The Emperor God gritted his teeth, and the flames of anger in his eyes seemed to burn. Lu Ming, in the future, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Di Yi's cold voice rang out. Haha, Emperor God. Let me tell you, if you lose to me today, you will never be a match for me in the future. Lu Ming laughed. The Emperor God clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He was greatly shocked. This was because he had always said this to others in the past. In the past, as the number 1 on the list of top 1,000 talents, he was superior and peerless. Anyone who was defeated by him would never be a match for him in the future. This was because he improved faster than others, and the gap between him and others would only widen. He had never thought that this sentence would come from someone else, and that the target would be him. However, he was helpless now. He had exhausted his bloodline power, and could not block Lu Ming's attack. He could only use the instantaneous step to dodge. Time flew by. Buzz. Suddenly, the fighting ring shook and two light pillars shrouded Lu Ming and the Emperor God. When the time was up, the two of them fought for half an hour. When the time was up, the battle ended. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. Roar! The Providence Dragon above Lu Ming's head roared and gnawed at the Providence Dragon above the Emperor God. In the end, it swallowed half of the Emperor God's providence. The Emperor God's providence grew to more than 130 meters. On the other hand, Lu Ming's Providence Dragon grew to more than 400 meters. The Providence Dragon that was more than 400 meters long floated above Lu Ming's head like a real dragon. Lu Ming won. Haha, Lu Ming is number one. Fatty was the first to shout excitedly. Lu Ming is number one. Then Bai Qi Shui, Ruan Tingting, and the others also shouted and cheered. Even Huanzhen, Wen Yuezhang, and the others were excited. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. I'm not as good as him. Huanzhen sighed, but he was not unhappy. Instead, there was joy in his eyes. We were competing with Lu Ming before. Ji Mai Mengjia, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Vaguely they felt proud. After all, they were once Lu Ming's opponents. At this moment, even Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others were excited. Lu Ming was number one. How shocking was it that his Providence Dragon was more than 400 meters long? There was no doubt that the Talisman Puppet Sect would be number one in this battle of Providence. How many years had it been? Ever since Liao Tsong disappeared, the Talisman Puppet Sect's situation had been deteriorating. They had never been number one, but now they were number one again. This time, the Talisman Puppet Sect would definitely obtain great providence. Perhaps there was hope for their revival. How could they not be excited? In the past, they had asked Lu Ming to be number one in the Battle of Providence. However, none of them thought that Lu Ming could do it. They were just pressuring Lu Ming. They never thought that Lu Ming would be able to do it. As for the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley, they all had different expressions. However, most of them were shocked. Before the start of the Battle of Providence, who would have thought that Lu Ming would be number one? At that time, both the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Sky Demon Valley wanted to kill Lu Ming. Most people thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, Lu Ming had created a miracle and even defeated the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace to take number one. Damn it, how could this be? The Patriarch of the Wang clan, the Patriarch of the Jiang clan, and the others were filled with murderous intent as they roared in their hearts. Martial Emperor De did not say a word, but a cold light shot out from his eyes. Hee, this little guy is really unexpected. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley said in a charming voice, which made many people's hearts beat faster. It is indeed unexpected. The Corpse Emperor said in an unpleasant voice, which was the opposite of the Demon Emperor's. Ao2, Shuejiani, Fengxian, and the others had shocking battle intent in their eyes. They knew that from now on, they would have a strong opponent on their path to rise. This opponent gave them great pressure. Chapter 979. A token suddenly appeared above the light pillar and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it subconsciously. Chaos Origin Token, it's the Chaos Origin Token. An exclamation came from the direction of the Sky Monster Valley. It was the Monster Emperor. What was it that could make the Demon Emperor cry out in alarm? Bang! Bang! Then, the Corpse Emperor and Martial Emperor De also stood up from their seats, and a terrifying light shot out of their eyes. Many of the older generation seemed to have thought of something. There was also shock in their eyes. Many of the younger generation looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What was the Chaos Origin Token? How could it make the three martial emperors lose their composure? Lu Ming was also very curious. He looked at the token in his hand. The token was purple gold in color, and he didn't know what material it was made of. There were two words written on it. Chaos Origin. Congratulations, you've passed the preliminary test. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice sounded directly in Lu Ming's mind, and no one else could hear it. Who is it? Who are you? Lu Ming shouted in his heart. However, no one responded. Lu Ming continued to call, but there was still no reply. Lu Ming was very curious. What did that voice mean? After passing the preliminary test, Was there another test? Roar. At this moment, the luck true dragon above Lu Ming's head roared, and then it shrank rapidly, turning into a light beam and entering Lu Ming's body. At the same time, the fate serpents, flood dragons, and true dragons above the heads of all the young prodigies who had obtained fate turned into beams of light and entered their bodies. At this moment, the ancient city of luck shook and burst out with bright light. Some of it flew toward the people of the Sky Monster Valley. One of them entered the Monster Emperor's body. The Monster Emperor got the most. Another part flew toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and landed on the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Similarly, the Corpse Emperor got the most. The other portion of light, which was even larger than the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Fiend Valley, flew towards the Heavenly Divine Palace. DE obtained the largest portion. However, the largest portion flew towards the Talisman Puppet sect. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect, by Shijin, Du Songjue, the elders Supreme Nine Yang, Yin Kuangtu, and the others all received great benefits. It was even to the extent that any one of the Talisman Puppet sect's elder Yin had obtained more light than the Corpse Emperor or the Demon Emperor. As for Supremacy Jiuyang, by Shijin and Du Songjue, they had obtained even more light than Martial Emperor De. The members of the other three factions looked at the Talisman Puppet sect group with envious expressions. This kind of light was the legendary luck, and its profoundness was boundless. If one were to look from outside the ancient city of fate, they would see that the entire city was glowing. Beams of light were flying towards the eastern wilderness in all directions. Amongst them, the light rays that flew towards the Talisman Puppet sect were the largest and most numerous. The speed of the light was peerlessly swift, and it instantly traversed layer upon layer of space to arrive at the Talisman Puppet sect. At this moment, countless disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect were nourished by the light rays. Some who had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivations and were stuck at the same level for many years were actually able to break through to a new level with the help of the light rays. Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yintian, Li Ping, and the rest of the Lu clan were also enveloped by the light rays. Anyone who had a close relationship with Lu Ming would receive a lot of glory. Countless people were stunned, not knowing what was going on. In the ancient city of fate, the people of the Talisman Puppet sect were overjoyed. This was the legendary blessing of luck, and its profoundness was boundless. I wonder what benefits there are. I'll go back and experience it properly. Lu Ming mumbled. He felt that he was extremely spirited, and his thoughts were extremely clear. As for the rest, he could not feel it. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the area of the Talisman Puppet sect. It's time to leave. The battle of fate has ended. Lu Ming had finally achieved what he wanted to do. By Shijin Du Songjue. Suddenly, an authoritative voice could be heard. The hearts of the crowd shuddered as the voice came from Martial Emperor De. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Martial Emperor De. By Shijin and Du Songjue's expressions changed slightly as they looked toward Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's expression was calm, but his eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Bai Shijin and Du Songjue. He said, "You should know that Lu Ming is the person I want. Now Lu Ming has helped the Talisman Puppet sect obtain the first place in the Battle of Fate. You have also benefited from it. Now hand him over to me." His voice was filled with a sense of superiority, and there was no room for doubt. It was as if the moment he said those words, others would have to do it. In fact, in the eastern wilderness, not many people dared to refute Martial Emperor De's words. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. De was going to make things difficult for the Talisman Puppet sect. How would the Talisman Puppet sect react? Would they hand over Lu Ming or not? At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted toward Bai Shijin and Du Songjue. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces darkened slightly. Martial Emperor De, you also said that Lu Ming helped the Talisman Puppet sect obtain the first place in the Battle of Fate and obtain great fate. Do you think that I, Bai Shijin, am an ungrateful person? Bai Shijin stared at De and slowly said, "I, Du Songjue, have lived for thousands of years. I still have a bottom line. This matter is not negotiable." Du Songjue said. The leaders of the two factions of the Talisman Puppet sect spoke one after another, rejecting De. Martial Emperor De frowned slightly. 2 rays of brilliant light shot out from his eyes as a supreme aura spread out. You have to think carefully. Is it worth it to sacrifice the entire talisman puppet sect for Lu Ming? Martial Emperor De slowly said. But his words caused the hearts of the crowd to shudder. Was Martial Emperor De going to attack the talisman puppet sect? In the past, Detian Divine Palace had only slowly encroached on the territory of the talisman puppet sect. Martial Emperor De did not personally attack the talisman puppet sect. Was he going to personally attack the talisman puppet sect today? This was definitely a huge matter that would shake the entire Eastern Baron territory. It would affect the future of the Eastern Baron territory. Perhaps in the future, there would only be 3 overlords in the Eastern Baron territory, not 4. Sure. Du Songjue replied forcefully. De, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming is the Zongzi of the talisman puppet sect. Therefore, as long as Lu Ming is alive, the talisman puppet sect will die. If Lu Ming dies, the talisman puppet sect will die. Bai Shijin said. His words caused the hearts of the crowd to shudder. Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the talisman puppet sect? What did it mean to be a Zongzi? It meant that he was the future sect leader of the talisman puppet sect. But how did Lu Ming become the Zongzi of the talisman puppet sect? Even if he had won the Battle of Providence. Because Lu Ming had always been cultivating in the territory of Detian Divine Palace. It had not been long since he went to the talisman puppet sect. Lu Ming is the Zongzi of the talisman puppet sect. Martial Emperor De frowned even more, and his gaze turned even colder. That's right. De, listen carefully. Lu Ming is not only the Zongzi of the talisman puppet sect, he is also the successor of martial ancestor Liansong. Chapter 980. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a bomb had been dropped, causing an uproar. What? Lu Ming is the successor of Emperor Liansong? How is that possible? Emperor Liansong has been missing for 3,000 years. Rumor has it that Emperor Liansong died overseas. 3,000 years have passed. How could Lu Ming be Emperor Liansong's successor? Could it be that Emperor Liansong is still alive? The crowd was in a state of shock, especially when someone suggested that Emperor Liansong was still alive. Emperor Liansong was the best inscriber in Eastern Baron territory. If he was still alive, it would be an earth-shattering news. The situation of Eastern Baron territory would change drastically. Emperor De's eyes shone like 2 swords, piercing through the sky. His body was filled with a strong killing intent. Lu Ming, you're Emperor Liansong's disciple? Emperor De said word by word, staring at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming looked at Emperor De without fear. His hand glowed and a scroll appeared in his hand. He said, De, look at this. Emperor De looked at the scroll in Lu Ming's hand and said coldly, the Million Formation image. It seems like you've really inherited Emperor Liansong's legacy. Everyone looked at the Million Formation image, and their hearts trembled. The Million Formation image was Emperor Liansong's most powerful treasure. If Lu Ming had the Million Formation image, he must be Emperor Liansong's successor. The elders and disciples of the talisman puppet sect were the most shocked. They looked at the Million Formation image in Lu Ming's hand. Their eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief. The Million Formation image. Huanzhen, Wen Yuezhang, Bai Qi Ji Mai and the others were all excited. They finally knew why the elders of the talisman puppet sect made Lu Ming a Zongzi candidate. It was because he was Emperor Liansong's successor. Master, is Ancestor Liansong still alive? Bai Qi asked Bai Shijin with a trembling voice. Bai Shijin let out a long sigh and said, Martial Ancestor Liao Tsong will not come back. After saying this, Bai Shijin once again looked at Martial Emperor De and said, De, Lu Ming is the successor of Ancestor Liao Tsong, the Zongzi of our talisman puppet sect. However, you have secretly harmed Ancestor Liao Tsong. Now you want us to hand Lu Ming over to you. Is that possible? Rumble. These words were even more shocking. Like a thunderclap, they resounded in everyone's minds. Emperor Liao Tsong had been killed by Emperor De. At this moment, not only were the people from the talisman puppet sect greatly shocked, even the disciples, elders, and utmost exalts from the other 3 powers, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Heavenly Corpse sect were greatly shocked. In the past, Almost everyone thought that Emperor Liansong had gone on an adventure overseas and died overseas. Because in the Divine Wilderness, after reaching the Martial Emperor realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation level. For emperors, the Divine Wilderness was too small, and the environment was too bad. It was simply not suitable for cultivation. If they wanted to increase their cultivation level, they would have to go overseas and find a bigger continent with better conditions to cultivate. In history, there were many emperors who went overseas to cultivate an adventure, but in the end, they died overseas. Everyone believed that this was the reason why Emperor Liaozong died at sea. They would never have thought that it was Martial Emperor De who had secretly harmed him. In this way, the Talisman Puppet Sect and Martial Emperor De were mortal enemies. How could they hand Lu Ming over to De? De Liansong was really harmed by you? You are so scheming. What do you want to do? The Heavenly Demon Valley's Monster Emperor stood up and stared at De with an unfriendly gaze. The Corpse Emperor's corpse chi was rolling, but he did not speak. Monster Emperor, you are meddling too much. Why do I need to explain my actions to you? Martial Emperor De coldly glanced at the Monster Emperor. He was extremely domineering and did not give the Monster Emperor any face. Then he turned to Lu Ming and glanced at Bai Shijin and the others. He said, "Since that is the case, the Talisman Puppet Sect shall be destroyed." After saying this, De turned around and strode away. He stepped into the teleportation vortex and disappeared. Lu Ming, I will let you live for now. Let's see how long you can live." The Wang clan leader looked coldly at Lu Ming and was about to leave. At this moment, a figure flew out from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and flew to the Talisman Puppet Sect's area. It was Wang Haoxian. "Bastard, what are you doing? Get back here." The Wang clan leader saw this scene and shouted loudly, "If I return to the Wang clan, I will definitely be miserable. Why should I go back with you?" Wang Haoxian said with a sullen face. Even if she died, she would not return to the Wang clan. She knew that if she returned to the Wang clan this time, she would definitely be miserable. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came to Wang Haoxian's side. He said, "There is no need to go back. Come with me to the Talisman Puppet Sect." "Bastard! You dare to betray the clan?" the Wang clan leader shouted. "Ha ha ha, Wang Xingtian, this girl will definitely not have a good ending if she goes back. Only a fool would go back with you." Yan Kuangta burst out laughing and said, "My brother is really impressive. He even took away the genius of the Wang clan. Wang Xingtian, are you feeling good now?" "Ha ha. Damn it." The Wang clan leader roared. His face was flushed red and he almost vomited blood. "Bastard, how dare you betray the clan? Sooner or later, I will make you beg for death. Let's see who can protect you." The Wang clan leader shouted. He no longer had the face to stay and left in large strides, stepping into the teleportation vortex. "Come, let's go back too," Bai Shijin and the others shouted. Immediately, the people of the Talisman Puppet Sect stepped into the teleportation vortex and returned to the Talisman Puppet Sect. The people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Sky Demon Valley also left. The Battle of Providence had finally come to an end. Lu Ming stepped into the vortex. With a flash, he returned to the entrance of the Talisman Puppet Sect. As soon as he returned to the Talisman Puppet Sect, Lu Ming soared into the sky and saw a group of people not far away. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately flew over. "Father, mother!" Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yintian and Li Ping, were among the group of people. In addition, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Lin Shuai, and some elders and disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were also there. There were also Huaqi, Pang Shi, and Lu Ming's two unnamed disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. Previously, Lu Ming had secretly given the mountain and river diagram to Bai Shijin, so that he could go to the Blazing Sun Empire and bring his parents and friends to the Talisman Puppet Sect. He knew that after the Battle of Providence, Martial Emperor De would most likely cause trouble for him and would not let him go. It was too dangerous for his family and friends to be in the territory of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Lu Ming would only be at ease if he brought them to the Talisman Puppet Sect. A supreme being was traveling at full speed. In just 1 or 2 hours, he had brought them to the Talisman Puppet Sect. Now Lu Ming was finally at ease. Swoosh. Before Lu Ming arrived, a figure rushed toward Lu Ming and landed on his shoulder. It was Dandan. Just now Providence fell from the sky. Lu Ming, I saw that your parents obtained the most. Lu Ming, what is your ranking? Dandan asked. Lu Ming got the first place. Behind him by Shi Jingyan Kuangtu, and the others stepped on the air and answered for Lu Ming. As expected, kid, not bad. You have some of my style back then. Chapter 981. Ming-er. At that moment, Lu Yintian, Li Ping, and the rest saw Lu Ming and gathered around him. Father, mother, thank you for your hard work, Lu Ming said. Then he greeted Lin Xue, Hua Qi and the rest. Greetings, master. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao knelt down and bowed to Lu Ming. Get up. Let me see your cultivation. Lu Ming raised his hand slightly, and the siblings were lifted up by a force. You've broken through to Martial King. Not bad. Lu Ming glanced at them, and found that they had reached Martial King realm. Many people looked at Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao curiously. They did not expect the two of them to be Lu Ming's disciples. Then the siblings bowed to Lu Yintian and Li Ping. The two elders hurriedly helped them up. They were overjoyed. Since they were Lu Ming's disciples, they naturally treated them like their own children. Father, mother, let's talk as we walk. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Lu Ming waved his hand and a majestic true origin spread out. A cloud seemed to appear under Lu Yintian and the rest, lifting them off the ground and flying forward. Thousands of people were lifted up by Lu Ming's true origin and flying in the air. Lin Xue and the rest were shocked. They knew that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded their imagination and had reached a terrifying level. They chatted as they flew. They were not very fast. Bai Shijin Du Songjue and the other grand elders had already gone ahead to arrange a place for Lu Yintian and the rest. On the way, Lu Yintian, Lin Xue, Hua Qi, and the rest learned that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence. Although they did not know what the Battle of Providence was, they were still shocked when they heard that Lu Ming had defeated the younger generation of Eastern Wilderness and stood at the peak of the younger generation. Compared to the vast Eastern Barren territory, the Burning Sun Empire was too small. It was like a grain of sand thrown into the ocean. They couldn't even imagine how many geniuses there were in the Eastern Barren territory, and what level they had reached. But now, Lu Ming was standing at the top of all the geniuses. How could they not be shocked? He was secretly pleased with himself. Lu Ming was from the Burning Sun Empire. They didn't ask why Lu Ming brought them here. They knew that Lu Ming was doing it for their own good. They weren't reluctant to part with their properties. Here, all they could see were magnificent rivers and mountains. In some places, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was unimaginably dense. Compared to this, the Burning Sun Empire was like a garbage dump. It couldn't be compared at all. And those experts, any one of them gave them an unfathomable feeling. Compared to the Burning Sun Empire, this place was much, much better. This was normal. The Liangyi Mountain was a famous paradise in the Eastern Barren territory. It spanned tens of millions of miles and had countless paradises. Some of the Talisman Puppet sect disciples didn't care about it, but in the eyes of Lin Xue, Hua Qi and the rest, it was a priceless paradise. Some people's eyes were already shining. How fast would they improve if they cultivated in such an environment? Lu Ming brought the group around. Soon, an elder came and said that their accommodations had been arranged. Lu Ming led the group and followed the elder. The other members of the Talisman Puppet sect left one by one. Only Bai Qi, Shui, Fatty, Wan Tingting and a few others followed. First, it was the residence of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. There were 7 huge peaks that pierced the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. Spiritual qi was faintly discernible and spiritual herbs were everywhere. It was like a paradise. Compared to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it was dozens or even hundreds of times better. Lin Xue and the rest were overjoyed. They kept thanking the elder of the Talisman Puppet sect. The elder knew that these were Lu Ming's friends and relatives, and their relationship was extraordinary. Naturally, he didn't dare to say anything. Then Lin Xue brought thousands of people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect to stay. Of course, The Mystic Essence Sword sect didn't only have these people. Those who didn't want to come weren't brought along. Those with low cultivation and talent were asked to leave. Those who were brought along were those with high cultivation and talent. Sect Master Lin, there are countless people in the Liangyi Mountain. Not all of them cultivate the inscription Dao. Some of them aren't suitable for the inscription Dao, but are suitable for martial cultivation. In the future, the Mystic Essence Sword sect can choose disciples from these people. Lu Ming said with a smile. The Liangyi Mountain spanned tens of millions of miles. Naturally, not all of them were disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. Some of the flat territories had countless mortals living there, and some had even established their own countries. After all, the Liangyi Mountain spanned tens of millions of miles. It was as big as a small region. Then he bid farewell to Lin Shuai and the rest. He flew hundreds of thousands of miles, and arranged a place for Hua Qi and the other members of the Burning Sun Empire's royal family. This place was comparable to the Mystic Essence Sword sects. Then it was the Lu family's place. There were fewer people in the Lu family. They were arranged to stay on a huge mountain peak. The spiritual qi on this peak was extremely dense. It was one of the best on the Liangyi Mountain. There were many palaces built on the peak. They could stay there directly. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaoshan stayed with the Lu family for the time being. After everything was arranged, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved. He chatted with Lu Ming and Yun Tian about their experiences. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence and sat cross-legged in his room. He hadn't sensed the benefits of the providence yet. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon fighting art. After a while, Lu Ming stopped. This was because he felt that his body was normal. There were no changes compared to before. The only change was that his mind was more focused, and his mind was more flexible. Lu Ming, try comprehending the essence of heaven and earth. Sitting on his shoulder, Dandan nibbled on a stalk of spirit medicine as she spoke, her mouth filled with the fragrance of the medicine. Lu Ming started to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. When Lu Ming's mind calmed down, he immediately felt that his mind was extremely clear. The essence of heaven and earth around him was also extremely clear. It was as if his mind was one with the heaven and earth. The speed at which I comprehend the essence of heaven and earth is 10 times faster than before. Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment he didn't use the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. However, the speed at which he comprehended the essence of heaven and earth was so terrifying that it shocked Lu Ming. Do you feel it? The providence will not change your physical body or your cultivation. However, it will greatly increase your comprehension ability and make you more compatible with the heaven and earth. In the future, whether it's comprehending the essence of heaven and earth or something higher, it will be like a fish in water. It will be extremely fast. Of course, comprehending other martial techniques will be just as fast. Dandan explained. It can actually change my comprehension ability? Then my comprehension ability has increased by 10 times? Lu Ming's heart raced and his eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 982. Lu Ming, how much has your comprehension improved? Dandan asked. About 10 times. Lu Ming said. What? 10 times? Dandan jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, looking shocked. Nest, I'm so envious. You've improved by 10 times. This means that you can comprehend anything 10 times faster in the future. I'm so envious. Dandan shouted. Is 10 times a lot? Lu Ming said. He had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, his comprehension speed was more than 10 times faster. Boy, what do you know? This is your own comprehension. It's a basic improvement. How can the Enlightenment Ancient Tree compare to it? Let me tell you something. In the short term, with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and the 9 dragons devouring innate skill, it doesn't seem to be of much use. But in the future, when your cultivation level is higher, you will know how useful it is. Dandan began to tell the story in a rattling voice. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree has its limits. Its principle is to be in harmony with heaven and earth. It can emit the aura of the Great Way. The effect is good in low realms, but there's a limit. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, the things you need to comprehend will be many times more powerful than the realm of heaven and earth. The Enlightenment ancient tree will be less useful. The 9 dragons devouring talent is even more so. You should be able to devour other people's realm runes to improve your realm, right? But the realm of heaven and earth is the limit. The next step is the realm of the Martial Emperor realm. It's not a realm rune. It has no substance. The 9 dragons devouring talent can't devour it. If you want to improve it, you have to rely on yourself. Now, do you know how precious the improvement of comprehension is? Dandan finished and looked at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming thought. It seemed that the 9 dragons devouring talent was not omnipotent. After reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the realm of heaven and earth could not be improved by devouring. It had to be comprehended by oneself. Only now did Lu Ming understand how precious it was to increase his comprehension ability. This was a talent that would follow him for a lifetime. Lu Ming, you are now more in tune with the heavens and earth. If you break through to the Martial Emperor realm one day, it will be easier for you to cultivate. This is your advantage, Dandan added. Above the Martial Emperor realm? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation, but then he shook his head. That level was too far away from him. What he had to do now was to take one step at a time and break through into the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, as soon as possible. Only the domain Spirit God realm experts could be considered as the top experts of the Divine Wilderness continent. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. At this time, the news that Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence had already spread throughout the Liangyi Mountain. The entire Liangyi Mountain was in shock and ecstasy. After so many years, someone from the Talisman Puppet sect had finally seized the first place in the Battle of Karmic Luck and obtained great karmic luck. Many people recalled the rainbow light that had descended from the sky and scattered on the Liangyi Mountain. That might have been the result of karmic luck. Some people were even inspired by the karmic luck and broke through to the next level. They were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name shook the Liangyi Mountain once again. Then it spread out at a terrifying speed and covered the entire eastern wilderness. Time passed in a flash and 2 days passed. On this day, Fatty and Ruan Tingting found Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Master came to find us and said that he would take us to cultivate. We have to go. Fatty bade farewell to Lu Ming. Fatty, this is a good thing. Thanks Senior Motian for me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sigh. Lu Ming, I originally wanted to stay and help you deal with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, my master, that old fart, was very tough this time and insisted that I go with him. Humph, I knew it. That old fart was afraid of DE. When he saw DE's real body return, he didn't dare to say anything. Fatty said unhappily. Fatty, don't worry. This is the Liangyi Mountain. With the Liangyi Isolation Array, DE can't enter. You guys cultivate well. Don't be completely crushed by me next time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to you. Fatty grinned. Fatty seized the opportunity. Tingting is a good girl. Don't let her run away. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Fatty. Fatty's face immediately turned red. He transmitted a message to Lu Ming. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? How can a girl I fancy escape from my hands? The next time we meet, I will definitely make you an uncle. Hey damn Fatty. What are you guys secretly talking about? Ruan Tingting stared at Fatty with an unfriendly gaze. No, nothing. Fatty's expression changed drastically and he shook his head repeatedly. Lu Ming, we have to go. Take care. Ruan Tingting said goodbye to Lu Ming. Take care. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Fatty and Ruan Tingting then turned and left. A day later, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other founding elders of the Talisman Puppet sect sent a message to the Liangyi Mountain of the Talisman Puppet sect to appoint Lu Ming as the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. He was an official Zongzi, no longer a candidate Zongzi. In the future, he would be in charge of the Talisman Puppet sect. This time, no one objected. Even Huanzhen, Wen Yuezhang, and the other Zongzi candidates stood out to support Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had won first place in the Battle of Providence, and accumulated great providence for the Talisman Puppet sect. Moreover, the news that Lu Ming was the successor of Sovereign Liansong had already spread. Lu Ming was officially promoted to the Zongzi. Other than him, no one was more suitable than him. There were also many people who benefited from the Battle of Providence. They were grateful to Lu Ming and supported him. Lu Ming had become the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect. In Jiulong City, where the 9 dragon veins gathered, there was a gigantic palace in the center of Jiulong City. Emperor De was sitting at the head of the table. Below him were a dozen people, including the leaders of the 6 ancient clans. Apart from the 6 great ancient families, the other people all had powerful auras. They were unfathomable, and they were all supreme being figures. The Talisman Puppet sect must be destroyed. 6 great ancient families, Dtion Imperial Guards, immediately gather people and attack the Talisman Puppet sect. Martial Emperor De gave the order. Yes. The supreme beings replied in unison. This time, I will personally lead the expedition. Martial Emperor De's voice resounded. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. In a courtyard where Hua Qi and the rest were staying, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Peng Shi were sitting at a table, drinking and chatting. It was as if they had returned to the days when they were cultivating together in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The 3 of them had not drunk together for many years. Lu Ming was only 15 years old when they were in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now he was 23 years old. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. The 3 of them were no longer young and inexperienced youths. They were now young adults. Now Peng Shi's body was extremely sturdy and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall and his aura was wild. His cultivation had reached the half-step king realm. He was only 1 step away from the king realm. This cultivation was already considered the top in the Blazing Sun Empire. Chapter 983. Hua Qi, it's all because of me that you guys left the Burning Sun Empire and came to the Yin and Yang Mountain. Come, let me punish myself with a cup. Lu Ming raised his cup and drained it in 1 gulp. Lu Ming, don't say that. The Burning Sun Empire is so small. You won't be able to achieve anything there. Right now, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Qi in the Yin and Yang Mountain is more than 100 times stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. Plus, the elites of the Burning Sun Empire are all here. Hua Qi laughed heartily, looking very carefree. In the martial world, everything is fake. Only the cultivation and strength are real. I was busy with politics before and neglected my cultivation. From now on, I will train harder. Hua Qi raised his cup and drained it in 1 gulp. Although the Burning Sun Empire was built by the ancestors of the Hua family, Hua Qi had walked out of the Burning Sun Empire and opened his eyes. He knew that the Burning Sun Empire was just a small place. Without strength, any Sea of Soul Realm warrior in the Eastern Barren Land could easily destroy the Burning Sun Empire. He knew that strength was the way to go. Hua Qi, Stone, there are some things here that might be useful to you guys. Lu Ming took out 2 storage rings and gave them to Hua Qi and Peng Shi. There were some spirit herbs, cultivation methods, martial arts manuals, and materials for spirit weapons. They weren't useful to Lu Ming, so it would be good to give them to Hua Qi. Hua Qi and Peng Shi didn't refuse this time and took them. They were well aware that Lu Ming's current realm was too high, far surpassing theirs. Many things that were useless to Lu Ming were very useful to them. Plus, with their relationship, they wouldn't refuse. In fact, before this, Lu Ming had left some things in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Lu family. They were all spoils of war from the enemies, but they weren't useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let's not talk about other things. Come, let's drink. Hua Qi and Peng Shi raised their cups. The 3 clinked their cups and drained it in 1 gulp. Haha, Lu Ming, you probably don't know, but Stone has already married and is going to be a father. Hua Qi laughed loudly. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Big Stone, you're amazing. When did this happen? It's a pity that I didn't know. Otherwise, I would have gone to congratulate you. Peng Shi scratched his head as a blissful expression appeared on his honest face. That was last year. The child will be born in half a year. As she spoke, she blushed slightly. Haha, look at Shi too, his face is red. Hua Qi laughed. You're still talking about me? Lu Ming, you don't know, Hua Qi married 9 concubines and now has 5 children. Peng Shi said. 9 concubines? You already have 5 children? Lu Ming stared blankly for a moment, before revealing an expression of admiration. He said, "You're a love-struck fool." "Not bad. You're so amazing. Punish, punish, punish. Punish 3 cups. No, punish 9 cups. Sigh, I had no choice. Those ministers urged me to have children as soon as possible. I had no choice." Hua Qi's face was bitter as he drank several cups. Lu Ming and Peng Shi laughed. "Lu Ming, what about you? We're already ahead of you. You have to work hard." Peng Shi grinned as he looked at Lu Ming. "Me?" Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He lifted his wine glass and took a sip. A few figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. During the autumn moon, he was taken away by an expert from overseas. He did not know where he was now. Mulan's, he had not seen her since they parted ways in Tianxian domain. He did not know where she had gone either. Slowly, a figure appeared in his mind. Xian Yanqing's figure. It had been a year and a half since Xian Yanqing was brought back to the central continent ancient Saint dynasty. How was he doing now? For a moment, Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild. Sure too, you don't have to worry about Lu Ming. Lu Ming is such a hero. How could he lack beauties around him? Didn't you see how many beauties were around Lu Ming before? Hua Qi smiled. Yes, yes, come let's drink. Peng Shi nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming also adjusted his mood and drank with the two of them. Lu Ming was very relaxed when he was with Hua Qi and Peng Shi. He was very relaxed and relaxed. The 3 of them had known each other since they were young. They had experienced the War of the Burning Sun Empire, and had gone through life and death situations. They were pure friends without any impurities. The 3 of them drank and talked about their cultivation in the Mystic Essence Sword sect back then. Then they talked about their own experiences. The 3 of them drank for a few hours. Lu Ming's heart was filled with warmth. The path of cultivation was very lonely. Sometimes, one needed friends. Perhaps there was a gap between their cultivations, and as time passed, this gap would only grow larger and larger. However, once they sat together and raised their wine cups, there was no gap between their cultivations. There was only pure friendship between them. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Lu Ming did not return to Yin Peak residence. Instead, he went to Yan Kuangtu's residence. When Lu Ming arrived, Yan Kuangtu was discussing something with Supreme Nanyang. "Lu Ming, what's the matter?" Supreme Nanyang asked. A token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Chaos Origin token that he had obtained after winning first place in the Battle of Providence. "Brother Yan, Senior Nanyang, I want to ask you about the Chaos Origin token. What is it for?" Lu Ming asked. "Chaos Origin token?" Supreme Nanyang raised his eyebrows and revealed a solemn expression. Yan Kuangtu, on the other hand, seemed a little confused. Obviously, he did not know. "Actually, I don't know much. Legend has it that in the Battle of Providence, only by passing a certain standard can one obtain the Chaos Origin token. Someone in the Eastern Wilderness once obtained such a token," Supreme Nanyang said. "Senior Nanyang and Brother Yin didn't obtain such a token?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. How talented were Supreme Nanyang and Yan Kuangtu? They had participated in the Battle of Providence. How could they not obtain such a token? Supreme Nanyang shook his head and said, "No, I didn't obtain it, and neither did Kuangtu. As far as I know, some emperors didn't obtain it when they were young. I once saw related records in an ancient book. Only a very small number of very talented geniuses have the chance to obtain it. It is said that obtaining this token may be a great opportunity, but it may also be a great crisis. Lu Ming, when you obtained the Chaos Origin token, did you receive any news?" "Yes, there was a sentence in my mind. It was congratulations, you have passed the preliminary test." Other than this sentence, there was no other information, Lu Ming said. As expected, Supreme Nanyang's eyes were filled with a shocking light. "Lu Ming, you have experienced the Battle of Providence. You should be able to feel that there seems to be an unimaginable existence behind this Battle of Providence, or an unimaginable force controlling all of this, right?" Supreme Nanyang asked. "Yes, that is indeed the case." Lu Ming nodded. "I feel the same. Master, do you know who is behind this?" Chapter 984. Supreme Nine Suns shook his head and said, I don't know anything. Not to mention me. Even those rulers know nothing. Perhaps only those who hold the primordial chaos token know a little. The ancient book I once read was recorded by an ancient ruler hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, there was already a war of providence. When that ruler was young, he also obtained the primordial chaos token. He recorded that the war of providence seemed to be screening geniuses. The war of providence was only the initial stage. If one reached a certain standard and obtained the primordial chaos token, one could proceed to the next stage of the assessment. However, it was very dangerous. That ruler recorded that he had seen countless geniuses who were more talented than him die. He was only lucky enough to survive and obtain some opportunities. Supreme Nine Suns paused at this point. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu were extremely shocked. The ruler from hundreds of thousands of years ago, had the War of Providence been going on for so long? One had to know that a ruler could only live for 10,000 to 20,000 years at most. What kind of existence or force would take so long to select geniuses? Also, that ruler had seen countless geniuses who were more talented than him die. What kind of geniuses were they? Which of those who could become rulers did not have peerless talents? Which of them was not unparalleled in the world? Di Shen was talented enough, but he only had the potential to break through to the ruler realm. He was not 100% sure that he could do so. Supreme Nine Suns and Yan Kuangtu were both peerless geniuses, but they were not confident that they could break through to the ruler realm. However, that ancient ruler said that he had seen countless geniuses who were stronger than him die. Even he was lucky enough to survive. Could it be that those who held the primordial chaos token would face new tests later? Master, what else did the ancient martial dominator say? Did he say what kind of existence was behind it? Yan Kuangtu asked curiously. Supreme Nine Suns shook his head and said, No, there are no records after that because that ancient ruler was not qualified to know what happened next. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu were extremely shocked. The things hidden behind this war of providence were beyond their imagination. Lu Ming, the fact that you can obtain the primordial token means that you have been recognized. Perhaps there will be an even greater lucky chance in the future. Keep it for now and don't think too much about it. Supreme Nine Yang said. Lu Ming nodded. Is Yan Jizuan in? At this moment, a voice came from outside. He was here for Yan Kuangtu. Yes, please come in. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand, the gate of the courtyard opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Lu Ming recognized that this was an elder of the Talisman Puppet sect. The middle-aged man swept his gaze and hurriedly bowed. Fan Xing greets Zongzi, Senior Nine Suns, Sovereign Yan. Elder Fang, what brings you here? Yan Kuangtu asked. I am here on the orders of the leaders of the two sects and the doyens to invite Yan Jizuan and Senior Nine Suns. I was going to invite Zongzi as well, but the doyens are in the great meeting hall, and have something to discuss. Fan Xing said. Oh, the elders of the two sects have gathered. Something big must have happened. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Suns, and Fan Xing headed to the great meeting hall. After arriving at the great meeting hall, Fan Xing left as he was not qualified to participate. Everyone, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's army is here. Martial Emperor De is personally leading the army. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, Bai Shijin announced the news. Supreme Nine Suns narrowed his eyes and said, De is indeed unable to hold back and is about to take action. Seniors, what do you plan to do next? Lu Ming asked. We have already discussed it. The Liangyi Mountain has obtained the fortune of heaven and earth and formed its own formation. With the support of the ancestors of the Talisman Puppet sect, there is no need to worry about its defense. Even De cannot break in. Therefore, we have decided to give up all the territory of the Talisman Puppet sect and withdraw all the disciples and experts to the Liangyi Mountain to resist the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace with the formation. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming's heart sank as he sighed in his heart. With the Talisman Puppet sect's current strength, they could not fight against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Not to mention that the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had Martial Emperor De. Even if De did not make a move, they would not be a match for the forces below. Right now, The best solution was to use the Liangyi Mountains formation to defend and slowly accumulate strength to plan a counterattack. Immediately, everyone discussed the specific steps and sent out orders for the experts of the Talisman Puppet Sect's territory to withdraw to the Liangyi Mountain. Senior Nine Sons, I have something that should be of help to you. While everyone was discussing, Lu Ming suddenly said, "Oh." Supreme Nine Sons was somewhat confused. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade figure immediately appeared in the hall. Could this be the legendary Heaven and Earth Jade Essence? When Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others saw it, their eyes nearly popped out as they stuttered. That's right. This is the Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. I obtained it in the Battle of Luck. With this, I wonder if Senior Nine Sons can condense a physical body? Lu Ming said. At this moment, Supreme Nine Sons' eyes were shining like two suns. My soul is already very condensed. If I add a few more materials, with this Heaven and Earth Jade Essence, I can definitely condense a physical body and return to my peak. Supreme Nine Sons took a deep breath and said. His voice trembled slightly, showing how excited he was. Really? Ha ha ha, that's great. Yan Kuangtu was overjoyed and laughed excitedly. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were also overjoyed. What kind of person was Supreme Nine Sons? He was known as the #1 Supreme in the Eastern Wilderness. If Supreme Nine Sons could condense a physical body, the Talisman Puppet Sect's strength would undoubtedly soar. How could they not be excited to have another Supreme expert? Especially in the midst of a great battle. If Supreme Nine Sons could condense a physical body, it was too important. That's great. I still have a bottle of life water here. It might be useful. Lu Ming took out another bottle of life water, shocking Bai Shijin and the others. It seemed that Lu Ming had indeed obtained a great opportunity in the Battle of Luck. Lu Ming, thank you. Supreme Nine Sons did not stand on ceremony. He stared into Lu Ming's eyes and said solemnly, Senior Nine Sons, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. As long as I can help Senior Nine Sons, this is nothing. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, I also want to thank you. In the future, you will be my best brother. Yan Kuangtu patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said. Wasn't it in the past? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Yes, it has always been. Ha ha ha. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Chapter 985. As the days passed, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace launched a fierce attack on the Talisman Puppet Sect. However, the Talisman Puppet Sect did not put up any resistance. Wherever the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's army passed, the Talisman Puppet Sect's territory surrendered. In just a month's time, all the territories of the Talisman Puppet Sect were occupied by the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. The Talisman Puppet Sect was only left with the Yinyang Mountain. On this day, the roars of beasts could be heard outside the Yinyang Mountain. Countless powerful existences riding on various ferocious beasts appeared outside the Yinyang Mountain. Their iron hooves stomped on the air, shaking the entire space. Banners fluttered in the wind, covering the sky. The auras of countless experts caused the sky to change color. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's army had arrived. Buzz. The entire Yinyang Mountain was glowing. Countless inscriptions filled the air. And a huge Taiji diagram appeared in the sky above the Yinyang Mountain. The Yinyang diagram appeared, covering the entire Yinyang Mountain. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and many other elders stood at the edge of the Yinyang Mountain, watching from afar through the array. Boom, boom. Heaven and earth shook, as if a giant was stepping on the air. Terrifying auras soared into the sky. 10 figures appeared before the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's army. Vast auras burst out, and each of them was like an invincible god of war. With the heads of the 6 ancient families here, the other 4 were undoubtedly at the same level. 10 Supremes. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender quickly and hand over Lu Ming. Then we might be able to ensure the safety of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Otherwise, once the array is broken, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be wiped out. The Wang clan's head was the first to speak, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Break the array if you have the ability. If you can break the array, We can die without regrets. Bai Shijin replied coldly. It's said that the Yinyang Mountains array is unbreakable. I would like to see if the rumors are true. The Wang clan's head's body surged with flames. The blazing flames burned the space into nothingness, revealing a dark void that was deep and terrifying. Whoosh! A battle flame soared that was a few thousand meters long, emitting a terrifying aura. Even though they were separated by the Grand Formation, many disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect revealed expressions of fear. Before a sovereign, they felt that they were like ants that were difficult to contend against. Slash! The master of the Wang family roared as he slashed his flaming sword at the Yin and Yang mountain. This sword strike could tear through space and pierce through the earth. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Under this sword, the space was shattered into pieces. For many Talisman Puppet sect disciples, this was the first time they had seen a sovereign erupt. They were extremely shocked as cold sweat flowed down their backs. Boom! The flaming sword heavily chopped down on the Taiji diagram above Yinyang Mountain. The world trembled continuously. However, the Taiji diagram did not tremble at all, remaining as stable as Mount Tai. As the sword radiance dissipated, the master of the Jiang family looked somewhat gloomy. Even sovereigns can't break the Yin and Yang formation. Wang Xingtian, who do you think you are? Du Songjue coldly berated, causing the killing intent in the eyes of the Wang clan head to surge. Wang. Above his head, the pure purple heavenly fire bloodline appeared. He performed bloodline fusion and transformed into a flaming sword, slashing at the Great Duality War again. But this time, just like last time, the Yin-Yang Grand Formation didn't budge in the slightest. This caused the Wang clan head's expression to turn even uglier. On the other hand, the numerous disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. In the past, it was rumored that even sovereigns couldn't break the Yin and Yang formation. However, it was just a rumor and they weren't confident in it. When they saw the terrifying aura of a sovereign, they were even more worried. But now they didn't have to worry anymore. The facts had proven that the Yin and Yang formation was indestructible. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't break this formation. The Wang clan had said to the other 9. All right. The other 9 nodded. Boom. Boom. The 10 sovereigns erupted at the same time. Their auras were earth-shattering. The space around them couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed. Behind them, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's army quickly retreated, retreating 10,000 miles away. In the next moment, the 10 sovereigns attacked at the same time. 10 terrifying attacks struck the Yin and Yang formation at the same time. Maintain the formation. Bai Shijin's voice echoed far away. Many elders and disciples in various places of Yinyang Mountain were pouring their mental energy into the formation platforms. There were countless formation platforms in various places of Yinyang Mountain that were connected to the Yin and Yang formation. The Talisman Puppet sect's disciples could continuously pour in their mental energy to maintain the power of the Yin and Yang formation. There were too many of these formation platforms in various places. They weren't afraid that the Talisman Puppet sect's spies from the Emperor Sky Divine Palace would destroy them. This was because destroying a few formation platforms wouldn't affect the formation at all. However, this was impossible. How big was Yinyang Mountain? Even if there were spies, Bai Shijin and the rest would be able to kill them in time. Boom. 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 The attacks of the 10 sovereigns landed on the Taiji diagram, but they only caused slight ripples that were negligible. The Yin and Yang formation's name wasn't just for show. Let me do it. A voice came from the depths of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's army. In the next moment, a golden sword light slashed through the space. It was majestic like the might of the heavens as it slashed towards the Taiji diagram. Boom. The entire Yin and Yang mountain seemed to have jumped and let out a terrifying tremor. However, the Taiji diagram shone and blocked the sword light. Whoosh. Whoosh. However, soon after, more and more sword lights slashed towards the Taiji diagram. Following the sword lights that were like the might of the heavens, a person stepped on the air. It was Martial Monarch DE. He wasn't very tall and sturdy, but he gave people the feeling that he was as tall as the heavens. He stood casually in the air like an indomitable deity. His body was covered in a golden light. Every ray of golden light turned into a battle sword and slashed towards the yin and yang formation. Boom. Boom. Ripples appeared on the Taiji diagram, and it shook continuously. Maintain it. Bai Shijin's voice spread far and wide. The talisman puppet sect's disciples continuously poured in their mental flames to maintain the formation's might. Clang. 10,000 rays of golden light gathered on martial Monarch Di's body and turned into a huge sword that slashed down. Rumble. There was a shocking explosion and the space shattered, revealing a terrifying spatial crack that was a few thousand li long. Bai Shijin and the rest had grave expressions. Martial Monarch Di's strength was beyond their imagination. The yin and yang formation seemed to be under great pressure. Fortunately, the yin and yang formation managed to withstand the attack and wasn't broken. Martial Monarch De withdrew his aura and his face turned gloomy. Bai Shijin and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the talisman puppet sect's ancestor had said that no martial monarch could break the yin and yang formation, Martial Monarch De was too famous. He was invincible in the eastern wilderness. Before this, no one was confident. If the yin and yang formation was broken, the talisman puppet sect would be completely destroyed and the yin and yang mountain would be wiped out. Boom. 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 Just at this moment, a shocking explosion came from a mountain deep in the yin and yang mountain. Chapter 986. There was originally one sun in the sky. Now another sun was floating in the yin-yang mountain. It was extremely bright, competing with the real sun in the sky. However, this was only the beginning. After only a few breaths of time, another sun appeared. Then more and more suns appeared in the sky, competing with the real sun in the sky. In the end, a total of 9 suns appeared. They were extremely bright, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Boom! A burly figure rushed out from the mountain peak and stood under the 9 suns. He looked like a sun god descending to the world, giving people an indescribable shock. Master! Yan Kuangtu was overjoyed. 9 suns! It's Xiaojuyang. Outside the yin-yang formation, the Wang clan head, the Jiang clan head, and the others shouted in disbelief. Wasn't Supreme 9 Suns just a wisp of his remnant soul? However, from the looks of it, he had recovered his physical body. His aura was strong and unparalleled. All the primes in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had grave expressions. Many of them had worked with Supreme 9 Suns before, so they knew how terrifying Supreme 9 Suns was. Supreme 9 Suns was known as the strongest primes in the Eastern Wilderness. Even Yan Kuangtu, who was so strong, did not have this title. This was because Yan Kuangtu had opponents, and Supreme 9 Suns had no opponents under the martial monarch realm. Senior 9 Suns. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like Supreme 9 Suns had succeeded. Bai Shijin and the others were also overjoyed. With Supreme 9 Suns recovered, their strength was much stronger. Supreme 9 Suns alone was equivalent to several supreme martial artists. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the 9 suns shook. Then they slowly shrank, turning into 9 spots of light that entered Supreme 9 Suns' body and disappeared. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, and Supreme 9 Suns appeared beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior 9 Suns, you recovered? Lu Ming was extremely excited. Haha, my physical body has been reformed. However, I still need some time to recover my peak cultivation and battle prowess. Supreme 9 Suns smiled. Great! Haha. Yan Kuangtu was overjoyed and laughed loudly. When the other elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect found out, they were also very excited. Supreme 9 Suns' reputation was too great. He was invincible among primes under the martial monarch realm. This greatly increased the overall morale of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Xiaojuyang has really recovered. The Wang family head and the others widened their eyes in shock. Jiuyang, I didn't expect you to be able to recover your body. Martial Emperor Di frowned and said, What? Di, you didn't expect this, did you? It's all thanks to Lu Ming that I can recover one day. Moreover, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. After this disaster, I may be able to reach a higher level. Supremacy, Jiuyang said, staring at Emperor Di. The words served as a great shock to the patriarch of the Wang clan, the 9 Heavens Supremes, and Bai Shijin's crew. The difference was that the Wang clan's clan leader and the others were shocked. whereas Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Supreme Nine Suns had already reached the peak of the Supreme Being level. What did it mean to be able to reach a higher level? Wouldn't he be a martial emperor? Could Supreme Nine Suns break through to the martial emperor realm? This was too shocking. It had been a few thousand years since a new martial emperor was born in the Eastern Barren Land. A martial emperor could live for 10 to 20,000 years. However, how many martial emperors were there in the Eastern Barren Land? There were only a few. If Supreme Nine Suns really broke through to the martial emperor realm, the Talisman Puppet Sect would have the strength to fight against the Emperor Heaven Godly Palace. Martial Emperor Di Yi's eyes flickered as he said, "Jiu Yang, you've indeed benefited from the disaster. You've obtained a great fortunate encounter, allowing you to travel around in the form of a fragmented soul for a few decades, allowing your cultivation to improve. At the same time, with your new body, you do have a chance to reach the martial emperor realm, as expected of the disciple that I chose. It's all thanks to you," Supreme Nine Suns said. "Haha, Jiu Yang, even so, you won't be able to reach the martial emperor realm within 10 years. After 10 years, you and the Duality Mountain will turn into ashes. Even if you break through to the martial emperor realm, do you think you can fight against me?" Martial Emperor Di burst out laughing, filled with confidence. The hearts of Bai Shijin and the others sank slightly. Let's not talk about when Supreme Nine Suns would break through. Even if he could break through, would he be a match for Martial Emperor Di? Martial Emperor Di had been a martial emperor for 10,000 years. No one knew what level he had reached. "I've said it before, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be destroyed. You won't have any chance. Although the duality formation is strong, it's not invincible." Martial Emperor Di Yi's voice resounded. A blood-red light was emitted from his forehead. Splash. In the next moment, the sound of waves crashing could be heard. A sea of blood appeared in front of Martial Emperor Di. It was a sea of blood that was completely made of blood. Furthermore, the sea of blood was expanding rapidly. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. In the end, it turned into millions of miles long and wide, covering a large area of Ini Mountain's territory. The sea of blood covered the sky, causing the Talisman Puppet Sect to become completely dark. "This is the everlasting sea of blood. How is this possible? Such a heaven-defying treasure actually exists in this world." Du Songjue cried out in shock. Bai Shijin, Meng Chong, and the other experts who had heard of the everlasting sea of blood opened their eyes wide in shock. "Bai Shijin, what is this everlasting sea of blood? How come I've never heard of such a treasure?" Yan Kuangtu asked. "I don't know either. I've only read about it in the ancient books. It doesn't exist in the Divine Wilderness continent. The everlasting sea of blood has a terrifying power, which is to destroy formations. It can cover the formation and corrode its foundation, thus destroying the formation completely. I didn't expect DE to have such a treasure," Bai Shijin said with an ugly expression. Yan Kuangtu's face darkened when he heard this. "I reckon that this is a treasure that Martial Emperor Di brought back from overseas. He has long wanted to deal with the Duality Mountain," Supreme Nine Suns said. "The world is so big, the Divine Wilderness continent is just a drop in the ocean. I brought it back from overseas, and it's enough to destroy the formation of the Duality Mountain." Martial Emperor Di's voice resounded. The Wang family head and the others were overjoyed. Whoosh! The sea of blood rolled and covered the Duality formation. Countless blood-red seawater flowed along the edge of the Duality Mountain and seeped into the mountain, destroying the momentum of the mountain. Lu Ming and the others even heard a sizzling sound. How could this be? Some elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect cried out anxiously. There's no need to panic. Although the everlasting sea of blood is strong, the Duality formation has a natural momentum. Even the everlasting sea of blood won't be able to destroy the Duality formation in a short time. Bai Shijin comforted them. Martial Emperor Di stood outside the Duality formation and looked at the rolling sea of blood. He ordered, "The everlasting sea of blood won't be able to destroy the Duality formation in a short time. Leave some people here to guard and prevent the people of the Talisman Puppet Sect from escaping. Also, guard the teleportation formation strictly." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Supremes accepted the order. Chapter 987. Inside the dual polarity mountain, it was completely dark. Everywhere was covered in blood red, and the sky was covered by a sea of blood. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others sent a few messages to calm the hearts of the people. The Talisman Puppet Sect's slowly calmed down. In the Talisman Puppet Sect's meeting hall, Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, Supreme Nine Sons, and the higher-ups of the Talisman Puppet Sect sat together to discuss matters. However, the atmosphere was extremely heavy, as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. Senior Bai, Senior Du, how long can the dual polarity grand formation last? Lu Ming asked. Bai Shijin pondered for a moment and said, the dual polarity grand formation mainly relies on the power of the mountains and rivers. At the same time, it's strengthened by the founding ancestors, making it unbreakable. On the other hand, the everlasting sea of blood mainly relies on corrosion, slowly corroding the foundation of the formation to break it. This requires a process. As long as the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect constantly inject their mental energy to maintain the formation and resist, it should be able to last for 5 years. Yeah, that's about the time I expected. Du Songjue nodded and said. 5 years. Many people felt slightly relieved, but the atmosphere was still heavy. 5 years seemed long, but it would pass in the blink of an eye. What would happen to the Talisman Puppet Sect once the formation was broken in 5 years? I've finally touched the threshold of the martial monarch realm with the help of my luck, after reconstructing my body. However, it's still extremely difficult to break through. I'm not confident that I can break through within 5 years, and even if I do, I might not be able to compete with DE. DE is unfathomable. Supreme Nine Sons said, causing the atmosphere to become even heavier. Then what should we do? An elder asked. Should we just sit and wait for death? Should we wait for 5 years for Martial Monarch DE to kill us? No matter what, we still have 5 years. 5 years is enough for a lot of changes to happen. We might still have a chance, Bai Shijin said. Following this, everyone discussed their next step. In the end, they decided to provide all the resources of the Talisman Puppet Sect to the disciples to increase their strength in order to face the challenge 5 years later. Elders, I have something to discuss with the founding elders. You may leave first. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Many elders exchanged glances before they cupped their fists and said, Yes, Zongzi. We'll take our leave. Now that Lu Ming was a Zongzi, his authority was above that of ordinary elders, so these elders naturally didn't say anything. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they still took their leave. Only Supreme Nine Yang, Yan Kuangtu, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and several other eminent elders were left in the hall. Lu Ming, what do you want to discuss with us? Bai Shijin asked. What was the matter that made those elders retreat? They were curious. Seniors, I'll be leaving Liangyi Mountain for the next 5 years to cultivate in the outside world. Lu Ming said. Leave Mount Yin and Yang. Bai Shijin and the others were slightly taken aback. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. This was Lu Ming's decision. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, so only by leaving Mount Yin and Yang and adventuring in the outside world could his cultivation improve rapidly. If he stayed in Mount Yin and Yang, no matter how many resources he had, his cultivation wouldn't improve too much within 5 years. It would be considered good if he could break through to the spirit god realm. However, what was the use of a spirit god realm cultivator against DE? He would still be slapped to death. Only by adventuring in the outside world could he have a slight chance of growing to the level of fighting DE. I agree with Lu Ming's idea. Lu Ming is still young, and he's at the golden age of cultivation. If he's trapped here, his achievements will be limited. Only by going out can he improve quickly. Supreme Nanyang said. That's right. Yin Kuangtu nodded. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others nodded as well. However, since Lu Ming has thought of this, I'm afraid DE has as well. If Lu Ming goes out, DE might sense it through the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Bai Shijin pondered. Yes, unless Lu Ming leaves the eastern wilderness and cultivates in other places. Du Songjue said. I plan to go to the central continent. Lu Ming said. As long as he was far enough away. Even De wouldn't be able to sense the bloodline of the 9 dragons. However, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others still frowned. After a while, Bai Shijin said, "There's one more important thing. Since Grandmaster Liansong went missing, especially in the last few hundred years, the overlord forces of the Central Continent have cut off contact with the Talisman Puppet Sect. So if we want to go to the Central Continent, we can't activate the trans-territory teleportation formation and directly teleport to the Central Continent or other territories." "What? We can't teleport directly?" Yin Kuangtu said. The others frowned as well. The Eastern Barren Territory and the Central Continent were very far apart. Moreover, the border between the Eastern Barren Territory and the Central Continent was an extremely wide chaotic territory. This chaotic territory stretched from the south to the north, separating the Central Continent and the Eastern Barren Territory. Usually, overlord forces like Dtion Divine Palace would have contact with the overlord forces of the Central Continent. If they wanted to go to the Central Continent, they could take the trans-territory teleportation formation and directly teleport to the overlord forces of the Central Continent. However, the Talisman Puppet Sect had cut off contact with the overlord forces of the Central Continent. There were no teleportation coordinates, so it was impossible to teleport directly. Since they couldn't teleport, they could only cross the chaotic territory and head to the Central Continent. However, the chaotic territory was extremely wide and the distance was extremely far. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Even spiritual god experts risked death if they wanted to cross the chaotic territory. However, this wasn't the most important thing. What they were worried about was that Lu Ming couldn't teleport directly to the Central Continent. If he walked out of the Yin and Yang Mountain, he would definitely appear somewhere in the Eastern Wilderness. Would De sense the bloodline of the 9 dragons and determine his location? This was what they were worried about. This can also be solved. As long as we work together, we can temporarily seal the aura of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' bloodline for a period of time. However, even in the Central Continent, I'm afraid that Dtion Divine Palace has spies. If Martial Emperor De knows that Lu Ming is in the Central Continent, it will be even more dangerous. Du Songjue said. He had thought it through thoroughly. Seniors, if I'm still in the Talisman Puppet Sect, I can attract the attention of Martial Emperor De. Then, De won't pay attention to the matters of the Central Continent, right? Lu Ming said. You're still in the Talisman Puppet Sect? Then how are you going to go to the Central Continent? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and even Supreme 9 Sons and the others were a little confused. They didn't know what Lu Ming meant. Seniors, look. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade figure appeared in the hall. Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. You have another Heaven and Earth Jade Essence? Bai Shijin and the others opened their eyes wide and were tongue-tied in disbelief. Chapter 988. That's right, the heavenly and earthly jade essences. I've found 2 of them during the Battle of Luck. Lu Ming said. 2. The crowd's heart skipped a beat. They could not help but be jealous of Lu Ming's law-defying fortunate encounter, to be able to find 2 of the heavenly and earthly jade essences. However, they were still confused. What did it have to do with Lu Ming's trip to the Middle Continent? Seniors, I've also found a secret technique during the Battle of Luck, known as the Twin Life Forbidden Art. Lu Ming then explained the martial art of the Twin Life Forbidden Art to the crowd. Heavens, such a secret technique exists? The crowd stared with their eyes open wide and their mouths agape. Such a secret technique was absolutely law-defying. To be able to split one's soul into 2 and refine a second body, which was equivalent to a clone of oneself with the same aura and the ability to cultivate on its own. This was definitely a law-defying secret technique. I want to create a second body and let it stay in the Talisman Puppet Sect. The second body's aura will be exactly the same as mine, and it will be like another me. This way, I will be able to firmly attract Martial Emperor De's attention here, and he will think that I've always been in the Talisman Puppet Sect. This way, my main body will be able to travel to the Central Continent. Lu Ming explained his plan. The Supreme 9 Sons Bai Shijin and the others fell silent. It was indeed a good idea. Lu Ming, what other materials do you need to cultivate the Twin Life Forbidden Art? Bai Shijin asked. The most important thing is the water of life and the heavenly and earthly jade essences. I already have them, but I still need some other materials. Following this, Lu Ming explained the other materials he needed. Lu Ming, we can gather the materials you mentioned, but we don't have many treasures that can restore one's soul. Bai Shijin said. Cultivating the twin life forbidden art would require one to split one's soul into two, which would undoubtedly cause great damage to one's soul. After successfully cultivating the twin life forbidden art, one would need treasures that could restore one's main body and second body to their peak condition. Otherwise, it would greatly affect one's future cultivation. Haha, treasures that can restore one's soul? You don't have to worry about that. Master and I have found many treasures that can restore one's soul. We still have some left. Yan Kuangtu laughed as a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Lu Ming. There are many soul condensing stones here. Have a look. Is it enough? In the past year or so, Yan Kuangtu had helped Supreme Nine Sons condense his soul force and found many treasures that could restore the soul force. Lu Ming scanned the storage ring with his mind, and discovered that there were pieces of black stones in the storage ring, exuding a mysterious aura. They were the legendary soul condensing stones. There were hundreds of them. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Enough. Okay, then we will gather the other materials, and let Lu Ming cultivate his second body as soon as possible. Bai Shijin said. Du Songjue and the others also revealed hopeful expressions. Lu Ming's talent was heaven-defying, and he possessed the bloodline of the 9 dragons. It would be a waste to leave him in the talisman puppet sect. If he took the risk and cultivated outside, he might be able to create a miracle. Furthermore, even if he couldn't create a miracle and reach the level of fighting against DE, Lu Ming was still alive. Even if the talisman puppet sect was destroyed, Lu Ming would be able to avenge the talisman puppet sect in the future, or even rebuild it. They also understood why Lu Ming had asked the elders to leave. They couldn't let Martial Emperor De know about this. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. 3 days later, in an underground cave of the talisman puppet sect, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed. Lu Ming circulated the twin life forbidden art. More than 10 materials turned into a ball of liquid in his hand, which then covered the jade essence of heaven and earth. Condense. Lu Ming's hands continuously formed a magical seal. Rays of light entered the jade essence of heaven and earth. The jade essence of heaven and earth glowed and merged with the materials. Its shape gradually changed. Although the jade essence of heaven and earth had the shape of a human, it only had a blurry human shape. Its facial features were blurry. Now the facial features of the jade essence of heaven and earth became clearer. Its entire body began to change, turning into a flesh and blood body. Organs, meridians, bones, and blood began to appear as Lu Ming continued to form the seals. Life elixir. At this moment, Lu Ming took out the life elixir and poured half a kilogram of it onto the jade essence of heaven and earth. The jade essence of heaven and earth began to emit an aura of life. It's time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Next, it was the critical moment. He had to split his soul and merge it with the heaven and earth jade essence to refine his second body. This step was very dangerous and difficult. The slightest carelessness could damage one's soul, and even cause the cultivation to fail. Lu Ming operated the twin life forbidden art. His body glowed. In the end, a ball of light emerged. It was blurry, but one could barely see that it looked exactly like Lu Ming. This was Lu Ming's soul. Split. Lu Ming shouted softly and pinched a seal. Suddenly, Lu Ming's soul began to tremble and slowly split from the middle. Immediately, an unimaginable pain drowned Lu Ming. Roar. In an instant, Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a beast-like roar. It was too painful, too painful. This kind of pain was unimaginable. It was 100 times, no, 1,000 times more painful than the physical pain. Those who were not mentally strong might have a mental breakdown at this step and fail. This was the pain of the soul splitting. It came directly from the soul. This little bit of pain is nothing. Lu Ming roared and returned to his original state. He guarded his heart and continued to operate the twin life forbidden art. Endless pain engulfed Lu Ming, but Lu Ming withstood it with all his might. Lu Ming's soul was slowly splitting. This process was very slow. Lu Ming was suffering every moment. This kind of torment lasted for 3 days. Finally, the soul was completely split. The split soul turned into a ball of light and entered the jade essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his mind go blank. His eyes were unfocused and he was extremely weak. No, hold on. I'm still cultivating the twin life forbidden art. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He finally recovered and continued to operate the twin life forbidden art. The twin life restriction was indeed worthy of being a restriction technique. It was extremely dangerous to cultivate it. It could be said that every step was filled with danger. If one made a single mistake, not only would they fail in their cultivation, they would also suffer unimaginable injuries. Fortunately, Lu Ming withstood it. Let's separate the spiritual fire into the second body. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the spiritual fire was slowly separated from the soul. Lu Ming planned to completely refine the second body into an inscription body. It was too exhausting for one person to cultivate 2 Daos. During this period of time, Lu Ming often felt that he did not have enough energy. It was difficult to cultivate both the martial Dao and the inscription Dao at the same time. One of them would fall behind. During this period of time, Lu Ming focused on the martial Dao and fell behind in the inscription Dao. His progress was very slow. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to take this opportunity to separate the inscription Dao and let the second body focus on the inscription Dao while the main body focused on the martial Dao. The second body would not have any distracting thoughts and would cultivate the inscription Dao. Its speed would definitely be terrifying. Chapter 989. Lu Ming sat motionless. The heaven and earth jade essence was glowing and its body was slowly changing. A month later, the heaven and earth jade essence had completely transformed into a human body. It was made of flesh and blood and looked exactly like Lu Ming. Its muscles were firm, well-proportioned, and full of perfect lines. It was like the most beautiful work of art. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. His second body had successfully cultivated. At this moment, the second body also opened his eyes. However, there was no emotion in his eyes. His eyes were very ethereal, without any impurities, like a newborn baby. Lu Ming's mind moved. His mind seemed to be able to enter the second body's mind at any time. At this moment, the second body had a trace of emotion and nodded slightly at Lu Ming. The main body and the second body could communicate telepathically. No matter how far away they were, the main body could sense what the second body saw and what happened. Even the main body could receive what the second body comprehended. This was the real heaven-defying and unbelievable. At this moment, a purple spiritual fire was dancing between the second body's eyebrows. Endless inscriptions suddenly appeared under his feet and spread in all directions, forming a large array. So fast the inscription speed is too fast. It's more than twice as fast as my original inscription speed. Lu Ming exclaimed. The second body's mind and body were free of impurities. If he focused on one thing, he would naturally be more effective. In the future, you will specialize in the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on the second body's forehead. In the sea of consciousness, the cultivation experience that Liao Tsong had sealed in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness was transferred to the second body's sea of consciousness. Then, a picture scroll appeared in Lu Ming's hand and flew into the second body's forehead and disappeared. It was the million formation image. Then Lu Ming took out a storage ring and the second body put it on. The storage ring was filled with all kinds of materials related to the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming gave all of them to the second body. The second body's palm glowed, and a set of blue clothes appeared. The second body put it on, and suddenly he looked exactly like Lu Ming. To be precise, the second body was also Lu Ming. It was no different from Lu Ming himself. The only difference was that the second body didn't have Lu Ming's consciousness. Then the second body took a step forward and transformed into a ray of light. Then it submerged into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's mind sank into his sea of consciousness. He found that the second body was sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. He was quietly practicing the way of inscription. Time to recover my soul force. With a thought, Lu Ming's second body reappeared. He then took out the soul condensing stone and began recovering his soul power. After all, Splitting one's soul into two would consume too much energy. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had already been in seclusion for 2 months. It's time to go. Lu Ming opened his eyes. After a month of refining the soul condensing stone, the second body and the main body's soul force had almost completely recovered. After the second body submerged into his sea of consciousness, Lu Ming got up and walked out of the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Yin Kuangtu, and Supreme Nine Sons were waiting. Lu Ming is out. Yin Kuangtu's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, how was your cultivation? Did you succeed? Bai Shijin asked. The rest of them looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Lu Ming smiled. Light flashed between his eyebrows. The second body walked out and stood beside Lu Ming. The two of them looked exactly the same. They were both wearing blue robes. Supreme Nine Sons and the other three's gazes fell on the second body. They carefully sensed the second body and their eyes were filled with amazement. Wonderful, wonderful. This is simply a work of art. Bai Shijin was shocked and sighed. It is indeed a work of art. With such a second body in the Talisman Puppet sect, DE will definitely think that Lu Ming has always been here. Supreme Nine Sons said. Lu Ming, when do you plan to leave? Du Songjue asked. In 2 days. Lu Ming said. Well, before we leave, we will seal the aura of your 9 dragons' bloodline. Du Songjue nodded. Lu Ming bid farewell to the others, and went to the residence of the Lu family. When Lu Yintian and Li Ping saw 2 identical Lu Ming standing in front of them, they were stunned for a long time. If it wasn't for the different eyes of the main body and the second body, they wouldn't have been able to tell which one was the main body, and which one was the second. Ming, are you leaving? Li Ping asked. Lu Ming nodded. He only planned to tell Lu Yintian and Li Ping about the main body and the second body. He didn't tell anyone else. Ming, don't worry. Your second body is also formed by half of your soul. It means that you are with us. Lu Yintian said. Indeed, the consciousness of the main body and the second body could be connected. The second body was equivalent to Lu Ming. Father, here are some cultivation techniques and martial techniques. You can keep them and cultivate them yourself. If the Lu clan's juniors, or the Mystic Essence Sword sects, or the Hua clan's disciples have good moral character and perception, you can also pass them on. Lu Ming took out a stack of secret manuals and handed it to Lu Yintian. Lu Yintian took it and casually flipped open one. His eyes almost popped out. This is a divine level cultivation method. Lu Yintian was shocked. Yes, when he flipped it open, it was a divine level cultivation method, the sky warping divine skill. Well, there are 2 divine level cultivation methods, and the rest are demigod level martial arts techniques. Lu Ming nodded. These were all obtained by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence. With these cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, the Lu family would definitely rise. Lu Yintian took a few deep breaths and solemnly kept the secret manuals. 2 days later, in a secret chamber, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The 9 dragons' bloodline floated above his head. Bai Shijin and the others were beside Lu Ming, constantly condensing inscriptions and covering the 9 dragons' bloodline. Half a day later, they stopped. The 9 dragons' bloodline entered Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Lu Ming, your 9 dragons' bloodline has reached the 6th level of the divine level. Its aura is too strong. Even if we join forces, we can only seal it for half a year. After half a year, the seal won't be able to seal the aura of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Bai Shijin said. Half a year, that's enough. Lu Ming nodded. Half a year later, he would definitely be far away from the eastern wilderness. No matter how powerful Martial Emperor Di was, he would not be able to sense it. Lu Ming, take care. I hope to see you again in the future. You're already powerful enough to shock the world. Yen Kuangtu patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said, Big brother Yen, Senior Zhuyang, goodbye. Lu Ming solemnly cupped his fists and exchanged glances with his second body. Then he left with Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. If Lu Ming brought his second body with him, his strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. However, he had no choice but to leave his second body in the Talisman Puppet sect. He arrived at a teleportation altar with Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Lu Ming, Now that all the territories of the Talisman Puppet sect have been occupied by Martial Emperor DE, the territories near the Chaos Realm will definitely be occupied too. The teleportation altars in those territories will definitely be heavily guarded. However, the Talisman Puppet sect also has a secret teleportation altar hidden in the mountains and forests. You can teleport to that secret place. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Bai Shijin warned. Thank you, Senior Bai, Senior Du. Take care of yourselves. Chapter 990. To the west of the Heaven and Earth Mountain, there were more than 10 large regions. These large regions were close to the Chaos region. The West Wind region was one of the large regions close to the Chaos region. Now the West Wind region was completely under the control of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the important cities had the shadows of the experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Especially recently, there were more experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the dozen large regions close to the Chaos region. It seems that Martial Emperor DE has taken precautions. He is afraid that I will be teleported out of the Talisman Puppet sect and head to the central continent. A black-robed youth was flying in the sky above a mountain forest. This black-robed youth was Lu Ming. After he was teleported out of the Talisman Puppet sect, he appeared in an underground cave. That underground cave was the teleportation array secretly built by the Talisman Puppet sect. Then Lu Ming took out the talisman paper that he had prepared to conceal his aura. He stuck it on his body and concealed his aura. He had no choice. Now that he had transferred his spirit fire to the second body, even if he knew the principles and methods, he couldn't inscribe any inscriptions. Then he changed his appearance and changed his clothes. Then he left the underground cave and flew toward the Chaos region. Of course, Dandan was with him. However, this fellow had been staying in the mountain and river diagram, eating spiritual herbs and sleeping. It was called recovery. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of people flew in front of him. They were the experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, they only glanced at Lu Ming and flew past him. This won't do. It's better to run in the mountain forest. The sky is too big of a target. If I run into someone with a meticulous mind, they might be suspicious. Thinking of this, Lu Ming landed in the mountain forest and ran in the mountain forest. After a few days, Lu Ming arrived at the western border of the West Wind region. There was a large city in front of him. After he left this city, he would enter the Chaos region. I will go to this city to buy some things before entering the Chaos region. I heard that the climate in the Chaos region is very changeable. Some places are extinct. It's best to buy some food and bring it along. Lu Ming thought. With his current cultivation, it wouldn't matter if he didn't eat for a year. However, he would still eat frequently out of habit. Stop. Pass through this array platform. The city gate was guarded by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to pass through an array platform. Lu Ming had learned before that this kind of array platform could test the spiritual fire. If a person who cultivated the Tao of inscription and had an extremely vigorous spirit flame stepped onto the platform, there would be a reaction. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wanted to trap the Talisman Puppet sect. They were afraid that the Talisman Puppet sect's disciples would sneak out. However, Lu Ming was now a pure martial artist without the slightest bit of spiritual fire. Naturally, he easily passed through the array platform and entered the city. Following this, Lu Ming found a market and bought a large amount of resources before leaving the city and heading towards the Chaos Domain. To the majority of martial artists, the Chaos Domain was a forbidden area, because it didn't just stretch from north to south and separated the central continent from the eastern continent. It was extremely vast as well. Moreover, unknown dangers were hidden within it, and even a domain-enlightened spirit god might perish if they were unlucky. It was said that the terrain of the Chaos Domain was extremely complicated. Deserts, swamps, barren mountains, ghost lands, there was everything one could think of. Moreover, the weather was constantly changing. The sky might be clear one moment, and the next moment, there would be a storm or even flames that would fall from the sky. It was extremely dangerous. There were also some ferocious beasts and evil spirits hidden within. Some were extremely powerful, and even a domain-enlightened spirit god would die if they encountered them. Therefore, no one was willing to enter the chaos domain. If one wanted to head to the central continent, they would have to borrow the teleportation formations of the few overlord forces. However, Lu Ming had no choice. He couldn't expose his identity, so he could only move forward and cross over. After leaving the city, his path was unobstructed. After over 100,000 miles, a barren mountain range appeared before his eyes. There wasn't any vegetation on the mountain range, and it was completely barren and covered in bare rocks. He had already arrived at the territory of the chaos domain. Lu Ming raised his spirits, slowed down, and flew into the chaos domain. As soon as he flew into the barren mountain range, Lu Ming frowned. What a high temperature! The temperature from the sun here is actually tens of times higher than other places. Lu Ming's heart jolted, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. He retreated a few more miles, and the temperature returned to normal. It was just a thin line, but the temperature from the sun was completely different. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He circulated his vital essence to protect his body and flew forward. Jie. After flying for a few thousand miles, a bird cry rang out. A fiery red giant bird appeared and pounced towards Lu Ming like lightning. Before it arrived, a blazing heat wave rushed towards Lu Ming. A ferocious beast of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart jolted. He didn't expect to encounter a ferocious beast of the spirit embryo realm as soon as he entered the chaos domain. A long spear condensed in his hand, and the long spear pierced through the air. With a poochie sound, the ferocious beast was killed in the air. The power of devouring burst forth and devoured the blood essence of the ferocious beast. What a blazing power! It should be related to the high temperature here. No matter if it was the demonic energy or blood essence of the ferocious beast, they were all incomparably hot like flames. However, under the condensation of the 9 dragons' bloodline, they were quickly refined. Continuing to fly, Lu Ming discovered that there weren't many ferocious beasts here. He would only meet one occasionally, and most of them were below the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's devouring had almost no effect on raising his cultivation. After a few 100,000 miles, the desolate mountain range disappeared, and what appeared in front of his eyes was a desert. The boundless desert was a stretch of gold. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and no one knew how big it was. When Lu Ming stepped in, he discovered in astonishment that the temperature here was even more terrifying. It was 10 times higher than the desolate mountain range, and a few 100 times higher than the outside world. Not to mention vegetation, even powerful demonic beasts wouldn't be able to survive here. They would die from the high temperature. However, when Lu Ming entered, he discovered in astonishment that there were actually living creatures living in the desert. Lu Ming saw a type of sandworm. Its shell was like a fiery red diamond, shining resplendently and incomparably hard. After that, Lu Ming saw a centipede that was 100 meters long. It was swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun, as though it was bathing in flames. The moment it saw Lu Ming, it pounced towards Lu Ming. This centipede was at the level of Great Circle of Spirit Embryo Realm, and its battle power was extremely strong. The flames it spat out seemed to be able to burn everything, and its entire body had a diamond-like shell that was incomparably hard. Its defense was extremely terrifying. This centipede was much stronger than martial arts practitioners at the same level of Great Circle of Spirit Embryo Realm. The flames it spat out could probably easily kill martial arts practitioners at the same level. Lu Ming fought with it for dozens of moves, and only after exploding his dragon power did he manage to kill it. He then kept the entire centipede. This centipede was full of treasures, and if he sold it, he could get quite a lot of origin stones. This desert was truly incomparably vast. For the next 10 days, Lu Ming shuttled through this desert, and he also experienced a few huge battles. 10 days later, Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Rumble. Chapter 991. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain poured down like water splashing down. Below them was a boundless swamp. Lu Ming was really in a daze. The place where he was standing now was clearly a desert. The sun shone down dazzling light, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. But ahead was a curtain of dark clouds and heavy rain. This difference was too great, making Lu Ming somewhat unable to turn around. Chaos domain lives up to its reputation. Lu Ming sighed and flew forward. Qila. Once he flew into the area of heavy rain, the temperature dropped sharply, returning to normal. But in the sky, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm directly struck towards Lu Ming. Revolving the concept of thunder, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm also burst out, scattering this lightning bolt. In the sky, lightning swam. In the next moment, another lightning bolt struck. Lu Ming revolved the concept of thunder to resist it. What a strong concept of thunder. This is a good place to comprehend the concept of thunder. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he descended to the swamp below. Stepping on the water surface, he slowly advanced while comprehending the concept of thunder. A moment later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. What a thick aura of the concept of water. The aura of the concept of water here is even stronger than the concept of thunder. Lu Ming thought to himself, his eyes revealing a look of hope. He planned to comprehend the concept of water. Now that the War of Providence was over, there was no rush to raise his cultivation in the short term. Lu Ming planned to use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of water. Anyway, he had the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour. Comprehending one more concept would not affect his cultivation speed too much. Moreover, comprehending one more concept, if 5 concepts were merged, the eruption power would definitely be even stronger. After making the decision, Lu Ming closed his eyes and started comprehending. With providence on his body, Lu Ming's comprehension ability increased by a full 10-fold. He was even more in tune with heaven and earth. His comprehension speed was shockingly fast. First was the concept of water. In just 1 day's time, Lu Ming had successfully comprehended the force of water and reached the entry stage of the force of water. Next, I need to merge the water force with the other wills. There is endless thunder and lightning here. I can use the power of thunder and lightning to merge the wills. Lu Ming thought. Whoosh. He leaped into the air and soared into the sky. Qila. Qila. In the sky, countless lightning bolts bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming had unleashed his force of water and 4 other intents. However, as for the other 4 states, Lu Ming did not explode with great power. He only used them for defense. His main purpose was to let the lightning strike the water state, and the other 4 states to temper them. Boom. 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 Thunderous rumbles rang out endlessly as lightning struck continuously. The state and power wavered. Not enough, the power of the lightning is not enough, continue upwards. Lu Ming continued flying upwards. The closer he got to the clouds, the more horrifying the might of the lightning became. It continuously bombarded the state and the power of water. Yes, that's the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now his comprehension ability had increased 10-fold. Even the speed of merging the wills had greatly increased. He could merge the wills faster and more effectively. Lu Ming used the thunder and lightning to temper continuously. In just 10 days, Lu Ming had successfully merged the force of water and the other 4 intents. This speed was already extremely shocking. After the successful fusion, Lu Ming could continue to improve the force of water. Moreover, he had many water-profound crystals on him. Coupled with the environment here, his horrifying comprehension ability, and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, Lu Ming's speed of improvement was simply terrifying. It was like sitting on a rocket. Lu Ming cultivated in this area of water as he advanced. 3 days later, Lu Ming condensed the rune of the force of water in one go and raised the force of water to the 1st level. After that, the speed of improvement kept increasing by leaps and bounds. It was only when the force of water reached the 2nd level that the speed of improvement slowed down. Because at the 2nd level, he couldn't purely rely on the profound crystals. Lu Ming stayed in this swamp for another half a month. His force of water had already reached the 2nd level of greater mastery. At this time, Lu Ming crossed the swamp and arrived at an area with an even more complicated terrain. In this area, he would encounter swamps filled with poisonous gas, terrifying storms, and even areas filled with blood chi. There was once when he was almost cut in half by a blood-red sword light. That blood-red sword light wasn't released by someone, but rushed out from a blood lake. That sword light had at least reached the level of spiritual god. Lu Ming didn't advance quickly. He cultivated as he hurried along. His purpose of walking out of the talisman puppet sect was to cultivate. Although the chaos domain was a little dangerous, it was still very good for cultivation, and could be tempered. During this period, he didn't only cultivate the force of water. He also cultivated and comprehended all the other intents. He had some upper-grade profound crystals on him. They were all obtained from his opponents in the War of Providence, such as Luo Tian, Wang Fenshen, and the others. The use of upper-grade profound crystals was much greater than middle-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, lower-grade profound crystals corresponded to King Realm, and were of great help to cultivating a first-level intent. Middle-grade profound crystals corresponded to the spiritual sea realm, and were of great help to the second-level intent. Upper-grade profound crystals corresponded to the spiritual embryo realm, and were of great help to the third-level intent. As for top-grade profound crystals, they corresponded to the fourth-level intent. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating a third-level intent was extremely high. It wasn't enough to rely on upper-grade profound crystals alone. However, with the help of upper-grade profound crystals, the cultivation speed was still much faster. Just like this, Lu Ming cultivated as he hurried along. He didn't neglect the intent of heaven and earth and his martial skills. The Dandan's perception was very strong. Sometimes, when they encountered powerful existences, they would avoid them. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Lu Ming entered the chaos domain. Along the way, Lu Ming experienced a lot and encountered all kinds of terrains. Even with the Dandan's perception, he still encountered danger more than 10 times. The most dangerous time was when the sky suddenly split open while flying and endless flames poured down. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's sharp perception and quick reaction, he would have been in danger. That was because the flames were extremely terrifying. When they poured down from the sky, they turned everything within 100,000 miles into lava. Lu Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, along the way, Lu Ming's harvest was also great. Wind, fire, and thunder, the 3 intents had all reached the peak of the 3rd level, and were beginning to break through to the 4th level. The intent of earth had also reached the peak of the 3rd level. As for the intent of water, it had also broken through the 3rd level, and reached the beginning of the 3rd level. For the intent of water to reach this step so quickly was already very terrifying. This was because Lu Ming comprehended it purely by himself, and not by devouring the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, his cultivation didn't increase and was still at the early stage of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. His cultivation needed to wait for the intent of water to catch up with the other intents before it could continue to increase. Chapter 992. Besides the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, Lu Ming cultivated another martial technique. Dazzling Dragon Spear Art. This was a high-grade demigod rank martial technique that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Karmic Luck. During this period of time, Lu Ming was almost on the verge of cultivating it to the highest level. This was the benefit of improving his comprehension ability, coupled with the fact that he was wholeheartedly cultivating the martial Tao and wasn't distracted by the Tao of inscription. His progress in all aspects was extremely swift. Roar! Roar! A mountain range appeared ahead. Numerous peaks stood tall on the mountain range. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the roars of beasts resounded incessantly. He finally encountered a mountain range that was filled with vitality. This place should be close to the central continent. According to the records of the past, I just have to pass through this mountain range to arrive at the central continent. Lu Ming revealed a trace of anticipation in his eyes, but he didn't relax in his heart. Because it was said that formidable ferocious beasts lived in the mountain range near the central continent, and some were even capable of tearing domain enlightened spirit gods apart. So Lu Ming didn't dare let his guard down. Lu Ming restrained his aura and charged into the mountain range. Not long after he charged into the mountain range, Lu Ming encountered the attack of a formidable ferocious beast. Lu Ming killed it and devoured all its demon energy and blood essence. The blood essence was used to improve his bloodline, and the demon energy was used to temper his body. 10 days later, a painting floated within a hidden crack in a rock. It was the mountain river painting, and Lu Ming was cultivating within it. The hell-suppressing steel floated above him, and it flickered with light and shook slightly. For golden chakras flickered. But it wasn't long before another golden chakra effused out. The fifth golden chakra, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline, had attained the fifth level of the god rank. During this period of time, practically all the blood essence that Lu Ming had devoured had been used to improve the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline. Let's see how formidable the hell-suppressing heaven art is now. With a command in his heart, Lu Ming stood up and slapped out with his palm. Space warped rapidly while a mountain in the distance rumbled and collapsed. The improvement doesn't seem to be that terrifying. According to this extent of improvement, if I execute it at full strength, its might should be equivalent to a mid-grade low-grade god rank martial technique. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had been at the fourth level of the divine grade, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven skill had been equivalent to the first level of a low-tier divine grade martial skill. Lu Ming had originally thought that after the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had been upgraded to the fifth level of the divine grade, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven skill would be equivalent to the sixth level of a low-tier divine grade martial skill. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like it had yet to reach the fourth level. Most likely, it would only reach the sixth level of a low-tier god-tier battle technique. When he reached the sixth level of a god-tier battle technique, a seventh-level divine grade martial skill could reach the level of a high-grade divine grade martial skill. A high-grade divine level martial skill was a martial skill that only sovereigns could successfully cultivate. For some reason, my third bloodline still can't be awakened. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned again. Even now his third bloodline still hadn't awakened. It was as if it was still in the process of being nurtured, which left Lu Ming speechless. The other prodigies had already awakened their third bloodline. Most prodigies would awaken their third bloodline at the Spirit Sea realm. Only a small number of them would awaken their third bloodline at the Spirit Embryo realm. And now Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, but his third bloodline still hadn't awakened. This made Lu Ming a little depressed. Could it be that he could only awaken his third bloodline at the Spirit God realm? In history, there were very few people who could awaken their third bloodline at the Spirit God realm. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Let nature take its course. I have the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if I can't awaken my third bloodline, I won't be inferior to others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he exited the mountain river diagram and continued to advance in the mountain range. Central continent, the easternmost land. It was the chaotic region near the eastern wilderness. On the edge of a majestic and boundless mountain range, there were 2 young women carefully running through the forest. These 2 women were about 20 years old. They looked almost identical, and one could tell at a glance that they were twin sisters. Their skin was like jade, and they were peerlessly beautiful. They were both rare and alluring beauties. But at this moment, their expressions were very solemn. They restrained their auras and moved forward carefully. Ahui, be careful. Don't run too fast. One of the women said softly. Alay, don't worry. This is only the outskirts of the chaotic mountain range. There won't be any ferocious beasts that are too strong. The other woman seemed to be more lively. She smiled lightly and spoke softly. We've already been here for a few days, but we haven't seen the rainbow venomous snake. We don't know where it is. The woman called Alay sighed softly. Alay, do you think we can't find the rainbow venomous snake because we're in the outskirts of the mountain range? If we can't find the rainbow venomous snake, then we can't find the spirit medicine that accompanies the rainbow venomous snake to cure Grandpa's poison. Alay, should we go deeper into the mountain range? Ahui said. Yes, that's the only way. But Ahui, don't be rash. Let's slow down a little. Alay said. Then, the 2 young women carefully walked towards the depths of the mountain range. During this time, they carefully avoided a few powerful ferocious beasts. Roar. Suddenly, in the depths of the mountain range, there was an earth-shattering roar of a beast. The beast's roar sounded like a thunderclap. A vast demonic power soared into the sky. A terrifying space crack appeared in the sky. The clouds were directly swallowed by the space crack and disappeared without a trace. Roar. Then, the roar sounded again. It seemed to be filled with endless anger. The whole mountain range shook and rumbled loudly. Even though they were very far away, the 2 young women's faces changed drastically. They suddenly turned snow-white without a trace of blood. This is a level 8 ferocious beast. A level 8 ferocious beast is furious. Allez, let's go quickly. Ahui's voice trembled. She didn't have the courage before. She pulled Allez and ran wildly. Roar! Roar! At this time, in the mountain range, a group of ferocious beasts roared. They seemed to be very frightened. The two young women were even more shocked. They knew that the king of the mountain range was furious. The ferocious beasts were frightened. They were afraid that many powerful ferocious beasts would flee in all directions. It was very dangerous. The two young women ran out of the mountain range with all their strength. Rumble! There were ferocious beasts fleeing in all directions. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts seemed to be scared out of their wits and ignored the two young women. Therefore, the two young women were not in danger. Roar! Roar! The earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the mountain forest. It was earth-shattering, and its aura was terrifying. The two young women ran for an hour before they ran out of the mountain range and came to the outside. At this time, the two young women breathed a long sigh of relief. They were safe for the time being. Allez, what's going on? Why did a level 8 ferocious beast suddenly become furious? Seeing that they were out of danger, Ahui's mind was active again. Her big eyes were full of curiosity. I don't know. Ahui, it seems that we can't find the 7-colored poisonous snake. What about Grandpa's poison? Allez sighed. The two young women's eyes dimmed again. Their cultivation was too low. They didn't dare to go too deep into the mountain range. There's someone ahead. Chapter 993. In the mountain forest ahead, a black-robed young man charged out with extreme speed. His entire body was tattered and bleeding. There was a little tortoise on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. The little tortoise's claws were firmly grasping the young man's shoulder while its eyes were rolled back, and its body was twitching. Bang! The black-robed young man's speed was extremely swift as he charged out of the mountain forest, and then he fell heavily on the ground, causing dust to fill the sky. After that, he just lay there like that. Dandan, you almost got me killed this time. The young man lying on the ground spoke weakly. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who traversed the Chaos territory all along the way. At this moment, another 7 days had passed since Lu Ming's hell-suppressing steel bloodline had advanced. Right when they were about to pass through the mountain range and enter the territory of the central continent, they encountered a formidable ferocious beast. It was a second-level grade 8 ferocious beast that was equivalent to the second level of the spirit god realm. Originally, they could have gone around this ferocious beast, but it just so happened that Dandan noticed this ferocious beast was guarding 2 Saint Spirit Ginsengs. These 2 Saint Spirit Ginsengs were top-grade grade 8 spirit herbs, and even a peak spirit god would be tempted upon seeing them. So Dandan was tempted, and he secretly dug out the 2 Saint Spirit Ginsengs. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by that formidable ferocious beast, and that ferocious beast went mad and madly chased after Dandan. In the end, even Lu Ming was implicated. Lu Ming used all his ability to luckily escape the ferocious beast's claws. However, he suffered extremely heavy injuries. Many of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were injured. Moreover, he didn't have much true essence left, and his aura was extremely weak. Dandan wasn't any better. He was almost blasted apart by the ferocious beast a few times, and at this moment, his entire body was twitching incessantly. A spirit god realm existence was truly formidable, and Lu Ming wasn't a match for it at all. Take human martial artists, for example. Those that could step into the spirit god realm were at least god-rank geniuses, and most of them were god-rank geniuses that had awakened bloodlines at the 2nd level of the god rank, or even at the 3rd level of the god rank. Such geniuses wouldn't have any problem surmounting 2 or 3 realms to fight enemies at the spirit embryo realm. It was the same for ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. They were all existences with a few % of the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. They were incomparably powerful. Coupled with the fact that there was an enormous chasm between the spirit embryo realm and the spirit god realm, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, so it was utterly impossible for him to surmount such a huge gap. During the Battle of Karmic Luck all those years ago, The reason Di Shun and the others had been able to stop the peak existences of the three-eyed divine race was because the experts of the three-eyed divine race hadn't completely stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and they could only be considered to have taken half a step into the domain enlightened spirit god realm. So Di Shun and the others were able to fight them, because once a member of the three-eyed divine race completely stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm in that world, then they would be suppressed by the laws of that world. If he was a complete spiritual god expert, the Arch God and the others would definitely not be able to stop him. Not to mention that the ferocious beast that Lu Ming faced earlier was equivalent to a second-level spirit god, and it was even more formidable. It was already extremely rare for Lu Ming to be able to escape with his life. Lu Ming, don't blame me. There are 2 saint spirit ginsengs, so let's take one each. Dandan's body twitched as he spoke. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to speak any further with Egg Yi, and he just lay there and closed his eyes to circulate and recuperate. 2 young women were watching curiously from not too far away. "Allez, there's still a voice. He seems to be still alive. Let's go over and take a look. Let's see if we can help him," said Ahui. Yes, Ahui, be careful. Comparatively speaking, Allez seemed to be slightly more timid and shy. The 2 young women carefully approached Lu Ming, and a trace of pity flashed in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming's eyes were closed and his entire body was covered in blood. After sensing carefully, Ahui said, "He seems to be heavily injured, but he's still breathing. He seems to have fainted. Why don't we carry him back to the city? Otherwise, he'll definitely be eaten by ferocious beasts if he stays here by himself." All right. Allez nodded. The 2 young women were very kind-hearted, and they walked towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 young women screamed in fright and hurriedly retreated, their faces pale. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. These 2 young women were really timid. However, they were so timid that they dared to come to this dangerous mountain range. Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Don't be afraid. I mean no harm." Lu Ming forced himself to get up and smiled. Lu Ming scanned them with his mind, and found that the cultivation of the 2 young women was at the complete spiritual sea realm. With this cultivation, they could be considered as geniuses in the eastern wilderness. "Allez, don't be afraid. His cultivation should be lower than ours," said Ahui in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Ming's breath was extremely weak, and he gave people the feeling that his cultivation was indeed low, even lower than the 2 young women. Lu Ming naturally heard what she said, but he didn't defend himself. "Were you injured by the demonic beasts in the mountain range? With your cultivation, how dare you go deeper than us? Don't you know it's very dangerous?" said Ahui, blinking her eyes. "I had no choice but to go deeper into the mountain range." Lu Ming casually gave a reason. "Oh, it seems that you also had something important to do in the mountain range. Well, do you know why the level 8 ferocious beast went crazy?" asked Ahui curiously. Of course, she didn't know that the level 8 ferocious beast was angry because of Lu Ming. She thought that Lu Ming was injured by some weaker ferocious beast. "I don't know either." Lu Ming shook his head. "Well, forget it. I see that you're badly injured. Where are you from? Do you need us to send you back?" asked Ahui. After chatting for a while, the 2 young women felt that Lu Ming was not a bad person. They became bolder and approached Lu Ming to chat with Lu Ming. "My home is very far from here. I'm afraid I can't go back for the time being," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Oh, in that case, why don't you go to Lishui City with us first? Lishui City is the closest to here. It's still not safe here. I don't know if the ferocious beast will go crazy again," said Ahui. "Okay, thank you very much." Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Lu Ming had just arrived in the central continent and was unfamiliar with the place. He really needed to find a place to stay temporarily and understand the situation in the central continent before he made his next plan. Moreover, he could also find a place to treat his injuries. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "What's your name?" asked Ahui. "I'm Lu Xiaoqing. May I know your names?" Lu Ming said casually. In the central continent, there were probably spies of the Emperor Deity Palace. Lu Ming did not intend to use his real name. "I'm Xiao Hui. You can call me Ahui. This is my sister Xiao Lei. You can call her Ale, said Ahui. Lu Ming found that Ahui was lively and cheerful. She was more talkative, while Ale was much more shy. She did not talk much, and just looked at Lu Ming curiously. Hearing Ahui's words, Ale whispered, "I'm the elder sister." Ahui glared at her and said, "Ale, you're talking nonsense. I'm the elder sister. I've been taking care of you all this time." Ale retorted in a low voice, "But Grandpa said I was born a moment earlier than you." "Grandpa is talking nonsense." "Humph, I don't care. I'm the elder sister." "Lu Xiaoqing, just remember that I'm the elder sister." Ahui pursed her lips. Chapter 994. Miss Ahui, Miss Ale, wait for me for a while. I'll go to Lishui City with you after my injuries have stabilized. Lu Ming said. "Well, you heal yourself. We'll keep a lookout for you." Ahui said. Then she and Ale walked to the side to keep a lookout for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He then closed his eyes to recuperate. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's body had reached the peak of level 8. His recovery ability was extremely amazing. Combined with the true dragon fighting skill, he began to heal quickly. After half an hour, Lu Ming's injuries had stabilized and his genuine ether had recovered by 20%. Of course, with Ahui and Ale's cultivation, they naturally could not see Lu Ming's cultivation realm. "Miss Ahui, Miss Ale, I'm almost done. We can set off." Lu Ming said. "So soon?" Ahui said with some surprise. "My injuries are not too serious. I'll heal myself properly when we reach Lishui City." Lu Ming said. "Oh, that's good. Is your little tortoise okay?" Ahui looked at Dandan on Lu Ming's shoulder. At this time, Dandan was still twitching. "It's okay. It'll be fine after twitching for a while," Lu Ming said casually. This made Dandan gnash its teeth. What did he mean by "it'll be fine after twitching for a while"? Then, the three of them rose into the air and left for Lishui City. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, what appeared in front of them were rivers and lakes dotted on the ground. Looking from the sky, they looked like pearls. This was a water town. The three of them chatted as they hurried along. Lu Ming had a rough idea of where this place was. The most powerful force in this water town was Floating Mountain. Floating Mountain was an overlord force in Zhongzhou State. In fact, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Zhongzhou State before he came to Zhongzhou State. The middle continent was vast and boundless. It was at least 7 or 8 times larger than the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, it was a blessed land with countless grotto heavens and blessed lands. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was rich, and cultivation flourished there. Throughout history there were countless geniuses and experts. It was the center of the divine wilderness continent. In the middle continent, the eastern wilderness could not compare to the number and quality of geniuses. The central continent ancient Saint dynasty was undoubtedly the oldest and largest force in the central continent. In fact, central continent was completely under the rule of the ancient sage dynasty tens of thousands of years ago. The ancient sage dynasty had been around for a long time. Legend had it that it had been around for 1,000,000 years. For the past 1,000,000 years, the central continent had been under the rule of the ancient sage dynasty. The central continent had been prosperous and powerful. There were many geniuses and experts, far above the eastern wilderness. By then, not only the middle continent, but even the eastern wilderness, Nanming, and other territories would have to submit to the ancient Saint dynasty. However, all of this changed drastically tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago, an invincible figure had appeared in the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. He had started a rebellion, and the ancient Saint dynasty had experienced an unprecedented civil war. That war was earth-shattering. Countless experts had died, and even many sovereigns had fallen. After that war, the strength of the ancient Saint dynasty's royal family declined rapidly. They could no longer control the vast territory of the central continent. After that, the central continent entered the era of the sovereigns. For tens of thousands of years, various overlords had ruled over a region and fought for supremacy. Outside of these overlords, there were countless smaller forces that relied on the overlords and fought endlessly. Now the central continent was even more chaotic than the eastern wilderness. The Floating Mountain sect occupied a vast territory in the eastern part of the central continent. They were the overlords of a region, and they had sovereigns. They were extremely powerful, and were not weaker than forces like the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lishui City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Floating Mountain sect. The Xiao clan, where Ahui and Ale were from, was a small clan in Lishui City. The Xiao sisters were very innocent and did not have any ulterior motives. They felt that Lu Ming was a good person, so they treated Lu Ming as a friend. Whatever Lu Ming asked, they would answer. During the conversation, Lu Ming learned that their mother had passed away after they were born. A few years ago, their father had also fallen while adventuring outside. Now they had been following their grandfather, Xiaozhan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. However, some time ago, Xiaozhan entered the Chaos Mountain Range in search of a kind of spiritual medicine. He did not expect to be bitten by a seven-colored poisonous snake, and was still unconscious. The reason why the two sisters came to the Chaos Mountain Range was to find the seven-colored poisonous snake's nest, and the accompanying spiritual medicine of the seven-colored poisonous snake to save Xiaozhan. Unfortunately, after searching for many days, they did not even find a trace of the seven-colored poisonous snake. Later, they met Lu Ming. "Maybe I can save your grandfather's poison," Lu Ming said. This made the Xiao sisters pause. Their eyes widened as they said, You can really save him?" The alchemist said that the poison had already spread throughout my grandfather's body. Unless there's the accompanying spiritual medicine of the seven-colored poisonous snake, it would be hard to save him. As they said this, the eyes of the two sisters started to turn red again. "I have cultivated a kind of secret technique before. I have some experience in detoxification," Lu Ming said. The Nine Dragons' bloodline could swallow all kinds of poison. If someone was poisoned, it could also swallow the poison out. "Really? You can't side with us?" Ahui's eyes were filled with hope. The two sisters looked at Lu Ming without blinking. And Lu Ming nodded his head solemnly. "That's great." The two sisters beamed with joy. 2 days later, Lishui City appeared in front of their eyes. Lishui City was very grand. Even though it couldn't be compared to Nine Dragons City, which was a colossus, it was still extremely vast. On the streets, people walked to and fro. All of them were in high spirits. There were a lot of experts. Just by strolling through one street, Lu Ming had already discovered quite a number of strong practitioners of spirit embryo realm. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Lu Ming looked around curiously. The customs of the central continent were very different from the East Desolation. It was filled with exotic customs. After passing through a few streets, a huge mansion appeared in front of them. He had arrived at the Xiao family. The two sisters were the precious granddaughters of the Xiao family's patriarch. Naturally, they didn't stop him. Lu Ming followed the two sisters and entered the Xiao family. However, when they walked past a courtyard, they were stopped by a young man. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a sapphire green long robe with a jade belt around his waist and golden boots on his feet. Xiaoning. Seeing this young man, the two sisters frowned slightly. "Ahui, Ale, where have you been these few days?" The young man asked. "Where we go is none of your business." Ahui curled her lips and said, "None of my business? Don't you know that the two of you are now related to the future of the Xiao family? If anything happens to you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Xiaoning's gaze turned cold as he said, What future of the Xiao family? It's your future." Ahui mocked. "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Xiaoning opened the fan in his hand and gently waved it. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Ming and frowned. "Who is this person?" "Ahui, don't bring any Tom, Dick or Harry into the family. If others know, they will laugh at you. This is my and Ale's friend. He is here to treat his injuries. You can't do anything about it. Also, Big Brother Lu can cure grandfather's poison. When the time comes, he will be an important guest of the Xiao family." Chapter 995. Lu Ming stood at the side and watched quietly without making a sound. Ale explained to him in a low voice that this person was their second uncle's son and their cousin. Their relationship with the two of them was not good. He can cure grandfather's poison? Nonsense. Many alchemists couldn't cure him. How can this kid cure him? Don't be fooled by this kid. Xiaoning raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Brother Lu is our friend. Why would he lie to us? If we don't let Brother Lu try, how would we know that Brother Lu can't do it? Alright, get out of the way. With that, Hui pulled Lu Ming, bypassed Xiaoning, and walked inside. Xiaoning's face was gloomy. Hui brought Lu Ming around a few courtyards and finally came to a guest room. She said, Brother Lu, you can stay here and heal your injuries. When you're better, it won't be too late to cure grandfather's poison. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, the two sisters bid farewell and left. Lu Ming walked into the room and closed the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to heal his injuries. The battle dragon true essence circulated throughout his body and seeped into the depths of his body. Lu Ming's injuries were quickly recovering. In fact, during the 2 days on the road, Lu Ming's body was automatically recovering. Up until now, he had recovered a lot. Bang! 10 minutes later, while Lu Ming was healing his injuries, the door was pushed open. A youth stood at the door with a cold face. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiaoning, the one who pushed open the door, was Xiaoning. Fortunately, Lu Ming's control was strong enough. He also paid attention and didn't put all his heart into it. Otherwise, if he was suddenly disturbed during his cultivation, he would be injured at best. At worst, he would go berserk. What do you want? Lu Ming asked. Kid, what is your purpose in coming to the Xiao family? Could it be that you want to deceive Hui and Ale because they are innocent? Let me tell you, if you have this idea, you are wrong. Desolate Ning said coldly. Brother Xiao, you've misunderstood me. I'm friends with Hui and Ale, and I'm injured, so I want to use the Xiao family to heal. I happen to know some detoxification methods. I heard that the old master of the Xiao family was poisoned by the colorful snake, so I want to see if I can help detoxify him. Lu Ming cupped his fists and explained with a smile. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being my brother? Don't think that I don't know that you want to get close to those two girls because they are beautiful and pure. No way. You'd better leave the Xiao family quickly, or else. Desolate Ning sneered. Xiao Ning, what are you doing? Following that, two beautiful figures appeared. They were Hui and Ale. Xiao Ning, Big Brother Lu is our friend. If you let him go again, I'll get angry. Hui gritted her teeth and said as the two sisters walked over. Emph. Seeing the sisters coming over, Xiaoning knew that he had missed the opportunity. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeves and strode away. I heard that Xiaoning was coming here. I knew that something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Big Brother Lu, are you alright? Hui asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Well, I'll have someone keep an eye on Xiaoning for the next few days. If he comes again, I'll definitely get angry with him. Have a good rest. After that, the two sisters said goodbye to Lu Ming. Lu Ming went back to his room and continued to cultivate and heal his injuries. After that, no one disturbed Lu Ming. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. As for Dandan, he was thrown into the mountain river diagram and let him recover on his own. Dandan's vitality was extremely tenacious, so nothing bad would happen to him. After Lu Ming recovered, he found Hui and Ale and went to their grandfather's room. Old Master Xiao lived in the Xiao family's main residence. When the three of them arrived at the main residence, they were stopped. One of them was Xiaoning, and the other was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a cold expression. Second uncle. Hui's expression changed slightly. That man was Hui's second uncle, Xiao Hongyan. Old Master Xiao had 2 sons. One was Hui and Ale's father, and the other was Xiao Hongyan. Hui, Ale, that's where father is recuperating. Why did you bring a stranger here? Xiao Hongyan said with a straight face. Ale trembled slightly and took a step back. Apparently, she was a little afraid of Xiao Hongyan. Hui was much bolder. She took a step forward and said, Second uncle, this is our friend Lu Xiaoqing. Big Brother Lu can cure Grandpa's poison, so we brought him here to help Grandpa cure the poison. Nonsense. Xiao Hongyan waved his sleeves and snapped. How many alchemists and herbalists have we hired? We've tried all kinds of methods, but none of them could cure your grandfather's poison. How could this kid cure your grandfather? You two little girls don't know how dangerous the world is. Be careful not to be deceived. Second uncle, you think too much. Brother Lu won't deceive us. Why don't we let him try? We won't lose anything. Hui argued strongly. Xiao Hongyun's face darkened slightly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, are you an inscriber? No. Lu Ming said indifferently. He had thought that since he had just arrived, he should be polite to them. Moreover, he did not argue with the Xiao family for the sake of Hui and Ale. However, Xiao Hongyun and his son had repeatedly made things difficult for him and spoke unkindly. Lu Ming could not help but feel a little angry, and his tone was not pleasant. Haha, since you're not an inscriber, how dare you say that you can cure my father? What a joke. Hurry up and leave the Xiao family. I won't pursue this matter. Xiao Hongyun laughed contemptuously and waved his hand. Who said that only an inscriber can cure a poison? I have a secret technique that can easily cure the poison, Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Shameless boasting. Xiao Ning interrupted sarcastically. We believe in Brother Lu. Moreover, second uncle also said that so many alchemists have been invited during this period, but none of them could cure Grandpa's poison. Are we just going to leave him alone and let him die? At this moment, we have to seize any chance. I must let Brother Lu try. If you're worried, you can watch from the side, Hui said with a firm gaze. Ale also stepped forward and stared at Xiao Hongyun boldly. Xiao Hongyun frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, let him try. We'll watch from the side. However, just now an alchemist came and fed Father an antidote pill. We'll observe the situation for today. If Father doesn't get better by tomorrow, let this kid try. Okay, tomorrow it is. Hui was overjoyed. Also, don't run around these few days. After a few days, pack your things and follow me to the floating mountain to see young Master Ling Yingkong. Xiao Hongyun's tone changed. Hearing this, Hui and Hui's expressions changed drastically. No, I won't go to the floating mountain to see Ling Yingkong even if I die, Hui shouted. Nonsense. Who is young Master Ling Yingkong? He's a peerless genius of the floating mountain. He's one of the top 10 young geniuses of the floating mountain. His talent is peerless and rare. It's your fortune that he took a fancy to you. Don't you know how to cherish it? Let me tell you, this is related to the future of the Xiao family. You can't throw a tantrum. You have to go even if you don't want to. After 7 days, follow me. After saying this, Xiao Hongyun waved his sleeves and strode away. Chapter 996. Hui and Ale's eyes were red, and tears were rolling in their eyes. Hui, Ale, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. It's all because of Xiao Ning. He wants to give us to Ling Yingkong for his own future. Hui wiped her tears and explained to Lu Ming. Xiao Ning was also a disciple of the Floating Mountain sect. However, the Floating Mountain sect was a colossus with many geniuses. Xiao Ning's talent was average, and he was just an ordinary disciple in the Floating Mountain sect. He was not valued at all. However, he was good at flattering people. He used some unknown method to get acquainted with Ling Yingkong, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. He ran errands for Ling Yingkong. Once, Xiao Ning brought Ling Yingkong to the Xiao clan as a guest. The Xiao clan was naturally shocked and held a big banquet to welcome Ling Yingkong. At the banquet, Ling Yingkong took a fancy to Hui and Ale. Xiao Ning naturally introduced them to such a good thing. Ling Yingkong was a peerless genius of the Floating Mountain sect. Even in the Battle of Providence in the Central Continent, he had achieved good results. Which girl didn't like geniuses and worship peerless geniuses? Hui and Ale were naturally the same. They naturally agreed to get acquainted with Ling Yingkong. However, later they found out that Ling Yingkong wanted to marry both of them. Yes, both of them. This made Hui and Ale greatly disappointed in Ling Yingkong. Later, they learned that Ling Yingkong was licentious and lecherous. He had already married 7 or 8 concubines. In this way, the two sisters naturally disagreed. However, Xiao Ning finally managed to climb up the big tree that was Ling Yingkong. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? As long as Ling Yingkong married the two sisters, he would definitely be heavily rewarded. Then, Xiao Ning would be able to rise up in the Floating Mountain sect. Therefore, Xiao Ning and Xiao Hongyun had been trying to find a way to marry the two sisters to Ling Yingkong. However, Xiao Zhan, the old master of the Xiao clan, strongly opposed this matter. This matter had been delayed. Now that Xiao Zhan was poisoned and unconscious, how could Xiao Ning and Xiao Hongyun miss this opportunity? Naturally, they began to urge the two sisters to marry Ling Yingkong. Lu Ming nodded, suddenly understanding. No wonder the relationship between the two sisters and Desolate Ning was so bad. So this was the reason why. The three of them chatted for a while before returning to their rooms. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning walked around several courtyards, chatting with each other. Father, why did you agree to let that brat detoxify Grandpa? If that brat really detoxifies Grandpa's poison, with his bad temper, he will definitely oppose us giving a hui and a lei to Ling Yingkong. Xiao Ning said anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? The 7-colored poisonous snake is extremely rare, and its venom is very special. Now the venom has spread throughout the old man's body, and seeped into the depths of his muscles, bones and blood. We've invited so many alchemists and pharmacists, but they were all helpless. How can that brat cure the poison? In my opinion, that brat has taken a fancy to a hui and wants to show off in front of them. When he fails to cure the poison tomorrow, we'll find a reason to kick him out of the Xiao clan. Xiao Hongyun said. Father is right. Desolate Ning smiled happily. A day passed quickly. On the second day, Old Master Zhao's poison showed no signs of subsiding. On the afternoon of the second day, Lu Ming, a hui and a lei, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning walked towards Old Master Zhao's room. Opening the door, Lu Ming saw an old man lying on the bed. The old man looked to be in his 60s. He was tall and sturdy, but his breath was weak. His body was covered with colorful lights. The 7 colors covered his entire body. It was very strange. This was the 7-colored poisonous snake's poison. Grandpa, a hui and a lei saw Xiao Zhan's appearance and their hearts ached. Their eyes reddened and tears flowed down uncontrollably. The 7-colored poisonous snake's poison has spread to every part of his body, even to the depths of his muscles, bones, and blood. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The old man was deeply poisoned. If not for his profound cultivation, he would have died long ago. Even so, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming predicted that the old man would die in a month at most. Brother Lu, are you sure you can save my grandpa? Ah Hui said with a sobbing tone. I'll try my best, Lu Ming said and walked over to Xiao Zhan. Lu Ming waved his hand. True essence spread out and lifted Xiao Zhan's body. Xiao Zhan sat up on the bed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged behind Xiao Zhan. His palm pressed against Xiao Zhan's back, and his devouring power erupted. The devouring power wrapped around Xiao Zhan's body, seeping into every inch of his skin, bones, and flesh. A hui and a lei, as well as Xiao Hongyun and his son, for pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. However, the 4 of them were worried about different things. A hui and a lei were worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. Xiao Hongyun and his son were worried that Lu Ming would be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. The poison is retreating. Suddenly, A Hui's eyes lit up, and her voice trembled. First, they saw the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face slowly fade, as if something was sucking them out of his body. How is this possible? Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's faces changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. Could Lu Ming really be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison? Their eyes flashed with various kinds of light, and they looked a little cold. As for A Hui and A Lei, they were overjoyed. They held their hands tightly, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Xiao Zhan. As time passed, the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face faded, and his aura grew stronger. Half an hour later, the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face had completely disappeared. The multicolored spots on his body had also disappeared. Xiao Zhan's breathing calmed down, and one could even hear his heartbeat. Huff! Lu Ming let out a long breath and stopped devouring. Xiao Zhan's poison was unexpectedly difficult to cure. It had seeped into every inch of his body. Even with the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it still took half an hour. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan's poison was completely devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline, and refined into nothingness. Big brother Lu, my grandfather's poison? Ah Hui asked with some concern. Your grandfather's poison has been completely removed, and he will wake up soon. However, Senior Xiao has been poisoned for so many days, and his body is very weak. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to recover to his peak in a short time. He will need some time to recuperate. Lu Ming smiled. The poison is gone? That's great, that's great. The poison is gone. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. Ahui was beaming with joy, and she was extremely excited. Ale was the same, and her eyes were full of joy. However, Xiao Hongyun and his son were the complete opposite. There was no trace of a smile, and their eyes were gloomy. Lu Ming got up and got off the bed. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather is awake. Grandfather is awake. Grandfather. Chapter 997. Xiao Zhan glanced at the two sisters and smiled. Ahui Ale, is my poison cured? Who helped me? He knew very well that the seven-colored viper's poison was difficult to cure. He thought that he would never wake up, so he was rather surprised. It's Brother Lu. Brother Lu helped you. Ahui looked at Lu Ming and said. Xiao Zhan also looked at Lu Ming. When he saw how young Lu Ming was, he was slightly stunned. Is he a powerful alchemist at such a young age? Junior Lu Xiaoqing greets Senior Xiao. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Young hero, you don't have to be so polite. You saved my life, so I should salute you. Xiao Zhan struggled and wanted to salute Lu Ming, but he was too weak to even lift his hand. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I'm friends with Ahui and Ale. It's my duty to save them. Senior, you're weak now. You should rest well. Lu Ming said hurriedly. At that moment, Xiao Hongyun's expression changed. Then he suddenly smiled in surprise and stepped forward. Father, you're awake. That's great. I've been worried about you day and night. I couldn't sleep at night. Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Hongyun and nodded. Xiao Hongyun's eyes flashed with gloominess, but he still had a smile on his face. Father, you've just cured the poison in your body and you're weak. Rest well. We won't disturb you any longer. I'll order someone to send you some pills to nourish your energy. Then he looked at Ahui and Ale and said, Ahui, Ale, let's go out. Don't disturb Grandpa's rest. Grandpa, rest well. We'll take our leave first. Ahui said reluctantly. Go ahead, young hero Lu. I'll thank you in person after I've recovered a little. Xiao Zhan said. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, everyone left the room. Lu Xiaoqing, right? I have something to tell you. As soon as they left the room, Xiao Hongyun's face turned cold. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone left the main residence and went to a courtyard outside. Lu Xiaoqing, since my father's poison has been cured and your injuries have healed, there's no need for you to continue staying in the Xiao family. Please leave. Xiao Hongyun's first sentence was a direct order for them to leave. Ahui and Ale's eyes widened in disbelief. Second uncle. What do you mean by this? Big Brother Lu just helped Grandpa detoxify the poison, and you want to chase him away. He is now our Xiao clan's benefactor. Is this how you treat the Xiao clan's benefactor? Ahui said in disbelief. What do you know at such a young age? Do you really think that he is sincere in helping father cure the poison? He must have a motive for doing so. Xiao Hongyun scolded, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Xiaoqing, your motive is these two girls, right? They are indeed outstanding beauties. You deliberately approached them and detoxified my father. Your motive is nothing more than to gain their favor and kill two birds with one stone. These two girls are inexperienced. You may be able to hide it from them, but how can you hide it from me? Let me tell you, these two girls are already Ling Yunkong's people. You'd better give up. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. So leave the Xiao family now. Xiao Hongyun looked coldly at Lu Ming, and his tone gradually became heavier. Lu Ming laughed. This was too ridiculous. He came to the Xiao family because Ahui invited him. He was looking for a place to heal and detoxify Xiao Zhan. He had originally planned to leave after detoxifying Xiao Zhan. But in Xiao Hongyun's eyes, he had become a person with ulterior motives. His motive was to get the Xiao sisters. How ridiculous was that? He was now the Xiao family's benefactor. Not only did Xiao Hongyun not thank him, but he even asked him to leave immediately. Okay, I'll leave right away. Lu Ming sneered. Since they didn't welcome him, why should he stay here? Brother Lu, don't listen to second uncle's nonsense. You saved Grandpa. Grandpa said that he wants to thank you. Hui said anxiously. Alei's eyes were also filled with anxiety. What nonsense! You two ignorant girls. You are now Ling Yunкong's people, but you are so close to this kid. What will Ling Yunкong think if he knows? Do you want to put the Xiao family in danger? Do you want the Xiao family to be destroyed? Xiao Hongyun scolded loudly. You're talking nonsense. When did we become Ling Yunкong's people? It's all your wishful thinking. Hui retorted loudly. Xiao Hongyun's face became even gloomier. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay here? Kid, you cured my grandpa's poison. This mid-grade profound crystal is your reward. Take it and get out of here. Xiao Ning waved his hand, and a mid-grade profound crystal flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He smashed the crystal into pieces and coldly glanced at Xiao Ning and Xiao Hongyun. Finally, he looked at Hui and Alei and said, Hui Alei, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, leaving the Xiao clan. Brother Lu. Hui cried out, and then she glared hatefully at Xiao Hongyun and his son. Is this how the Xiao clan treats our benefactor? We'll probably become a laughingstock if news of this spreads. Besides, even if we die, we won't go to the floating mountain to see Ling Yunкong. Just give up. Alei, let's go. Hui pulled Alei and ran out of the Xiao family. Lu Ming flew all the way, covering hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. He arrived at a street in the north of Lishui City. Thereafter, he chose a restaurant and ordered some side dishes to eat and drink. With his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't be in a bad mood because of Xiao Hongyun and the others. The Xiao family had nothing to do with him. It was just a relay station that he passed by. The only thing he was worried about was Hui and Alei. The two girls were very innocent. He was afraid that they would become tools for Xiao Hongyun and his son. What's wrong? Kid, you can't let go of those two girls? Out of nowhere, Dandan appeared on the table. She held a drumstick and started munching. After a few days, Dandan's injuries had basically healed. Yes, I am indeed worried. I plan to cultivate near Lishui City. If you have time, help me keep an eye on it. Lu Ming nodded. Sure, but you can't leave me out of the spiritual herbs. Dandan's mouth was full of oil. After a while, the chicken leg was finished by Dandan. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Ming found a nearby inn to stay in. In a room of the Xiao family, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were discussing something. Damn it, I didn't expect that kid Lu Xiaoqing to be able to cure the old man's poison. Xiao Hongyun said with a gloomy face. Father, what should we do now? When the old man wakes up, he will definitely object to us giving those two girls to Ling Yunкong. Chapter 998. Now we can only strike first to gain the upper hand. You go to Ling Yunкong now and ask him to send someone to take Hui and Alei directly to the floating mountain. When the rice is cooked, let's see how the old guy will object. Xiao Hongyun's eyes flashed with a scheming light. Okay, father, I'll do it now. Xiao Ning nodded and left the room in a hurry. Lishui City was surrounded by lakes. Endless rivers, lakes, and lakes converge with the land. This territory was filled with water vapor. The next day, Lu Ming left Lishui City and headed north. After tens of thousands of miles, countless lakes came into view. This area was called the 10,000 Lakes Plain. It was said that there were more than 10,000 lakes here. There were countless lakes of different sizes. The big ones were 10,000 miles wide, while the small ones were only a few miles wide. They were spread throughout this vast area. Lu Ming came here to comprehend the concept of water. At a glance, he could see many figures walking on the lakes. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword chi and water screens flashed from time to time. Human martial artists were killing the water demons in the lakes. There were countless lakes in the 10,000 Lakes Plain. Naturally, there were many water demons. Hiss. A huge catfish, more than 30 meters long, drilled out of the lake. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming, wanting to swallow Lu Ming in one gulp. True essence erupted. Lu Ming stepped out and stomped the catfish to death. Then his devouring power erupted and devoured the essence blood of the catfish. As for the other demonic powers and blood, Lu Ming didn't devour them. That scene was too shocking. He was afraid that it would spread. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation couldn't increase because of his concept. Devouring those energies wouldn't be of much use. Of course, there was another way to improve Lu Ming's concept of water quickly. That was to kill other martial artists and devour their concepts. There were many people in the vicinity of Lishui City who had comprehended the concept of water. He could find any one of them. However, Lu Ming would not do that. If it was an enemy, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't show any mercy. But to make him kill others just to improve his own cultivation, Lu Ming absolutely couldn't do such a thing. Stepping on the surface of the lake, Lu Ming felt the water vapor in the surroundings. He immersed himself in it, continuously comprehending the state of water. Next, Lu Ming comprehended the concept of water in this boundless body of water. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was Lu Ming's comprehension ability now. Every day he made great progress. 7 days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a huge lake. The water in this lake was very strange. It moved without wind, as if it had a mind of its own. The water vapor in this lake was the densest, and the comprehension of the concept of water was exceptionally clear. Therefore, many people were attracted to this place to cultivate. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged on the lake, quietly comprehending and comprehending. Peak of 3rd grade entry. Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His concept of water had already reached the peak of 3rd grade entry. Look, that's the disciples of the Floating Mountain sect. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, attracting the attention of many people. They looked up at the sky. Lu Ming also looked up and saw a few figures walking on air, heading towards Lishui City. There were a total of 8 people. They weren't old, most of them in their 30s. Xiao Ning. Lu Ming frowned as he saw Xiao Ning's figure in the crowd. These are the disciples of the Floating Mountain sect, and they are together with Xiao Ning. Could they be Ling Yunkong's men? Lu Ming frowned as he thought of Hui and Ale. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming got up and walked on the lake, following behind from a distance. Soon they arrived at Lishui City. Xiao Ning and the others walked on air and entered. When Lu Ming arrived at the Xiao family, he saw that the entrance of the Xiao family was already crowded with people. Why are the people of the Floating Mountain sect here? The leader is called Ling Kai. I've seen him before. He is Ling Yunkong's subordinate. What? Ling Yunkong? One of the top 10 prodigies of the Floating Mountain sect, Ling Yunkong? Exclamations came from all around. That's right. I heard that Ling Yunkong took a fancy to the Xiao sisters and wanted to take them as his concubines. However, the Xiao sisters never agreed. This time he's probably here to take them away. Take them away? So overbearing? Nonsense, who is Ling Yunkong? So what if he's overbearing? Who dares to resist? That's true. I heard that Ling Yunkong is a playboy. The Xiao sisters are indeed beautiful. If they were taken away by Ling Yunkong, they would be like lambs in a tiger's den. Lu Ming had just arrived when he heard the discussions around him. Circulating his true essence, the people in front of Lu Ming were silently pushed aside by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward. I'm not going. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Lu Ming had just walked to the front when he heard a tender voice. He knew it was Hui's voice. Lu Ming looked forward and saw a group of youths standing in front of the Xiao residence. Opposite them stood Xiao Hongyan, Hui, and Ale. At this moment, the Xiao sisters were glaring at the youth from the Floating Mountain sect, Xiao Hongyan, and Xiao Ning angrily. You're not going? Bastards, it's your fortune that young Master Ling Yunkong took a fancy to you. Do you know how many girls are jealous of you? You dare not go? As long as you serve young Master Ling well, what can you not get in the future? All kinds of cultivation resources will be available. Xiao Hongyan scolded with a sullen face. Many people in the crowd secretly shook their heads. Xiao Hongyan might not be right. If they really fell in love with the Floating Mountain sect's prodigy and became husband and wife, it would naturally be as Xiao Hongyan said. However, Ling Yunkong was a playboy who liked the new and hated the old. Being with him might not end well. If you say you're not going, then go by yourself. Ale, let's go and find Grandpa. Hui pulled Ale, wanting to run into the Xiao residence. Bastards, you're putting the Xiao family in danger by doing this. How can we allow you to run amok? Stop right there. Xiao Hongyan took a step forward, blocking the two sisters. A powerful aura rose from his body, and with a wave of his hand, his true yuan formed a true yuan cage, trapping the two sisters. Today you have to go even if you don't want to. Young Master Kai, I'll leave these two girls to you. Xiao Hongyun looked at Ling Kai flatteringly. And these two girls haven't seen the world. After young Master Yunkong's teachings, they'll be obedient. Ling Kai chuckled and asked for more than 1,000. What are you doing? At this moment, a loud roar came from the Xiao residence. Then a group of people followed an old man out. That old man was Xiao Zhan. After 7 days, Xiao Zhan had not fully recovered, but his aura was many times stronger than 7 days ago. It was obvious that he had recovered part of his cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was like a mad lion, glaring at Xiao Hongyun. Grandpa! Hui and Ale shouted. Hui, Ale, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Chapter 999. Xiao Hongyun frowned and said, Father, look at what you're saying. I'm just thinking for Xiao family. For Xiao family? I think you're doing this for yourself and your son. Xiao Zhan roared. Father, Ninger is also your grandson. Xiao Hongyun frowned. Grandson? I don't have a grandson who grovels all day and uses his family to exchange for his future. If he doesn't have the backbone of a martial artist, how can he have any achievements? Xiao Zhan shouted. These words made Xiao Ning's face turn ugly as his eyes flickered with an ominous glint. Old man, I advise you to be sensible. This time, young Master Yunkong has already said that we must bring these two girls back. If you try to stop us, you're not giving young Master Yunkong any face. You're not giving our hanging mountain any face. At this moment, Ling Kai spoke with a cold gaze. Young hero, this old man doesn't have any intention of not giving face to the hanging mountain sect, nor do I dare to do so. But when it comes to love, both parties need to be in love with each other. Since my two granddaughters have no interest in young Master Yunkong, why must you force them? Xiao Zhan said. Feelings need to be nurtured. I'll bring them back and spend some time with young Master Cloud Realm. Won't feelings develop then? Ling Kai sneered. Can young Master Cloud Realm officially marry the two girls and make them his wives? Xiao Zhan asked. Ling Kai frowned and said coldly, Enough, old man. Who do these two girls think they are? It's already a great fortune to be able to scout young Master Cloud Realm. You still want to officially marry him and make them his wives? Are you dreaming? All right, old man, move aside. After saying this, Ling Kai's gaze was like lightning and his aura was oppressive. Second level of spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming could tell that Ling Kai's cultivation had already reached the second level of spirit embryo realm. To be able to reach such a cultivation at Ling Kai's age, he was obviously a genius. No, as disciples of Floating Sky Mountain. Are you going to snatch them by force? Xiao Zhan walked to Hui and Ale's side and blocked their path. Grandfather. Fear appeared in Hui and Ale's eyes as they grabbed onto Xiao Zhan's arm tightly. Hui, Ale, don't be afraid. Grandfather is here. Xiao Zhan comforted as a powerful aura rose from his body. Even though Xiao Zhan hadn't fully recovered, the strength of his aura wasn't any weaker than someone at the third level of spirit embryo realm, as he fought against Ling Kai. The other Xiao clan disciples who came out with Xiao Zhan also stood beside Xiao Zhan and stared at the floating mountain disciples. Old man, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Your aunt-like Xiao family dares to go against young Master Yunkong? You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Kai's eyes. He took a step forward, and his aura became even stronger. Although his cultivation was weaker than Xiao Zhan's, his aura was extremely strong, and he was actually able to suppress Xiao Zhan. This was the strength of a genius. Xiao Zhan stared at Ling Kai with a dignified expression. His entire body was tense, as if he would be attacked by Ling Kai at any moment. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand him over, I'll kill one of your Xiao clan members in one breath. 3. Ling Kai said coldly. Xiao Zhan, the Xiao sisters, and the other members of the Xiao clan all had ugly expressions on their faces. Ling Kai was too overbearing. 2. Ling Kai said. The surrounding people were silent. This was Ling Yunkong's matter. Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 great geniuses of Floating Mountain, so who would dare to interfere? Xiao Zhan and the rest had ugly expressions. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't make a sound. 1. Ling Kai spat out the word 1. And his killing intent intensified. Seems like you're not going to hand them over. You're courting death. Kill. Ling Kai waved his hand, and a youth beside him took a step forward. His figure shot out like lightning, and a sword light pierced through the air, stabbing towards a Xiao clan disciple. It was so fast that the Xiao clan disciple didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, everyone saw a head flying high into the air, and fresh blood spurted out. A Xiao clan disciple was killed without any resistance. The youth from Floating Mountain was at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. No! Xiao Zhan roared like a mad lion, his eyes blazing with fury. However, he was suppressed by Ling Kai's powerful aura, and couldn't help at all. If he helped, Hui and her sister would be taken away by Ling Kai. Seems like you're not going to hand them over? Kill. Ling Kai's voice continued to ring out. Sword light flashed, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Another Xiao clan disciple was killed. Xiao Zhan's eyes were about to spit fire. Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning stood at the side, their eyes cold and indifferent. No, don't kill, we'll go with you. Hui and her sister cried out with tears in their eyes. No, Grandpa can't send you into the tiger's den, or else how can I face your parents? Xiao Zhan roared, his eyes red. Old man, I think you're really looking for death. Kill, continue to kill, until you kill everyone from Xiao clan. I don't believe that he won't hand them over. Today, I'll kill until he hands them over. Ling Kai shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. Zhou. Sword light flashed out again, but this time, there was no blood-curdling scream, because the hand that was holding the sword was grabbed by someone. A youth in black robes suddenly appeared in front of the youth from Floating Mountain, and grabbed his wrist. Enough, the youth in black robe said coldly. Brother Lu. Hui called out softly. This youth in black robes was Lu Ming. Little brother Lu, leave quickly, this has nothing to do with you. When Xiao Zhan saw that it was Lu Ming, he didn't show any joy. Instead, he urged Lu Ming to leave quickly. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s, while the opponent was a colossus like Floating Mountain. Ling Yunkong was one of the top 10 heavens prides of Floating Mountain. Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. Lu Ming was his benefactor, so he didn't want to drag Lu Ming into this. Sure enough, Ling Kai's eyes darkened. The youth whose wrist was grabbed by Lu Ming was filled with killing intent as he berated. Brat, how dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. True Yuan burst out and a black light flashed. The youth planned to shake off Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming with a sword. Kacha kacha. Lu Ming's wrist shook, and the youth's arm twisted like dough, giving off cracking sounds of bones breaking. He gave a miserable shriek and flew far away, landing heavily on the ground, howling in grief like a dying wild dog. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and many people were shocked. The youth from Floating Mountain wasn't weak, with a cultivation at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Even though he couldn't be considered a heaven's pride, he was still considered outstanding among those at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Yet he couldn't even block one move from Lu Ming. Who was Lu Ming? How could he be so strong? Hui and Ale opened their mouths slightly stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming's strength was about the same as theirs, at most a little stronger. Never did they expect that an expert at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm would be easily defeated by Lu Ming. A hint of astonishment flashed through Xiao Zhan's eyes, but his gaze was still grave. A martial artist at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm wasn't much, but Ling Kai was at the peak of the second level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and was a heaven's pride. He wasn't someone that the youth just now could compare to. Brat, to dare to sneak attack and injure a disciple of my Floating Mountain. I think you must have eaten a true dragon's gallbladder. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, then cripple your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. Chapter 1000. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, Floating Sky Mountain is an overlord power. To think that their disciples would be so unbearable to actually snatch a girl. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Ling Kai's face turned sinister as he shouted. Brat, you dare to look down on my floating sky mountain. Now you have no chance to live. You will definitely die. What do you mean look down on you? This is the truth. If floating sky mountain is like you or trash like Ling Yinkong, I think it won't be long before it perishes. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said loudly. The hearts of the surrounding people twitched as they took in a cold breath. This Lu Ming was too daring. He actually dared to talk about Ling Yinkong and floating sky mountain like this. Even though they thought the same in their hearts, they didn't dare to say a word. Boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are to talk about young Master Yinkong and floating sky mountain? Kill him for me. Ling Kai said coldly and waved his hand. Behind him, 5 youths rushed out at the same time and 5 long swords covered Lu Ming. These 5 youths were the same as the previous one. They looked to be in their early 30s and couldn't be considered as geniuses. However, their battle power wasn't weak either. They were all experts at the first level of spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Central Continent was indeed the center of Divine Wasteland Continent. It was a holy land for cultivation, and there were so many experts. There weren't many people in Eastern Wasteland who had reached spirit embryo realm in their 30s, but here, they were continuously meeting. Scram. Lu Ming spat out a word and a long spear appeared in his hand. With a tremble, 5 spear lights appeared and pierced towards the 5 youths. Puff. 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 Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the 5 youths screamed and retreated in a hurry. A bloody hole appeared on each of their shoulders and fresh blood flowed out. The faces of the 5 youths were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. If Lu Ming's spear lights had pierced their throats, they would have been dead. Now scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly and stared at Ling Kai with a gaze like lightning. Brat, you are courting death. Not only did Ling Kai not retreat, his killing intent became even more intense. Wang. Above Ling Kai's head, a big fish appeared. This fish was incomparably ferocious, like a battle sword. Its body was slender, and its eyes revealed a fierce light. Ancient swordfish was Ling Kai's bloodline. There were 3 golden chakras shining on it. Ling Kai was an expert who had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses. Even though Lu Ming's battle strength was not weak, he was still fearless. With his battle prowess, it was enough to deal with strong practitioners at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm. Clang. There was an explosion of sword gleams. Dazzling sword gleams were released from Ling Kai's hands. Countless sword auras were released toward Lu Ming. With a flick of his spear, space buzzed as boundless spear light appeared. Clang. 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 The rapid sound of metal colliding rang out. It was extremely dense, and it rang out several hundred times. Then Ling Kai's figure retreated rapidly. Several holes had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing out. His face was pale and gloomy. It was obvious that Lu Ming had shown mercy. However, not only was Ling Kai not grateful, he was even more resentful. In his heart, Lu Ming did not dare to kill him because he was from the Floating Mountain sect. It was natural that Lu Ming would not kill him. However, Lu Ming had injured him and embarrassed him. He would not be able to answer to Ling Yinkong when he returned. This was a huge sin. Brat, just you wait. Just you wait. Ling Kai roared angrily and led the others away, turning into a few sword lights and disappearing into the sky. Lu Ming did not give chase. If he was alone, he would have just killed these trash. Lu Ming would not have frowned at all. However, he had to take the Xiao clan into consideration, so he showed mercy. Ahui, Alei, and Xiaozhan were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming's battle prowess to be so high that even Ling Kai was not Lu Ming's opponent, and was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning were also dumbfounded. At the same time, their expressions were extremely ugly. Brat, how dare you injure a heaven's pride of the Floating Mountain sect? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't drag our Xiao clan into it. At this moment, Xiao Ning strode out with a gloomy face, pointing at Lu Ming and cursing. Lu Ming frowned and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shut up. Little brother Lu was trying to save us. Xiaozhan reprimanded. Grandfather, you're old and muddle-headed. What save us? You're clearly harming us. Letting Ling Kai take A Hui and A Lei away was the best choice. That way, our Xiao clan would have a meteoric rise. Now, it's all ruined by this brat. Our Xiao clan will be in trouble. Xiao Ning shouted with a sinister expression. Bastard! Xiao Zhang glared at Xiao Ning, trembling with anger. Ning is right. Brat, I knew you had bad intentions. Now that you've offended young Master Ling Yinkong, we're all in trouble. Xiao Hongyun took a step forward and said coldly. Ha ha ha, framing your Xiao clan and bringing trouble to your Xiao clan? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Who was the one who killed the Xiao clan's disciples? Me. Lu Ming laughed. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were really shameless. Just now, when the floating mountain sect's disciples killed the Xiao clan's disciples, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning didn't say a word. Now that Lu Ming helped the Xiao clan beat back Ling Kai and the others, the two jumped out to criticize him. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? So what if a few Xiao clan's trash died? Who told them to be disobedient? Xiao Ning sneered. Slap. Lu Ming slapped Xiao Ning's face with a backhand. Xiao Ning spun a few rounds in the air and fell heavily on the ground. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him? In my eyes, you're also trash. Why don't you go and die? Lu Ming looked down at Xiao Ning and said coldly, How dare you? I'll take you down right now and cripple your cultivation. I'll personally send you to apologize to young Master Ling Yinkong. Xiao Hongyun shouted as the aura on his body exploded. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming, sending a palm towards Lu Ming. 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Xiao Hongyun's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. With his cultivation, he could have stopped Ling Kai, but he didn't move at all. Now he wanted to take down Lu Ming. Stop! Xiao Zhan shouted in anger. He didn't expect Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning to be so shameless. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, so it was too late for him to stop Xiao Hongyun. Facing Xiao Hongyun's palm, Lu Ming didn't move at all, as if he had no intention of retaliating. Xiao Hongyun's heart jumped as he had a bad premonition. This brat is so young, and I've never heard of his name. I don't believe that he's my opponent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongyun's palm strength increased as it flew towards Lu Ming. Just as the palm strength was about to hit Lu Ming's feet moved slightly, and Xiao Hongyun's palm was dodged by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Hongyun's face, pressing it against the ground. Boom! The ground shook as Xiao Hongyun's face came into close contact with the ground, creating a huge crater. Smoke and dust filled the air. Chapter 1001. When the dust settled, Xiao Hongyun was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was completely deformed and blood was seeping out from his mouth. His body was twitching and it was a tragic sight. The surrounding onlookers were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything for a long time. Xiao Hongyun, who was at the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's strength became unfathomable in the hearts of the onlookers. What's the use of keeping a person like you in this world? I'll send you on your way. A cold killing intent burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. Xiao Hongyun felt Lu Ming's killing intent and shuddered. He became much more clear-headed and broke out in cold sweat. He crawled towards Xiao Zhan with all his might and shouted, Father, Father, save me, I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong this time, save me. Xiao Zhan's gaze was complicated and he let out a sigh. He cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and said, Little brother Lu, can you spare him this time? Xiao Hongyun was his son after all and also his last son. Seeing him being killed by Lu Ming, Xiao Zhan couldn't bear it. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart. He already knew this would happen. Xiao Zhan valued friendship too much. Although he was disappointed in Xiao Hongyun, he didn't want to see him die. Since Senior Xiao has spoken, I'll spare him this time. Lu Ming said. In his eyes, it didn't matter if Xiao Hongyun was killed because he didn't care at all. Why would he care about someone who could be killed with a slap? Big brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. A Hui ran over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. A Lei also stood behind A Hui and blinked her eyes, peeking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond their expectations. It seemed like even their grandfather wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xiao Zhan. Senior Xiao, what do you plan to do next? It was obvious that Ling Yingkong wouldn't let this matter rest. Little brother Lu, let's talk inside, Xiao Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the Xiao clan's mansion with Xiao Zhan, Ahui and Lei. Ling Yingkong shouldn't be here so soon. I plan to dismiss the Xiao family and take Ahui and Lei to the ends of the world. But this time, I'm really sorry to have involved you. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan bowed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a strand of zhenyuan spread out, dragging Xiao Zhan along. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Ahui and Lei can be considered friends. I can't just watch them be taken away by the people of the floating mountain. Moreover, I'm alone, so I'm not afraid of them. Xiao Zhan could feel Lu Ming's vast true essence. He found that he couldn't even bow down a little bit. He was secretly shocked in his heart. In his eyes, Lu Ming was even more unfathomable. This old man is truly unable to repay little brother's kindness. Xiao Zhan cupped his fists. Lu Ming had cured his poison before, and this time, he had saved Ahui and Ahui. He was truly a great benefactor to them. After chatting for a while, Xiao Zhan ordered everyone in the Xiao family to pack their things. They planned to wait until night and take advantage of the darkness to leave in batches. Lishui City and the Xiao family definitely couldn't stay. Half a day passed and night fell. The disciples of the Xiao family fled into the night in batches and disappeared. Lu Ming, Xiao Zhan, Ahui, and Lei sat in the courtyard, slowly drinking tea. Master, let this old servant stay and take care of you. An old man with a head full of white hair stood beside Xiao Zhan and pleaded. The old man was very old, but he was still full of spirit. But now his eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance. Grandpa Quan, Ahui and Lei were also reluctant to part. The old man was called Feng Quan. He had been in the Xiao family for hundreds of years. Now he was the housekeeper of the Xiao family. He had watched Ahui and Lei grow up and had deep feelings for the Xiao family. Quan, it's very dangerous to follow us. You still have a family. Hurry up and leave. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. Xiao Zhan said. He was helpless, but this was the only way now. If they stayed, they would all die when Ling Yingkong brought people here. Only by leaving would they have a chance of survival. Xiao Zhan's attitude was firm. Feng Quan was helpless. Then he said goodbye to Xiao Zhan and the others in tears. Grandpa, it's all our fault. Ahui and Lei were teary-eyed. If it weren't for them, this wouldn't have happened. You two silly girls, don't let your imagination run wild. Xiao Zhan chuckled, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Little brother Lu, it's getting late. You should leave. We'll disguise ourselves and leave the city at dawn. Lu Ming had already helped them a lot. He didn't want to implicate Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could say anything, footsteps were heard in the courtyard. The next moment, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning appeared and walked in. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get lost. Xiao Zhan scolded coldly. Plop. Plop. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning knelt down in front of Xiao Zhan. Father, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and thought of using Ahui and Lei to curry favor with Ling Yingkong. That's why this happened. I was wrong. Xiao Hongyun kowtowed to Xiao Zhan and cried bitterly. He then kowtowed to Lu Ming and said, Thanks to young Master Lu for waking me up this time. I suddenly realized that what I did previously was a huge mistake. Thank you, young Master Lu. Xiao Ning kowtowed along with Xiao Hongyun. Lu Ming frowned. Xiao Zhan also frowned. Father, I only hope that you can forgive me. Then, I'll bring Ning, to Ling Yingkong and beg for mercy. I'll buy some time for you and Ahui to leave. Xiao Hongyun said with a sincere look. Grandpa, look, second uncle also knows his mistake. Just forgive him. Ahui whispered. Yes, Grandpa. Lei also said. The two sisters were very kind. Seeing that Xiao Hongyun seemed to be sincere, they begged for mercy for Xiao Hongyun. Slap. Slap. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyun slapped himself repeatedly. As he slapped himself, he cried out, Father, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. After a few slaps, both sides of Xiao Hongyun's face swelled up. Well, it's good that you know you're wrong. Everyone makes mistakes. Just remember that you have to grasp your own opportunities and not sacrifice your loved ones. Xiao Zhan was soft-hearted. Seeing this, he sighed. Thank you, father. Xiao Hongyan smiled and said, Father, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I've prepared a feast in the hall. It's been a long time since I've had a gathering with father and my nieces. Let's just say goodbye to father and my nieces. A banquet? There's no need for that. As long as you have the heart, Xiao Zhan said. Father, this is a small gift from me. Maybe we'll never meet again. Xiao Hongyan sighed and showed a regretful and sad look. Grandpa, let's go. I think second uncle is sincere. Ah Hui whispered and Ale nodded repeatedly. Well, okay,